What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I really did want to cover the first game of the season between the Arizona Rattlers and Northern Arizona Wranglers. I was actually at the game. I ended up getting a Wranglers jersey because I was too fat for my Rattlers jersey. Gotta get a new one this season, apparently. But they never updated the notes, and I did not think to actually take any sort of detailed notes, so I did not repeat that mistake today. I was live streaming during the Vegas game and the Rattlers game. I took as detailed notes as possible, but at the very least, the IFL did give the actual game notes and statistics. So I'll give you the play-by-play, at least the notable plays to me, and then I'll go ahead and give you the final numbers, and I'll give you my thoughts on the game overall. So with that out of the way, here is the second game of the season for the Arizona Rattlers, 1-0 going into this contest in Sioux Falls against the Storm. It's the first time these teams have met since the United Bowl a couple of years back. I was at that game too, and that game was very sad to watch if you're a Rattlers fan at the very end of it, but you know what? Neither here nor there. Sioux Falls comes in 0-1. Ended up losing their first game in Sioux Falls for the season. And to start off, Sioux Falls, you could tell a chip on their shoulder. The first drive, the Storm go all the way down the field, score a touchdown. They're up 7-0 just like that. But then on the kickoff, the Arizona Rattlers were not actually able to get it out of their own end zone, and it's what is called, at least what the announcers were saying on Stadium today, a rouge, which is 1 point going to the kicking team, because in arena football, you got to get it out of your own end zone. So I'd never heard of that rule before, but Arizona bobbles with the ball, obviously, and then on that drive, Powell gets it all the way down the field and turns the ball over, an interception, and right there, any lesser team would have folded. All right, a touchdown on the first drive, the error that gives them the extra point, and then a turnover, and that pick actually happened essentially in the end zone, so they were going for a touchdown themselves, and it turns around like that. But because of how good of a player, or how good of a team this team is, because of how good the defense is, and especially coaching, all right? I mainly talk about the Arizona Coyotes, and a lot of the times, no one really gives coaching the proper respect that it deserves. Any lesser coach would have freaked out here. Any lesser team would have just had no idea what they were doing and started kind of losing their game plan. They stuck to it, and it was a big defensive response. The ball goes back over to Arizona, and Monroe, a rushing touchdown. It is now 8-7. That is a huge play. That is a huge part of the game, and right there, this is a brand new game again. Anyway, then the Storm end up getting another touchdown, but the point after touchdown is no good. It is 17-4 now, or 14-7. So it actually looks like a normal football game now. Then, unfortunately, Monroe actually fumbles the ball on about the 1 or 2 yard line. It is now Storm ball, and right there, too many mistakes. Too many mistakes, too early, and especially considering how long the defense was on the field for the first half, especially that first quarter. This is all still first quarter. I have not gotten to the second quarter yet. It's one of those things where you could tell something was off, and even though they did manage to be resilient, they did manage to get themselves back into the game and still manage to play a good game overall, those mistakes are always going to cost you, especially late in games. But anyway, after that, Arizona's defense does step up once more and limit Sioux Falls to a field goal, so it is now 17-7. Ball gets turned over to Arizona. Drew Powell, a rushing touchdown. It is 17-14. And then the defense, they once again play up. And then Jared Harrington, a receiving touchdown, is now 21-17. 25 seconds remaining. I'm getting ready to turn the game off for the half to go watch Vegas. And unfortunately, the very next kick is returned for a touchdown. It is now 21-23 in favor of Sioux Falls. And it just kind of goes to show, never let your guard down. Once again, the mistakes. Even though this team did manage with good quality coaching and good quality play to keep themselves in the game, if any of these mistakes that were still in the first quarter for the most part until these last couple of plays, if they kind of limit these mistakes, this is a much different game. But anyway, despite that, Arizona does manage to get a field goal to end the half. 24-23 lead on their part. I accidentally said I think it was a tie going into it, but Arizona takes a 1-point lead going into the half. All you got to do is go out there and essentially show you're ready to play, and it kind of didn't really seem that way. Well, at least the first play, or at least the first couple of drives, it kind of did, but Sioux Falls kind of got into their groove in a couple of really bad late plays, or at least late drives. But anyway, Monroe is second rushing touchdown. It is now 31-23, but then a receiving touchdown in favor of Sioux Falls, 31-29, and then Powell throws another interception. Once again, you gotta hit the ball better. This is in the third quarter right now, and right there, Arizona still did have the lead when that that interception happened, and you can kind of feel in the air that Sioux Falls was not going to give up on that momentum. Shepard gets a receiving touchdown. It's now 36-31 in favor of Sioux Falls, but Jared Harrington does respond. Powell to Harrington, a receiving touchdown, 38-36 at that point. We're in the fourth quarter. Then you get a couple back-to-back touchdowns by Sioux Falls, and Arizona just wasn't exactly capitalizing there. It goes all the way from 36-38 to 50-38, and there's about a minute 24 seconds remaining. Drew Powell with 10 seconds left, granted, does get in the end zone with a rushing touchdown. They do convert in the 2-point conversion, 46-50, but that would be the final. It comes down to, if you look at that Drew Powell interception right there, if that doesn't happen, maybe the game's different. If the first interception doesn't happen, especially if that fumble on around the 2-yard line doesn't happen, this game is completely different. And it comes down to Sioux Falls and Arizona are the two best franchises in indoor football, and the fact that you can't make those kind of mistakes. I think the coaching and response was definitely good, but it wasn't quite enough to get them over the hump. Powell, 17 for 26, 193 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and also a couple of rushing touchdowns. Monroe, 14 attempts, 74 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, and 11 receiving yards on top of that. Jared Harrington, 9 receptions, 112 yards. He had himself a great game. 2 receptions and then 14 rushing yards. Jamal Miles, 4 receptions, 34 yards, and Pelletier, 1 reception, 20 yards. Couple small defensive numbers that Williams had a sack and a tackle for loss, and McAllister also had a tackle for loss. The scoring summary: first quarter 14-7 in favor of Sioux Falls, second quarter 17-9 Arizona, third quarter 13-7 Sioux Falls, and fourth quarter 15-14 Arizona. At the very least, they kept it close. It was a good game, and even though Arizona loses, if anything, I'm actually kind of glad, because now you're not going to have the whole perfect season thing, and usually no one wins in the championship when they have a perfect season. So Sioux Falls ended up winning it last year. Hopefully Arizona can bounce back from this, learn from the mistakes they did make, and on top of that, take the right lessons away, because like I said, the coaching, the response, especially on the defensive side of the ball, how the offense did manage to get some things going and had a couple real, at least, consecutive really good drives. If you take the right lessons away, it's a game where they made just a few too many mistakes, and if you can brush past that, Arizona should be fine throughout the season, but they do lose by a final score of 50-46. They drop to 1-1 on the season, and they don't play again until June 6th, I believe. Anyway, I'm the AZ Sports Guy, and that's the Rattlers Report. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and the Arizona Rattlers just finished their matchup against the Green Bay Blizzard on June 4th, 2021, about 15 minutes ago. So let's go ahead and talk about it for my game report for this. I have all my notes right here, and thankfully, since I was watching live, all the numbers are right there, so even if they don't post the box score, I got you, alright? I figured it out. I know what's going on now. Anyway, so the Rattlers go into this one off of that big loss against Sioux Falls a couple of weeks ago. Honestly, it was one of those things where there was too many mistakes. Both teams played well overall, but just you can't make that many mistakes against the Sioux Falls Storm. Arizona comes in 1-1, Green Bay 3-2, and we start off here early on, 9:46 of the first quarter. Powell, a 1-yard rushing touchdown. The point after is no good, so it's 6-0. And then about 3 minutes later, at 6:14, Lassane, a 4-yard rushing touchdown. That point after is good, 13-0. Unfortunately, with about 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Drew Powell does throw an interception to Triggs. However, the Arizona defense does step up at about the 9-minute, 34-second mark of the second quarter. They actually force a field goal attempt, which was no good. And then about 3 minutes later, at 6 minutes and 46 seconds of the second quarter, Jamal Miles, a 3-yard rushing touchdown. The point after attempt is good, and it is 20-0 Rattlers right there, all the momentum. Green Bay looks sluggish. However, one thing I want to point out is that while the Arizona Rattlers played well, predominantly in the first half, it felt like a mediocre game. It felt like they were just kind of showing up, getting a couple of touchdowns per quarter, and moving on. I've seen this offense be absolutely explosive over the last couple of seasons that I got to watch, primarily in 2019. So I wanted to go ahead and note that. Anyway, 1 minute, 59 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Arizona's defense does stop Green Bay once again with the ball on the 6-yard line. And then with 36 seconds remaining in the quarter, or in the half, excuse me, Drew Powell had a 20-yard rush. Really big gain, huge play right there. Drew Powell had a fantastic game. I just want to point that out. Drew Powell had a great game, minus the 1 interception, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal. Anyway, with the quarter about to end, the half about to end, Miles, a 2-yard receiving touchdown, point after is good. 27-0 Arizona Rattlers going into that second half. So obviously it makes a little bit of sense why Arizona might come out and look a little bit, let's say, sluggish for the second half, but you still, if you want to be a great team in any sort of league, you have to still compete, you have to still produce, you have to still play like you want it, because the momentum can shift at any point. And to start off the third quarter, starting off the second half, 13 minutes, 48 seconds in, Moore, a 37-yard rushing touchdown. This was a great play by him. Moore also had a great game for Green Bay. I'm not exactly going to cover Green Bay, but he also had a very good game. Point after is good. 27-7. However, the Rattlers do respond. 8 minutes, 26 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Drew Powell, a 1-yard rushing touchdown. That point after is also good. Just kind of maintaining the lead where it's at. 34-7 at this point. However, Moore, once again, this time 4 minutes, 46 seconds remaining in the third. A 13-yard receiving touchdown. Point after is also good. 34-14 right there. They're applying pressure. They're getting momentum. And Arizona is going to start looking sluggish here in about a few minutes or so. But anyway, 2 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Powell, a 10-yard rushing touchdown. 41-14. That'll be the final points that the Arizona Rattlers would score, because in the entire fourth quarter was just Green Bay. Let's go ahead and discuss it for a couple of seconds. So 1 minute, 17 seconds. Sanders has a kickoff return. It's the very next play. Point after is good. 41-21. And then Lesane fumbles the ball at about the goal line. And right there, 14 minutes, 20 seconds, of the fourth quarter. That is a huge play right there, giving up the ball, because then 7 minutes remaining, Taylor, a 19-yard receiving touchdown. Point after is good. 41-28 right there. They're kind of getting back into it. They're creeping up. 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining. Moore, a 22-yard receiving touchdown. That point after is no good. However, it is 41-34. It is a one-score affair at that point. However, the Arizona Rattlers did the smart thing. They closed it out. They kind of slowed the game down, wasted as much clock as possible. And the very last play is 1.7 seconds remaining. Drew Powell drops back and just throws it out of bounds. There you go. The Arizona Rattlers do hold on to get the win, 41-34. I'm just slightly concerned because Green Bay, from what I can tell, is a pretty good team, but the Arizona Rattlers are supposed to be on a much higher level. So kind of seeing how sluggish to an extent, especially that fourth quarter was, I understand it's quote-unquote garbage time. However, as soon as a game becomes a one-possession game once more, it's no longer garbage time. Go ahead and do the points by quarter. Arizona 13-0 in the first, 14-0 in the second, obviously 27-0 in the first half. Then it was 21-14. Green Bay outscores them in the third. Arizona scores nothing in the fourth quarter, 13-0, the edge going over to Green Bay. If Green Bay doesn't make a couple of mistakes early on, if Green Bay capitalizes at any point, this is a completely different game, and this might have ended up being a Green Bay victory. So there's plenty of things that, well, Green Bay is going to take, moving forward throughout the season, but Arizona needs to take a couple of these lessons because it's sloppy defense throughout. There's only a couple of pretty big defensive plays, primarily D'Avanzo's sack and Pearson's interception early on in the game. Other than that, the defense they stepped up when they needed to in the first half, but it was a lot of bending, especially in the second half, and the offense, 2 huge turnovers, an interception, and a fumble, not going to get it done every single night. So that's a couple of back-to-back weeks where the Arizona Rattlers just looked decent to maybe good-ish. You got to address these issues. You got to kind of improve off of it. Anyway, Drew Powell, 15 for 22, 131 yards, a touchdown, an interception, 109 rushing yards, and 3 rushing touchdowns. Drew Powell had a fantastic game. He's my player of the game if we have a player of the game going on right now. Lesane, 8 attempts, 23 yards, a rushing touchdown, also had 31 receiving yards, so had a decent game, but obviously if you hold on to that ball, he also gets a second rushing touchdown there. Jamal Miles, 6 receptions, 36 receiving yards, a receiving touchdown, as well as a rushing touchdown. Harrington, 2 receptions, 27 yards. Hernandez, 3 receptions, 23 yards. And Haley, 1 reception for 14 yards. And other than that, it's just The players that needed to play played well enough. The Arizona Rattlers did get the job done. It's just that second half, to me, is very concerning, especially when it got back and forth in the third quarter and then was all Green Bay in the fourth quarter. You got to address some of the smaller issues. Arizona should be fine. Like I said, it's early on in the season. All you got to do is just take the proper lessons from this. Kevin Guy's a good coach. I have full faith in that. Just keep in mind the mistakes you made. Arizona does win 41-34, improving their record to 2-1 in the season, and their next matchup is at home against the Tucson Sugar Skulls. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Week 8 matchup on June 12th, 2021 between the Tucson Sugar Skulls and your Arizona Rattlers. And they were talking about it during the game. It's been about 700 days since the Rattlers' last home game there at the Snake Pit, now called Phoenix Suns Arena. So, honestly, it's great to be back in that arena. As much as I love when they're in Westgate, it's a different feeling when you're actually in Phoenix Suns Arena. Also, it's much nicer now that they've redone it. But all that out of the way, this was a really fun game to watch. Rattlers 2-1 heading into this one. Sugar Skulls 1-2. And fun fact, I didn't want to say anything before the game, the whole jinxing thing or whatnot. No Arizona Indoor Football League team has managed to beat the Arizona Rattlers. In fact, going into last night's matchup, the Rattlers are 4-0 against the Sugar Skulls and 1-0 against the Northern Arizona Wranglers. Starting off with a scoring summary, a little over a couple of minutes into the first quarter, 12:53 remaining. Drew Powell, a 13-yard rushing touchdown. Point after attempt, of course, is good, 7-0 Arizona. Then on the very next drive, Ricky Wyatt Jr., about a couple of minutes later, at 10:41 of the first quarter, a fantastic defensive play, forcing a safety, 9-0 Rattlers. They get the ball back after a nice long 5.5-minute drive, 4 minutes, 55 seconds remaining in the quarter. Drew Powell, another rushing touchdown, this one 8 yards, 16-0 at the end of the first quarter. The Rattlers were absolutely dominating, and the Sugar Skulls were essentially kicking themselves in the feet constantly, not just with the safety I was talking about earlier, but there were plenty of times when the Rattlers had the ball, Tucson would commit a lot of bad defensive penalties. Then when Tucson gets the ball, a couple of plays actually got pushed back because of offensive holds and whatnot, so while Tucson was playing terrible, the Rattlers just took full advantage. Anyway, at that point, it's 16-0. However, the next drive, Tucson would respond with 13 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Croft would hit Shelby for a 21-yard receiving touchdown. Arizona does block that kick, however, so at the very least, Arizona does maintain some of that momentum. It is 16-6 at that point. But the very next drive, 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, Daryl Monroe, a 2-yard rushing touchdown, 23-6. It's like that last touchdown never happens. However, this is the play right here where the momentum is going to start to shift. It's not going to show on the score sheet just yet, but it's someone that I actually did get seat upgrades, and I got to move essentially right next to where the Rattlers bench would be, and I was seeing a lot of what was going on down there, a lot of the frustration as the quarter would go on, especially when you hit the start of the second half. So it's not going to show yet, but this is when the momentum does start to kind of shift. So anyway, Croft, a 9-yard rushing touchdown. It is 23-13. And on the very next drive, with 1 minute and 19 seconds remaining in the quarter, Jamal Miles would get an 11-yard reception from Powell, and just like that, it is 30-13, and it's looking pretty good for the Rattlers right there, right? Then the next play, 42 seconds remaining in the half. 42 seconds. Mike Jones, a 25-yard receiving touchdown from Croft. It is 30-20 going into the half. And you can see some frustration because you're seeing a lot of very quick scoring right there. It's literally 1 or 2 plays later, exactly 18 seconds after the Jamal Miles touchdown. Anyway, since Tucson deferred to start the first half, the second half they get the ball. After a 5-minute drive, 9 minutes and 41 seconds remaining, Croft hits Peterson for an 11-yard touchdown. It is 30-27 at that point. And you can tell, looking at Tucson's bench, looking at the frustration on Arizona, after failing to really do a whole lot on that next offensive possession, because Kevin Guy said it really well after the game in his press conference, Tucson had a really good game plan, especially as the game was going on. You can tell there was some frustration. You can tell there was one point where essentially Tucson was running the exact same play for, I think, 10 consecutive plays, and they kept getting positive yardage and getting a couple of scores, so that really had to get under a lot of people's skin. But anyway, they fail on that possession, and then with 3 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the third, Mike Jones, a 2-yard rushing touchdown. It is 34-30. That would be the only time Tucson would lead in this game. But right there, you're looking at the bench, and they're frustrated. Okay, you got the defensive leader on this team, Ricky Wyatt Jr., trying to get the boys pumped up, trying to get them into it. However, everything ends up working because you start with one real good play where you get a couple of yards, then you get that first down, then Powell ends up rushing for another first down, and they just kept with it going that way. All right, they was getting momentum. You like to see that because that's how Arizona, right there, with good leadership, good personnel, and good coaching, took a really bad scenario in which any other team that I have watched play in any other sport would have taken giving up that lead and that huge momentum shift and just gone home for the day. But this is the difference between a lot of the bad teams that I usually watch and an actual good, well-coached, well-personneled team, because right there, they get back into it. 13 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter after about a 4-minute drive. Monroe, a 5-yard rushing touchdown. It is 37-34. Then the Rattlers defense comes up big, gets the ball back, and with 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, Drew Powell, his third rushing touchdown of the night. It's only a 1-yarder, but it still counts the same way. 44-34, and then on the very next drive, I actually think it was the very next play, Winfrey picks the ball off, and they just kind of run the clock out from there. And the Arizona Rattlers, despite struggling a little bit, predominantly towards the end of the first half, and to start off the second, they battle back through all the frustration with really good leadership and coaching, like I mentioned, and win this game 44 44-34, and just like that, they are 3-1, and they remain undefeated against other Arizona teams. A very quick look at the personal numbers. Drew Powell, 15 for 26, 145 yards and a touchdown. Rushing-wise, he had 84 rushing yards and 3 rushing touchdowns. Monroe, 15 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. Receiving, Miles, 4 receptions, 47 yards and a TD. Harrington, 3 receptions, 40 yards. Haley, 3 receptions, 31 yards. Pelletier, 3 receptions, 16 yards. And Monroe, another 2 receptions and 11 yards. And a couple of small defensive numbers here. Well, small, not exactly. Ricky Wyatt Jr., a huge sack. I believe that was his only tackle for loss for the game. And then Dylan Winfrey, an interception towards the very end of the game to kind of close it out. So the Arizona Rattlers start off hot with a 16-0 lead after the first quarter of their first home game in about 700 days. And despite some struggles in the second and third quarter, end up leaving their first home game in those 700 days with a 44-34 victory over the Tucson Sugar Skulls in the I-10 tussle. Not really much of a tussle there, boys. But anyway, they improved to 3-1, and go Rattlers. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and last night I got a new hat at the Rattlers game. I like it. There you go. I got to watch the Rattlers in shock play. Both teams were 4-1 entering last night. And a little bit of disclosure, I got 2 bits to go through. So with about 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, I had to leave a little bit early trying to beat traffic. Wife had to wake up early for work this morning. And the IFL, as per usual, does not have their notes live yet. So your boy went ahead, put the extra work in. I brought up both teams' Twitter feeds as well as the live stream from the game last night. I think I got all the important notes down. So I'm not going to have exact numbers like exact amount of rushing yards or receptions or anything, but I will have the amount of scores and the important stats. So with all that out of the way, a little bit of disclosure for you. Let's go ahead and jump right into this matchup between the Shock and the Rattlers. Let's go ahead and start off the summary. Spokane would get the ball first, and with 9 minutes and 55 seconds to go in the first quarter, Spokane's quarterback McCollum rushes in for a touchdown. It is 7-0. The very next drive, Arizona does respond. About 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Monroe gets a rushing touchdown of his own. It's 7-all. About 4 minutes later, 3 minutes 54 seconds, Spokane's McCollum hits Evans for a passing touchdown. 14-7 Spokane. They end up getting the ball back. 11 minutes to go in the second quarter, and the Rattlers block a field goal attempt. Ball gets turned over. 8 minutes 30 seconds remaining, so a few minutes later, Spokane's Mike Green picks off a Drew Powell pass attempt. It was going for Jared Harrington towards the end zone. Ends up not hitting its target. But then about a minute 20 seconds later, this is a very good series of defensive plays, both by the Shock and the Arizona Rattlers. Nick Diavanzo sacks McCollum in the end zone, forcing a safety. It is 14-9 Arizona at that point. They end up capitalizing on it. 5 minutes, 16 seconds to go in the second quarter. Powell hits Monroe, this time for a passing touchdown. It is 16-14 Arizona. That is their first lead of the night. And in the very next drive, 2 minutes and 6 seconds remain. McCollum rushes in for his second touchdown of the night. At that point, it is 21-16 Spokane. And then this last minute, right, it's more like a 30-second span, but the last minute of this first half was just phenomenal and just ridiculous. So 55 seconds remain. Powell, his 13th rushing touchdown of the season. It is 23-21 Arizona. And then just about 13 seconds later, 42 seconds remain in the half, Spokane's McCollum rushes in for his third rushing touchdown of the night. It is 28-23 Spokane. And then after a 9-second drive, Powell with a 17-yard rushing touchdown, his second of the night. It is 30-28 Arizona. Arizona goes into that half, leading by a score of 30-28, and Gordon actually ends up getting a sack. Spokane misses a field goal to end that half. So very good defensive play by Arizona and just kind of getting that momentum back. However, to start off the second half, Arizona does turn the ball over. So 14 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Arizona's Monroe does fumble the ball, gets turned over. And then a couple minutes later, Spokane actually changed their quarterback, and Jolly rushes in for his touchdown. It is 35-30 at that point in favor of Spokane. And those would be the last points that Spokane would score for the rest of the game. So after 12 minutes and 5 seconds to go in the third quarter, it is all Rattlers from there. So the next possession, 8 minutes, 11 seconds to go in the quarter. Jamal Miles, a 4-yard rushing touchdown. Arizona does regain the lead for the last time in the game, 37-35 at that point. 2 minutes, 36 seconds to go in the quarter, and Montavious Atkinson picks off a pass. Rattlers get the ball back. It's his first interception of the night, and to end the third quarter, it's 37-35. So the scoring was 7-all in that third quarter, and it goes all Rattlers in the next quarter. So starting off, 13 minutes, 51 seconds remaining in the quarter. Drew Powell, a 36-yard rushing touchdown. That's another 100-plus yard rushing night for him. 43-35 Arizona at that point. Then 10 minutes, 46 seconds remaining. Devin Cockrell actually bats away the ball in the end zone, so it's a turnover on downs. Arizona gets the ball back. 5 minutes later, 5:48 to go in the game. Pelletier, a 4-yard rushing touchdown. Field goal is no good, however. It is 49-35 Arizona. And then I guess just the cherry on top, 1 minute, 43 seconds to go in the game. Drew Powell hits Braxton Haley for a receiving touchdown. 56-35 is your final, and the Arizona Rattlers improve to 5-1 on the season. And can we just talk briefly about what a good game Drew Powell had? I remember actually getting to watch like one of his first games in 2019 as a Rattler, and because he wore number 1 and was a dual threat quarterback, I made the joke, oh, it's left-handed Kyler Murray. But looking at his numbers, he had a couple of receiving touchdowns or passing touchdowns, 1 interception, 100-plus rushing yards, and 3 rushing touchdowns. He was phenomenal. Monroe had a rushing and receiving touchdown, but he did have the fumble. Miles and Pelletier each had rushing touchdowns, which is funny because they're both receivers, and Haley had the only receiving touchdown of the receiving core. And Nick Diavanzo had a sack, forcing that safety, with Atkinson getting the interception. The splits for the quarter: Spokane 14 to Arizona's 7 in the first, 23-14 Arizona in the second, 7-all in the third, and 19-0 Arizona in the fourth quarter. 56-35 is your final. And just despite the fact that Spokane came to play, they were playing very well in that first half. Arizona, despite that one fumble to start off the third quarter with Monroe fumbling the ball over, Arizona made all the adjustments. They played really well. They took over the game, and they definitely earned that W. 5-1 on the season, and their next matchup is coming up against the Tucson Sugar Skulls. That one's in Tucson. No promises, but I'm probably going to look to try to go to that game as well, because you know what? I already went to a Rattlers game in Northern Arizona. Might as well go to a Rattlers game in Tucson. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I do apologize for missing last week's game against the Tucson Sugar Skulls. I do believe the Phoenix Suns were on TV. I don't quite remember, but something did come up, so I didn't get a chance to cover that. However, I did watch and listen to this one. There's a lot of technical difficulties to start off, so at one point, I was either shooting around playing some hockey out front or playing MLB The Show while listening to it. Then when they got all that figured out, I went ahead and watched the rest of the game, and this was just outright dominance. All right, look, I found it weird back in 2019 when the Tucson fans were just getting into the league because their team had just, come into existence, and they were sitting there saying, oh yeah, we're going to destroy the Rattlers. Like, I was in a Tucson fan group trying to show some support. It's an Arizona sports team. I have to at least show a little bit of support. And I saw similar energy tonight from some of the Wranglers fans in that same chat on the YouTube live stream of this game, where it's like, oh, the Arizona Rattlers are going to come out playing down to competition. I don't think you understand who Kevin Guy is and how he's not going to let his guys do that. And there were players that were out. He mentioned some personal reasons, some illness, some bereavement, things like that. It wasn't even like it was a 100% roster and they still went out there and just dominated. Go ahead and jump right into this one. Starting off, the Rattlers do get the first possession, and Drew Powell, 29-yard rush for first down. Absolutely just getting the Rattlers offense going. At one point, I'll go ahead and spoil right now, the Rattlers were 3 for 3 offensive productions for touchdowns. So make of that what you will. 11:57 remaining in the first. Powell finds Pelletier for an 8-yard receiving touchdown. Just like that, Arizona's up 7-0. And about 4 minutes later, 8 minutes 27 seconds remain, Arizona's Evans gets a sack to force a fourth down, and right there, the Rattlers get the ball right back. 3 minutes later, 5:07, an 8-yard rushing touchdown from Harris, 14-0 Arizona, and it just keeps going from there. 3 minutes, 24 seconds remaining. Williams recovers a fumble for a touchdown. It's 21-0. That would be the score at the end of the first quarter, and I'll give credit to Northern Arizona in the fourth quarter, but we're not quite there yet. So, roughly 12 minutes remaining in the second. Arizona stops Northern Arizona in the red zone. Rattlers ball, and then 6 minutes later, Lassane for a 1-yard rushing touchdown, 28-0. It just kept going. Then with 53 seconds remaining in the first half, Northern Arizona's Clark gets a rushing touchdown. The kick is blocked, however, 28-6, and the Arizona Rattlers actually do score a touchdown off of that block. They bring it all the way back down, but bad penalties, not on the refs calling them, on the Rattlers for taking those penalties. Those are just bad penalties that ends up offsetting it. That play essentially doesn't happen, and they go for an onside kick. Rattlers recover it, but I really want to just talk about real quick Kevin Guy's comments going into that halftime. He's happy that they're kicking ass, right? But he's also like, you can't be taking stupid penalties like that. We're gonna have to, address that tomorrow when we go to the office. And even though they're up 28-6 at that point, foot on the gas. He doesn't take anything less. That's what I really do like about Kevin Guy. We at least have one head coach in the Valley that is an absolute proven winner and consistent winner. Haven't got there yet with Monty. Hope 2 more games. Anyway, with 37 seconds remaining, Powell finds Harris for a receiving touchdown. The point after is no good. 34-6 at halftime. Go ahead and get into the second half. The third quarter only really had one notable play. So at 6 minutes and 56 seconds remaining, Terrell Pearson intercepts the ball. I do believe the drive before that, Powell threw an interception. Anyway, fourth quarter, 13-18 remaining in the fourth quarter, and quarterback, the backup, comes in. TJ Edwards gets a rushing touchdown, 41-6. 6 minutes later, at 6:25, another rushing touchdown for him. It's back-to-back, 48-6 at that point. Northern Arizona with 3 minutes remaining. Walters, the backup quarterback, comes in for a rushing touchdown. It's 48-13. This is where Northern Arizona really starts to get some momentum. Unfortunately, they kind of waited way too long if you're a Wranglers fan. 33 seconds later, though, Harrington, a 23-yard receiving touchdown, 55-13. And then about a minute and a half later, with 58 seconds remaining, Northern Arizona gets a kickoff return to Jones. So it's 55-19. It was a very good kickoff return, wide open lane. He found it, went for it. Gotta give him all the credit in the world there. Then 8 seconds later, Edwards finds Harris for a 9-yard receiving touchdown. It's 62-19. And then with roughly 20 seconds remaining, they're in the red zone. The Arizona defense forces a fumble. They recover the ball, let the time go, and 62-19 is your final. Dominance. Absolute dominance. I love the Rattlers. Honestly, the game was kind of boring in that context. When it was 21-0, the game was realistically done. Even when they score all their points, it would have been a 21-19 effort. If all the same plays happened, just minus the scoring for the Rattlers, if they just still exact same amount of time off the clock, that's just ridiculous. The quarter splits, 21-0 in the first for Arizona, 13-6 in the second, 0-all in the third. It was a surprisingly low-key third, to be honest, 28-13 in the fourth. And I have a long list of players real quick. So, Lasagne, a rushing touchdown. Edwards, 2 passing touchdowns along with 2 rushing touchdowns. Drew Powell, 2 passing touchdowns. Harris, a rushing touchdown and 2 receiving touchdowns. Pelletier and Harrington, each with a receiving touchdown. Evans with a sack. Williams with a fumble recovery earlier on in the game. And Pearson with the interception. The defense played very well. The offense played very well. I don't really know what else to comment on. That's why the thumbnail is as many players as I could fit on it, because it was just dominant. And I don't want to sit there and look too deep into it. Northern Arizona is barely getting it together. I think Verlin Reed played okay for what it's worth. I think Walters is probably the better quarterback for this current group they have right now, because normally you see more get done under Walters, even though Reed is probably a better quarterback at the IFL level. But you got to give him a little bit of credit there. But honestly, except for the very end of that game, Northern Arizona really didn't have anything going for them throughout the entire game, and the Rattlers just kept the intensity up. So the next matchup, I believe they're going to Massachusetts. Then they come back home to take on Sioux Falls. It'll be an interesting couple of weeks for the Rattlers. I would realistically like to see them win both, but the only one that I see as an absolute must-win is Sioux Falls, because I want to beat Sioux Falls. Not a must-win for the season, just I want to beat Sioux Falls. Anyway, the Rattlers defeat the Northern Arizona Wranglers by a final score of 62-19 on July 10th, 2021. Y'all have a good one. Little snug, but I'm starting to fit back into the old Hawthorne jersey. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about that indoor football league game last night between the Sioux Falls Storm and your Arizona Rattlers. I was lucky enough to go. I even got a game ball. This is pretty sweet stuff. I'm actually pretty excited about that. I'm going to go ahead and throw that back here for the remainder of the video. Unfortunately, I had a booming headache last night, so right around the mid to late point of the third quarter, I ended up leaving. I also had the game on for a little bit on the drive home, so I was around for more than one half. Just want to give you the context and all that before we go ahead and start with this. And on top of that, I want to go ahead and mention thank you for actually putting the notes up here properly within 24 hours, because normally it takes them a very long time, which is is why I take my own notes. So let's go ahead and do a quick scoring summary. It's actually a quite long list. Thanks for once again keeping up with that. 9 minutes, 56 seconds remaining in the first. Sioux Falls kicks a field goal, 3-0 Sioux Falls. And 6 minutes, 40 seconds, so about 3 minutes later, Drew Powell a 3-yard run with the point after, so it's 7-3 Rattlers. Yes, Sioux Falls scores in the next possession, but it's pretty much, it feels a lot of Rattlers, especially when you kind of get towards the second quarter and on. It's borderline all Rattlers. It really hits it. But anyway, then with 3 minutes and 3 seconds remaining, Lorenzo Brown finds Alonzo Moore for a 19-yard receiving touchdown. It's 10-7 Sioux Falls at that point. And then about 2 minutes later, 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining in that first, Jamal Miles, a 34-yard reception from Drew Powell right there. It is 14-10, Arizona. And this would be the last score for Sioux Falls for a little bit. 12:09 remaining in the second quarter. And Brandon Shepard, a 13-yard reception from Lorenzo Brown, 17-14. 8 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Arizona's Nicholas Sane with a 16-yard rush. It is 21-17 at that point. And then about 8 minutes later, 48 seconds remain. Drew Powell, his second rushing touchdown of the night. That's a 2-yard rush right there. They end up getting the ball back. And then Drew Powell with yet another 2-yard rush. That is 3 rushing touchdowns in the first half alone. 35-17. But then, unfortunately, Sioux Falls gets a field goal, 35-20 for the end of the first half. But they kept it very competitive. The defense was playing very well. Sioux Falls at points, this did not feel like they were playing Sioux Falls. They just kind of... The team isn't quite as good as they were before this year. Like in 2019, this is a very good team. This year it just kind of feels like a good team. But yeah, no, Arizona outplayed them in just about every single way. And they don't even look as good as they did in their first matchup throughout the season. Remember that? Because that was a lot of, I went ahead and pointed out a lot of the mistakes the Rattlers made, but Sioux Falls played very competently in that game. All right, starting off the second half, 11:33 to go in the third quarter. Drew Powell, a 3-yard rushing touchdown. That is 4 rushing on the night, 42-20. And then about 8 minutes later, 2 minutes 30 remaining, Lorenzo Brown, a 1-yard pass from Alonzo Moore, 42-27 at that point. You know, Sioux Falls getting a little bit of life, but 12:58 remaining in the fourth quarter. Drew Powell, a 6-yard rushing touchdown. And he actually broke his career high for rushing touchdowns. I believe it's 24 the season so far, but at that point it's 49-27. That was his 5th rushing touchdown of the night. Phenomenal night for Drew Powell. I made the joke, I remember in 2019 when I first started seeing him play, because you had Jeff Ziemba, you have Rolling Reed Jr., and then it goes to Drew Powell, and I was like, oh, so he's the left-handed Kyler Murray. Well, he's looking like that. 3 minutes later, 9:38 remaining, and Alonzo Moore from Lorenzo Brown, another touchdown, 49-33. 5:19 remaining, Arizona's Lacayo gets a 20-yard field goal, it's 52-33, and then Jared Harrington, a 15-yard run. It's a rushing touchdown for him with 1:30 remaining. 59-33 is your final. The Rattlers dominated. This was great football, especially that first half. It was competitive. It was a little tighter in the first half than it was in the second half, but yeah, no, that was just phenomenal football with the Arizona Rattlers. Quarter splits, 14-10 Arizona in the first, 21-10 Arizona in the second, 7-all in the third, and 17-6 in the fourth quarter. Sioux Falls did not outscore Arizona once throughout this entire game in any of those quarters. Looking at the individuals, Drew Powell, 6 for 10, 96 yards, 1 passing touchdown, good for him. He had 5 rushing touchdowns in the night. He had 5 with 88 yards, ridiculous. All right, Nicholas Sane, 8 attempts, 35 yards. He had a rushing touchdown, good for him. Like I said, Jared Harrington, he actually had 16 rushing yards and that 1 receiving touchdown. Looking at the receiving core, there was only 6 catches between all these players, 6 receptions, and 1 being Nicholas Sane. It was a 9-yard reception for him, but Jamal Miles, 2 receptions, 45 yards and a touchdown. Timmy Hernandez, 1 reception, 19 yards. Jared Harrington, 1 reception, 12 yards. Braxton Haley, 1 reception, 11 yards. They played as well as I needed to, but this is a ground game. This is very much the Drew Powell ground game. Unfortunately, before we talk about the defense, I need to talk about this real quick. I want to say it happened a few minutes into the second half. So Monta Atkinson actually went down with an injury, and my wife said it's probably a knee, given how he was grabbing that, and the people around me were saying the exact same thing. It's kind of hard to find injury updates for the IFL, but I would be surprised if he played throughout the rest of the season. I didn't see him come back. It could have been a tear, could have been something like that. So yeah, he leaves the game with a knee injury. If you forget for a couple of seconds that one of the better defensive players in Monta Atkinson left and is injured, now you got to deal with that. Defense still played very well. So Ricky Wyatt Jr. had a tackle for loss. Dylan Winfrey had a forced fumble. Josh Gordon had a tackle for loss. Craig Evans had a tackle for loss. That was a sack. Nick Diavanzo had a tackle for loss. And then, of course, Dylan Winfrey on top of that forced fumble also had an interception, and it was a very good interception. I had a really good view from it because it was actually coming towards me, and that was, you could pick up on the play pretty quickly that wasn't going exactly where the quarterback wanted, where Lorenzo Brown wanted it. But yeah, no, that was a great interception by him. But yeah, the Rattlers just dominated. The best team in the league. Yeah, they lost last week after a 6-game winning streak. They are 8-2 right now, the best team in the league. There are 4 games remaining. I am pumped. I am pumped. The only other team so far that has given me any sort of nerves is Massachusetts because, well, I'm going to be honest here. Even though the Arizona did wake up in the second half, Massachusetts looked like the better team in that matchup last week, but at the very least, they do defeat Sioux Falls. So guess who wore a brand new Arizona Coyotes Kachina, the Adidas version, so the much nicer version, to the Rattlers game, just to buy another Rattlers jersey. Look, they normally either have blanks, or the 9th man this year has only been in the white jerseys, and I kind of really hate those jerseys. I think they're really ugly. Just not a big fan of the design. Then I saw this, and I liked the number, I liked the font, I had to get it, and then I had to put my Kachina in a bag for the rest of the game. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and yes, I did go to the Rattlers and Gladiators game in a Kachina, and I have zero regrets. Let's go ahead and talk about that matchup. So, I decided to wait. I was really tired on Saturday. I decided to wait, give it to about noon yesterday to see if Arizona, because they're usually pretty good about this, would post their game notes. They still haven't. It says they have, but when you click on it, it brings you back to the league schedule. So, I went ahead and did all the work today while I was editing my podcast. I had an excuse to do that. I went ahead and took all of the notes by using Arizona's Twitter account, as well as the full replay available on their YouTube channel. I'm just gonna say right now, the reason why I was so hesitant to do it was because, like, I've done it before, but I had other teams' social media accounts that also would report when they had key plays, so it made it take less time. Arizona is notorious for, they'll just skip plays, they'll put the wrong timestamps on plays. They don't have a very good social media team. And the Gladiators have 2 separate accounts. They posted it to game day, and the other one, they have not posted a single thing since 2017. So yeah, I had to go the harder route. So let's go ahead and start it off. So the Rattlers actually defer, so Duke City gets the ball first. And with 13 minutes, 41 seconds remaining in the first, Duke City opens it up with a 23-yard touchdown at 7-0. Then on the next drive, Jared Harrington with the Butterfingers, 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, so about a minute later, fumbles the ball, Duke City gets the ball back, and about 2 minutes later, 10 minutes, 43 seconds remain, Duke City with an 8-yard rushing touchdown. Just like that, it's 14-0 Duke City. And the back of my mind, they're coming into this game 5-5. I'm taking notes for the Sugar Skulls and the Wranglers as well, because they're also Arizona sports teams, even though I'm not exactly a fan of either of those franchises. And whenever they play against Duke City, I'm like, yeah, Duke City's good enough, I guess, but for the most part, they're playing against those weaker teams, so I'm never really seeing them play well against the better teams. They came to play. Duke City played very well, especially in that first quarter, though after that point, even though they didn't necessarily go away, the Rattlers would take over the game. Anyway, the Rattlers, 9 minutes, 23 seconds remain. Drew Powell, a 22-yard rushing touchdown. The Rattlers are on the board just like that. It's a one-possession game, 14-21. However, Duke City, 4 minutes later, with 5 minutes, 44 seconds remaining, with an 8-yard passing touchdown. It's 21-7. And you're looking at it like, was deferring the ball a bad idea? You had to at least been thinking that for a couple of minutes, though. But 2 minutes remaining in the quarter, Powell to Jamal Miles, an 8-yard touchdown, 21-14, just like that. It's a one-possession game going into the next quarter. So the first quarter, it's 21-14. Exciting quarter. Exciting, good football. The Rattlers, you know, they had a couple of mistakes, predominantly that Jared Harrington fumble. So they had a lot of catching up to do, and for the most part, I think they end up doing it well. So anyway, to start off, because the defense played very well to get the ball back, 10 minutes, 47 seconds remaining in that second quarter, Powell, a 5-yard rushing touchdown. Point after is no good, 21-20 at that point. But before that, remember how I mentioned how good that defense was? That's why I started out that transition. So before this play actually happens, DJ Williams forces the fumble, and it's Rattlers ball, and it was a very good play. It was just a very good play by DJ Williams, and Footprint Center, God, I hate that name. The Snake Pit was absolutely roaring at that point, and you can kind of tell with that defensive play, the Rattlers were not only back in the game, but they were probably going to end up winning that, because if it kept going where, since Duke City was already up by 2 touchdowns, Arizona scores, Duke City scores, Arizona scores, you're not going to really get back into the game. You're still going to be between 1 and 2 possessions away with your opponent having the ball. So that was a very, very clutch play right there by DJ Williams. Anyway, with about 5 minutes to go, Duke City gets a touchdown, but it was reversed because I had a very, very good view of that, because I was sitting over there, I think it was section 111, but you see it, and the ball is going down into the top of the padding when the guy comes up and catches it, and the wall, the field, stuff like that cannot help complete a pass. It is reversed. Kevin Guy was angry, and he's looking up at the replay. You see the replay clear as day, and he throws that challenge flag, and I'm sitting there like, Kevin Guy is my favorite person on the planet whose blood pressure is probably through the roof. However, ball don't lie, and 20 seconds later, Duke City with an 8-yard touchdown. It's 28-20 Duke City. But about 2.5-3 minutes later, 1 minute 56 seconds remaining, Drew Powell, a 7-yard rush, 2-point attempt was no good. It is 28-26 at that point. Arizona, they decide to go for the onside kick. They execute it perfectly. They get the ball back, and with 3 seconds remaining, Powell to Jared Harrington, a 10-yard receiving touchdown. It is 33-28 going into the half, and Harrington really needed that play after the Butterfingers to start the game. Look, you gotta give him a little bit of trash for that. Come on, it's all in good fun. Anyway, starting out, Arizona gets the ball to start the second half, and with about 13 minutes remaining, Arizona's, they don't put the screen graphic early on in quarters, so I have to just guess for the first couple of plays of these next quarters. But start off the third, about 13 minutes in, Drew Powell, a 4-yard rushing touchdown. It's 40-28 at that point. Drew Powell had another monster game, and you already know he had a monster game the previous week, but he had a monster game here. About 10 minutes later, 3:51, Duke City, a 19-yard passing touchdown. It's 40-35 at that point. Both teams were held to one score in that third quarter. It's funny, but usually these games go by really quickly, and I was really, really, really tired last night, so that first quarter dragged. The third quarter didn't even feel like it happened. It genuinely didn't. It just went. Anyway, roughly 14 minutes into the fourth quarter, Nicholas Sane, a 19-yard rushing touchdown, 47-35 at that point. The Rattlers are pretty much completely in control there, but Duke City's not going away. So Duke City, about 2 minutes later, a 5-yard passing touchdown. The point after was no good, 47-41. Then about 3 minutes later, 8 minutes, 57 seconds remain, Drew Powell, a 17-yard rushing touchdown. That point after was also no good. It's 53-41. Then 2 minutes later, 6:03 remain, Duke City, a 20-yard passing touchdown. It was a phenomenal pass, phenomenal play. I gotta give him full credit for that one. 53-48. And then 2 minutes, 37 seconds remain, Nicholas Sane, a 2-yard rushing touchdown, 60-48, and that's your final. It picked up. It definitely picked up. The third quarter was the only one that was kind of boring per se, but the quarter splits 21-14 Duke City in the first, 19-7 Arizona in the second, 7-all in the third, and 20-13 Arizona in the fourth. It was a very high scoring, exciting game. Not a whole lot else to really say there. Arizona's defense played well enough. You could definitely tell they're missing somebody. I hope a speedy recovery for that individual. But the offense is still just as good as we've seen all year. They improved to 9-2 in the season. Duke City falls to 5-6. Duke City's probably going to end up making the playoffs. So, I mean, that could have some playoff implications. But I'm more concerned with the Pirates. But if the Pirates come to Footprint Center, because Arizona is still fighting for home field advantage with 3 games remaining in the season, might be an entirely different game. Anyway, Drew Powell, 117 yards, 2 touchdowns, 5 rushing touchdowns, back-to-back weeks he has 5 rushing touchdowns, MVP. Drew Powell, in my opinion, is the MVP of the league right now. He is just playing phenomenal football. Jared Harrington, 5 receptions, 48 yards, a receiving touchdown. Jamal Miles, 43 yards, receiving touchdown. Nicholas Sane, 57 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. DJ Williams, a forced fumble. Those are your notables, the key players, the key performances. Everyone played about as well as you needed to. To be completely honest here, if Harrington doesn't give Butterfingers there on that first play, the Rattlers don't even necessarily need to make a comeback in the game. So let's just be honest there. The Rattlers, though, this is an interesting stat. I was reading the article that they always release after their games. So at least that's where I got most of the totals because the notes still aren't ready. But Rattlers are 4 for 4 on third down, whereas Duke City was 0 for 3. The defense played very well when they needed to lock them down on that third down lockdown. Love it! Anyway, the Rattlers improved to 9-2, winning 60-48. Their next matchup is going up against Tucson in the I-10 tussle. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Week 16 matchup between the Tucson Sugar Skulls and your Arizona Rattlers in the I-10 tussle, where the Rattlers remain undefeated. On the bright side, I went to the Brass Armadillo Antique Mall and got this Hunky Cooper bobblehead, so it's going right there next to the Latin Laser. We got a couple of things to talk about, at least one main thing, predominantly because of that injury injury a couple of weeks ago, the Rattlers did need to fill another spot, and they bring back Devonta Merriweather, the Defensive Player of the Year in the Indoor Football League back in 2019, and he had himself a pretty good game, so it was really good to see him back as an Arizona Rattler. I was actually confused why they didn't bring him back originally. There was no real reason given as to why he didn't end up re-signing with the team. However, he is back. Welcome to the Snake Pit. Let's go ahead and jump right into the scoring summary. So Arizona defers, Tucson gets the ball first, and after about a 7-minute drive, 8 minutes 44 seconds remaining, Mike Jones runs it in for a 5-yard rushing touchdown. 7-0 Sugar Skulls at that point. Then about 4 minutes later, Jared Harrington, a 9-yard reception, and we are now tied 7-all. Then just a few minutes into the second quarter, 11:31 remaining, Monroe, a 9-yard reception from Powell is actually pretty nice. Just kind of tosses it over to him, 14-7 Rattlers at that point. Then the defense does step up. They're limiting a lot of Tucson's opportunities. I think the defense overall played very well. They took a few too many stupid penalties in my opinion. However, they still played very well throughout the game, but they actually end up forcing a really long field goal attempt, and Jared Harrington, the hype man himself, with a 56-yard return for the touchdown. Then they end up going for the point after. It's a flag on the place, and then they decided to just go for 2 points. I'm assuming Kevin Guy just said, look, you had a 56-yard run, go ahead and do what you want. 20-14 at that point. The 2-point conversion obviously didn't work. And before getting into the next play, the previous quarterback, the starting quarterback, Corey Murphy, completed 2 for 6 through an interception. Nothing was getting done for Tucson. They actually ended up replacing him. They put Croft in, and then Croft actually does play pretty well. It's a bit of a long drive, and definitely, you know, the Rattlers looked like they were going to shut him down for a little bit, but they do end up getting a touchdown. 54 seconds remaining in the half, and Croft with a 4-yard rushing touchdown. He was actually pretty decent overall, obviously. I have no idea why he isn't the one starting. For the most part, while I'm taking Tucson's notes, Croft seems to be the better quarterback there, so maybe a Tucson fan can give me context for that, but just for the most part, he played better than Murphy, so I just, if Tucson wants to go to the playoffs, keep playing Croft, that's all I'm going to say. However, about 30 seconds later, Monroe, a 5-yard rushing touchdown, and it's 27-14 going into the half. The Rattlers looked really good in that first half. They genuinely did. You had a little bit of momentum going to Tucson, but at this point, it's kind of like, you kind of know the game's over, mainly because the Rattlers, it would kind of take a collapse, because Tucson was just not generating enough offense for their own good, and then on top of that, Arizona, the defense was playing very well, and their offense, there was one of the interceptions by Winfrey we all thought was going to be a touchdown, ended up getting called back because he was down on the play, but I'm sitting there thinking, I remember my wife commented something about, oh, you know, the Rattlers need to score, and I'm like, this is the best offense in the entire league. I have no issue in believing they're not going to score, and they ended up scoring in the very next play, so it's kind of showing you, it would have taken a collapse, especially with how talented that Arizona is overall. The game was kind of over at halftime, I hate to say it. To open up the half at 11:05 with a third Harris, a 4-yard reception from Drew Powell, and right there, the Rattlers are up 34-14. They're up by 20 points. For the most part, the entire second half, the Rattlers were up by 20 points. It was ridiculous. Then about 5 minutes later, Croft with a 10-yard rushing touchdown. It genuinely seemed like the Rattlers were going to force yet another turnover. One of the biggest problems the Rattlers had, predominantly with that defensive line, is they were essentially cutting through Tucson's offensive line, but they were not able to get that quarterback down. Yeah, they had, I think it was 4 team sacks total, might have been 5, but, you know, the amount of sacks they could have had in this game could have been easily double that if they could have brought the guys down, so I have to give Croft and even Murphy to a lesser extent some credit there, because they were pretty evasive throughout the entire game. That's probably one thing Kevin Guy's not exactly too thrilled with throughout the game. Hopefully they can address that going into playoff time, because if you go up against a team that is much better than Tucson in the playoffs, and you can't bring that quarterback down, that they might make you pay. And in this one specific scenario for Tucson, they did make him pay. Then about 3 minutes later, Drew Powell, a 29-yard rushing touchdown. It's 41-21. Like I said, about a 20-point lead pretty much the entire second half. Tucson scores, Arizona answers right back, and it's just MVP. I cannot say enough good things about Drew Powell. He has just been phenomenal all year. In my opinion, he is the MVP of the team. Then about 39 seconds into the fourth quarter, Ballantyne, a 1-yard reception from Croft. There you go. Just like that, it is 41-28. Spoiler alert, those are the final points that Tucson's going to put up throughout the entire game. Arizona is kind of locked down there. But anyway, a couple of minutes later, Harrington, an 11-yard rushing touchdown, 48-20. Like I said, once again, it's a 20-point lead. And as I was getting ready to leave, you know, my wife, my brother-in-law, and I were leaving. I want to beat traffic. The game's over. We're all happy. Let's go ahead and head home. It's about 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. 3 minutes and 7 seconds. We actually see it as we're getting ready to leave on one of the little TVs that's in one of the concession stands. And Winfrey, a 42-yard interception return, a pick six for a touchdown. Final score is 55-28, and the Rattlers improve to 10-2 on the season with just 2 games remaining. Tucson falls to 4-8. This game was big for Tucson. Obviously, AZ Sports Guy, I want to give a little bit of attention to Tucson real quick. If Tucson wants to stay in the playoff picture, they kind of have to win out, and even then, this kind of might have been the game that knocks them out of it. This has not been a good season for Tucson. Let's be completely honest here. It has not been Northern Arizona Wranglers bad. Look, it has not been a good season for either of the other Arizona teams that aren't named the Rattlers right now. And going into the playoff picture, I really wouldn't even see Tucson as much of a threat personally, even if they do make it, though. I would like to see Tucson make it. They can win out, go 6-8, and maybe sneak into a playoff spot. I think it's the top 6 teams. They're still technically in the position to do it, but this game might have knocked them out depending on who else won throughout the week. But going ahead and looking at it real quick, Drew Powell, 9 for 11, 73 yards, 3 touchdowns. TJ Edwards came in. He didn't look very good. The offense kind of wasn't getting going. He was over 2. But on the rushing side, Powell, 59 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. Jared Harrington, 2 attempts, 19 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. And Monroe, 2 attempts, 9 yards and a rushing touchdown. Just about everyone that was rushing the ball, not named TJ Edwards, not only got positive yardage, but also ended up scoring a touchdown there. On the receiving end, Monroe, 2 receptions, 23 yards, receiving touchdown. Harrington, 2 receptions, 21 yards, a receiving touchdown. Pelletier, 3 receptions, 19 yards. And then Miles and Harris each had 1 reception, 6 and 4 yards respectively, and Harris had the receiving touchdown. The defense were all the impressive numbers. Obviously, Harrington and Powell had very good games, but this was pretty much the Winfrey show, all right? Dylan Winfrey had 3 interceptions. He also broke up a couple of passes. He had that return for the touchdown. He played very well. Williams recorded a half sack, also the half tackle for loss. Merriweather had a tackle for loss. He also played pretty well throughout the game. Diavanzo had a sack and a couple tackles for loss, and Josh Gordon had 1.5 sacks. He played very well for the most part. The defense really is a lot better than even I would give them credit for, primarily because we all know that their offense is the best in the league, and obviously Massachusetts, I still believe, also has the best defense, but Arizona's not exactly like 9th or 10th in the league in defense. The defense is still very good, and this team looks pretty good going into the playoffs. I thought it was a smart decision to bring in Edwards for the last 8 minutes of the 4th quarter. You don't want to risk an injury to Powell, primarily because Fumatu actually did end up getting a lower body injury. It looked like his knee. Pretty much back-to-back home games, Atkinson and now Fumatu. That's going to be a concern. That's going to be a problem going into the playoffs. These injuries are happening at the absolute worst possible time, and just hopefully Fumatu is not too serious. He was able to walk off the field mostly of his own accord. However, Atkinson, I still haven't seen any sort of update for him. I don't think the IFL or the Rattlers really give injury updates. However, you could also partially interpret re-signing Merriweather as a kind of, we needed another defensive player, so he's probably not coming back, even though they do play completely different positions on that defense. But, this is going to be concerning. They're probably going to need to get another defensive back or defensive lineman, excuse me. So watch out for that. However, Merriweather played pretty well in his first game back. Welcome to the Snake Pit, Butler Bird. I believe they were saying this is his first game in the Snake Pit. Rattlers improved to 10-2 with this 55-28 victory over the Tucson Sugar Skulls in that I-10 tussle. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting pretty hyped for the playoffs. The next home game is against the Frisco Fighters, so that should be interesting. Anyway, that is all I got for you today. Thank you for watching. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Rattlers' final away game in the 2021 IFL season, in a game between them and the Spokane Shock. I'm gonna be completely honest here. This game was very sloppy on the Rattlers' part. However, good teams find a way to win throughout all the mistakes, and the Rattlers definitely found a way to win today. So they win the coin toss as per usual over the last couple of weeks. They defer also as per usual, so make of that what you will. Spokane, about 4 minutes in, gets a field goal. It's about a 40-yarder, 3-0 Spokane. Then about 3 minutes later, 8:44 remaining, Drew Powell actually throws an interception. Spokane gets the ball back, and then on the very next play, a 5-yard rushing touchdown. Just like that, it is 10-0 Spokane, and at this point, it kind of looks like Spokane might actually run away with it a little bit. They actually might make this game very difficult for the Rattlers. However, the Rattlers do kind of dig their heels in there and do get a couple of points. So about 5 minutes later, Lacayo hits about a 26-yard field goal to put Arizona on the board. It's 10-3 at that point. However, going into the second quarter, 11 minutes, 38 seconds remain. Spokane with a 12-yard field goal, and just like that, it's back to a 10-point lead. It is 13-3. However, it's right around there when you start to see the shift. So about 5 minutes later, 7:55 remaining, Powell a 3-yard rushing touchdown, his 31st of the season. He's playing very well. It's 13-10 at that point. Then about a minute later, 6 minutes 22 seconds remain, and Arizona's Winfrey gets an interception. That's his 7th of the season. Arizona gets the ball back, and just like that, while they're only down by 3, they have possession of the football. Then about 3 minutes later, Drew Powell hits Jared Harrington for a 13-yard receiving touchdown, and just like that, it is 17-13. Arizona gets their first lead of the night, and luckily for Arizona fans, that would be the last lead change of the game. So anyway, we're supposed to be hitting the 1-minute warning before the end of the first half. However, they didn't actually take the break, but we took the commercial break. Spokane fumbles the ball, Arizona recovers, and then Lacayo misses a field goal attempt because Arizona Rattlers kind of couldn't get too much offense going at the very least in that specific drive. But then with 3 seconds remaining, Pearson gets an interception, ending the half with the Arizona ball, so you're at least stopping Spokane from getting any points. And at halftime, it is 17-13 Arizona. It is a very slow game for the most part. I'm gonna go ahead and give them credit where it's due. Spokane played a very good defensive game overall. Arizona had a handful of high snaps that it lost them a lot of yardage. There's also a lot of plays where Drew Powell had to just throw the ball away. Luckily, it is a very veteran-like play on him, so you're not losing a lot of yards or you're not, taking sacks or anything like that. But it was definitely sloppy. You're gonna have to work on that. I have no idea where that was coming from, to be honest, but just don't do that in the playoffs. I should be fine, but just kind of clean that up. Obviously, it's a lot of little things, but those little things do add up, especially in a game like football where you don't get a series, you get a game. Anyway, to start off the second half, Jamal Miles on the kickoff return gets a touchdown, but because of a holding call, goes all the way back, so that would have been a very good way to start that second half. Then about 4 minutes later, Powell with a 13-yard rushing touchdown. The point after is no good, but it doesn't really matter. The Rattlers have a 10-point lead. It is 23-13 at that point. Then you skip ahead about 7 minutes, and Arizona actually blocks another field goal. It's their 7th of the season, as well as Nicholas Diavanzo's 3rd of the season. But then Spokane does get the ball back in the fourth quarter. 10-26, a 2-yard rushing touchdown, and it's 23-20, and that would be the closest the game would get again. Once again, credit where it's due. Spokane played very well defensively, and it kind of was throwing Arizona off of their game offensively. This did not look like the #1 offensive team in the IFL, and that's definitely a lot of praise going to Spokane because their defense played very well, and for the most part, their offense did get a couple of things going. Anyway, with about 5 minutes left, Powell a 3-yard rushing touchdown, his 3rd rushing touchdown of the night, 30-20. That would actually end up being your final, and just kind of for giggles, about a minute later, 3 minutes 48 seconds remaining, Winfrey his 2nd interception of the night, his 8th of the season, 4th Spokane turnover, and that was kind of the story of the game for Spokane, where the defense is playing well overall, and the offense did get some things done. However, it really is the turnovers. In fact, that play to start that second quarter, I want to highlight that real quick, that 12-yard field goal. There is a dropped touchdown pass there in which Spokane should have had the lead right there. They should have had extra points there, but their receiver it fell out of his hands. He just couldn't make up the catch. It wasn't Arizona's defense on that play. That was just a bad play by the receiver. So little plays like that, turning the ball over at inopportune times, that really cost Spokane this game. However, we're Rattlers fans around here, so we really don't care too much about that. I'm mainly going to look at the high snaps, the couple of bad defensive penalties. I'm mainly going to look at the offense kind of being able to be slowed down to a degree in this game. It's a little bit concerning going into the playoffs right now. There's definitely no red flags or anything like that, but obviously you want to be rolling going into the playoffs. Right now, they improved to 11-2. They're having a phenomenal season. Not quite the undefeated 2019 season, but you know what? Undefeated didn't win a championship. Maybe it'll be different this year. But final numbers, Powell 10 for 19, 87 yards, a touchdown and an interception with 3 rushing touchdowns. Lassane 9 attempts, 42 yards, 17 receiving yards. Harrington 4 receptions, 46 receiving yards, a receiving touchdown and 11 rushing yards. Miles and Harris each with 1 reception, 13 and 11 yards respectively. Winfrey 2 picks, Pearson a pick. Gordon and Evans each had a half sack. Quarter splits, 10-3 Spokane in the first, 14-3 Arizona in the second, 6-0 Arizona in the third, and 7 all in the fourth quarter for a final score of 30-20. The Arizona Rattlers do hang on to record this victory. It was actually a very smart, final drive by Kevin Guy and the offense just kind of try to kill as much time as possible, because at one point it was very realistic. If Spokane would have stopped Arizona, gets that ball back and scores, they could have had an onside kick and maybe had enough time to do something there. So first off, a very good defensive play by Winfrey to get the interception, but on top of that, good decision making to kind of just close the clock out as much as you possibly can. Arizona hangs on for the 30-20 win, improving to 11-2 on the season. I'm excited to go to the playoffs right now. Let's have a little bit of fun in the last home game. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the final game of the regular season between the Frisco Fighters and your Arizona Rattlers. First place was on the line, and I'm not gonna lie, Frisco came out, they played very well, especially in that first quarter, and they did not necessarily go away. They played pretty well overall, but I think the Rattlers just established they are the better team, and with first place in the line, the Rattlers wanted to finish first place back-to-back seasons with the perfect season in 2019, and of course, a 12-2 finish this year. So despite the fact the IFL has yet to post their notes, at the very least, the article that the Rattlers posted yesterday, or this morning, however you want to look at it, has everything I need. You're going to be seeing me looking off screen, but it's for a purpose. Going to be reading off what happened throughout the game. So Rattlers get the ball first, and with 11 minutes to go, Jared Harrington, a 15-yard rush, 7-0 Rattlers at that point. However, about 3 minutes later, Frisco does respond, getting a touchdown of their own. It's an 18-yard pass. And then 5 minutes later, Troy Pelletier, a 10-yard reception from Drew Powell. It's 14-7. Both offenses showing they got a little bit of firepower there. And then to end that first quarter, Frisco scores another touchdown, so it's 14-all. Heading into the second quarter, this is exactly where the Arizona Rattlers do start to pull away a little bit. So to open up the quarter, 12 minutes, 34 seconds into it, Jamal Miles, an 18-yard reception. Good touchdown, 21-14 at that point. Then Frisco, in about a 7-minute drive, only has to settle for a field goal because the Rattlers defense did play pretty well overall. One of the big problems was to start off that first quarter, and I noticed it, and I've kind of said it all season, the secondary cannot keep up with a lot of the receivers. If they can keep the passes within like 15 yards, the secondary is pretty good, but the second you start going for the long passes, they're just not fast enough, and they were kind of getting torched a little bit early on, so with the defense stepping up and making them settle for a field goal, that was pretty good. And then Drew Powell, a minute 28 seconds remaining in the half, gets a rushing touchdown, his first in the night. Talking about Drew Powell and rushing, Frisco did one thing very well throughout this game, especially that first half, and that was limiting Drew Powell's legs. Drew Powell is a very good dual threat quarterback. You've seen him post back-to-back games with 5 rushing touchdowns. Frisco, they had to have studied the film very well, and they had a lot of good answers for everything Drew Powell was trying to get done, but he still managed to get some positive yards, and he still managed to get some touchdowns, so that just shows you how good MV Powell is right now. And then very late in that second quarter, Dylan Winfrey does end up getting one of his 2 interceptions throughout the night. Arizona gets the ball back. They settle for a field goal to end the half, 31-17. And at that point, you can kind of feel it. The Rattlers had done everything they needed to get control of that game back, and Frisco was really going to need they were going to need to turn it up to 11 in order to really get back into that game because Arizona was just playing too well. Go ahead into the third quarter, 12 minutes, 25 seconds in, and Frisco would get on the board with a touchdown, 31-24 at that point. However, about 3 minutes later, Drew Powell, his second rushing touchdown of the night. It's a 3-yarder, 9:28 remaining, and those would be the only touchdowns throughout the entire third quarter, 38-24 Rattlers at that point. Then heading into the fourth quarter, 12 minutes, 56 seconds remain, and Greg Monroe, a 9-yard reception. Greg Monroe had a really weird play earlier on in this game, and now that we get to talk about it, let's go ahead and break that one down. So it's a running play. He gets the ball handed to him. He bobbles it. He then establishes possession, gets the ball back into his hands, and runs like, I think, 5 or 6 yards. It was enough for a first down. All right, that's just kind of how funny it was. It was enough for a first down. Then he fumbles it and has to jump back on top of the ball. I thought that was funny, and this was probably the best time to talk about it. But Rattlers 45-24. Then 8 minutes, 47 seconds remain. Frisco didn't want to quite go away yet. They get a 5-yard rushing touchdown, 45-31 at that point. But you can pretty much tell the game was over, especially with this next play. So this was one of the funniest things I have ever seen in the amount of arena football games I've gone to. They go for the onside kick, and they're just kind of standing around waiting for it to go. I think it's the prerequisite 10 yards. I think it's different in the NFL, but I think here it's only 10 yards. So they're waiting, they're looking at it, and then Merriweather just picks it up and just jogs, tap dances into the end zone, and right there it's 52-31. And I can't help but think how funny that was because Frisco really thought they were getting the ball back. Anyway, they do get the ball back after that touchdown. 6 minutes and 5 seconds remain. A 21-yard run for the touchdown, 52-38. That would be Frisco's final points, by the way. And then Arizona with 2 minutes, 12 seconds remain. They would just kind of cap it off with a field goal. They would less than a minute. You could tell Frisco was just kind of, they were forcing a pass, and it goes right into the hands of Dylan Winfrey for his second interception of the night. And they just kind of go ahead and take the knee. and the Rattlers win by a final score of 55-38. They secure first place. They secure a first-round playoff game in Arizona. Pretty much everything's going to be in Arizona. The playoffs run through the desert, and Kevin Guys still could not crack a smile. So the quarter splits real quick: 14-all in the first, 17-3 in the second, 7-all in the third, and 17-14 in the fourth for Arizona for a 55-38 final. Looking at some team numbers, since I got them in front of me, total yards, Frisco had more yards, 234 versus 213. Passing yards, Arizona had more, 167 versus 135. Rushings, where Frisco had more of an advantage, 99 yards versus 46. Penalty yards, though, Frisco took 10 penalties for 65 yards, Arizona 8 for 75. There's a couple of dumb penalties. Including Merriweather. The quarterback was already sliding down to the ground, so that was, I think, a 15-yard penalty right there. I understand it's just you're trying to finish your tackle, but as soon as you start seeing the quarterback slide, you gotta lay off. It happens. First downs, Arizona narrowly has more, 18 versus 17. Third downs, Arizona was 5 for 6. Third downs, Frisco was 3 for 6. And there was only one fourth down, and it was 1 for 1 for Frisco. That was a little annoying, but whatever. And the total time of possession, Arizona 31 minutes 22 seconds versus Frisco's 28-38. So a lot of the stats were pretty close because Frisco was a good team and they played a good game. They just got outplayed by a better team. Looking at the individual stats of the passing leader, Drew Powell, 14 completions, 3 touchdowns, and 167 yards. The rushing leader, we're talking about Drew Powell once again. He had 19 yards with 2 touchdowns, and his biggest was a 25-yard gain. Jared Harrington, the 15 yards on his 1 rush for a touchdown, and Monroe had 12 yards. Receiving, Jared Harrington had 5 receptions for 57 yards. No receiving touchdowns, but he had the rushing touchdown, so I guess it really doesn't matter. Jamal Miles, 4 receptions, 51, with his longest being an 18-yarder and a touchdown, and Monroe had a couple of receptions for 37 yards, but the defense. And talking about the defense, look, Merriweather and Cockrell both had very good games. They both had 8 tackles, but come on, man. Winfrey, 2 interceptions, including 1 at a pretty peak time. I think it was late second quarter, really giving the Rattlers a lot more momentum. Right there, especially going into the end of the first half, especially considering Frisco was going to get the possession of that ball to start the second half. If you can stop them from scoring and give yourself any additional points, you're putting them at a straight disadvantage, and that was a clutch play right there. Anyway, the Rattlers finished 12-2, so unlike the 11-3 projection by Arena Football Statement, love that channel. Go check it out. I'll probably link it below if I don't forget, but despite that being the projection, they finished 12-2, just 2 losses on the season. The playoffs are going to run through the desert, and their first playoff game is on Sunday against the Sioux Falls Storm, who by winning this week knocked the Tucson Sugar Skulls out of the playoffs. It's going to be a matchup of the 2019 United Bowl, and we can now guarantee that one of those 2 teams will not be making it to the 2021 United Bowl. I'm looking forward to that. It's a 3:05 kickoff. Y'all have a good one. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about round 1 of the playoffs between your number 1 seeded Arizona Rattlers and the number 8 seed Sioux Falls Storm. And I can't help but find it just a little bit funny that this could have been a beating against the Tucson Sugar Skulls. I just want that out there because this game was boring. Alright, I'm going to be completely honest here. I did my best to try to get home as early as possible from my California vacation so I could try to go to the game. Ended up not being able to get tickets, but whatever. I was right here editing a vlog and watching the game throughout the entirety of it, and I'm not gonna lie, I was just bored. Look, I really wanted this to be like a tight contest between, 2 of the titans of the IFL. Obviously, this year, Sioux Falls is not as good as they were in 2019. However, they're still one of the most storied franchises. I just wanted a closer matchup. But even as soon as the first quarter, you could kind of tell this was gonna go the way of the Rattlers. I'm just gonna give you the quarter splits for the first half. 13-6 Arizona in the first, 21-10 in the second. As early as that first quarter, you could see the momentum was starting to go one way, and the second quarter kind of capped that off with a 34-16 halftime score, with Sioux Falls settling for a very late field goal, sure, whatever. But it was, for the most part, the Rattlers were struggling to maintain a 30-point lead, and it was only because by the time that 30-point lead was really setting in, Sioux Falls decided they wanted to score. Then the Rattlers scored, then Sioux Falls. Pretty much the second half was just can the Rattlers win this by at least 30 points? It was never at that point going to be, can Sioux Falls come back? Because Sioux Falls, especially by about, let's just go ahead and give a little bit of credit, by the midway of the third quarter, you could kind of tell that the confidence wasn't there anymore. You can kind of tell that Sioux Falls knew they were going to lose this football game, and it wasn't that they weren't trying, because one player in particular I want to give so much credit for, Nate Chavius, ran all over the Rattlers. I think he had a kickoff return for a touchdown. He had like multiple rushing touchdowns, very good runs. One was, I think, a 25-yard run. He had a phenomenal game. He didn't give up. It genuinely felt like he was the only person on Sioux Falls that didn't give up throughout the game. And as much credit as I want to give him, that doesn't make for an entertaining game of football to watch. I normally go into Rattlers games confident they're going to win. Obviously, you don't like demand the win. You're not entitled to a win, but I'm confident they can get the job done. I mean, I've only seen this team lose twice in the last 2 seasons. This team is a very well put together football team. But man, it's a little more exciting when you're hyping up this matchup. I know it's only a first round matchup, but it's between the 2019 United Bowl participants, and it wasn't even within like 20 points. The final score was 69-42. This was more than a 3-possession game, I believe that adds up to. So it's just, I have all the notes. The notes are all right here, all the timestamps, all who scored, whatever. I have the final notes here, like the totals. I can give you those. Drew Powell, 13 for 17, 170 yards, 5 passing touchdowns, and another 2 rushing touchdowns. MV Powell had a phenomenal game. But another person that had a phenomenal game came in late. I want to say it was halfway through the fourth quarter. TJ Edwards. I don't think he threw a single pass. He was not on any of the notes that I just double-checked on GoIFL. Not on a single note. I don't think he threw a single pass, but he had 5 rushing attempts, 23 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns, including one where the dude just jumped over people. Yeah, there was some contact in midair, but I didn't think TJ Edwards could play that well. I knew he was decent, but I didn't know he could play that well. Seriously though. He came in and played well. He scored 3 touchdowns in like 1 quarter. That's good. That's good stuff. Nick Lassane, 32 rushing yards. He had 2 receiving touchdowns. The receiving core, Jamal Miles, 5 receptions, 54 yards. He also had a rushing touchdown. Jared Harrington only caught 2 passes, 49 yards. And he also had a receiving touchdown. Pelletier, 1 reception, 25-yard touchdown. Braxton Haley, 2 receptions, 19 yards, a receiving touchdown. Everyone played well. Everyone did everything they needed to do. The defense, Winfrey, I guess one of the most important plays early on. First quarter, 13 minutes, 13 seconds remain. So Arizona wins the toss. They defer. Sioux Falls gets the ball. And then literally within 2 minutes, Dylan Winfrey picks off. And then they end up going for a touchdown right there. Unfortunately, they ended up missing the point after. And on top of that, Sioux Falls did the same when they responded. But that was kind of the tone setter because the defense did what they needed to do. And then the offense just kind of ran with it. And then Devonzo and Evans each had a sack. Wyatt and Gordon each had tackles for loss. I don't really know what more I can get out of this one. It was just dominance. The fourth quarter being 21-20 in favor of Arizona, that was probably the most competitive quarter, and it was all garbage time. It wasn't necessarily, Arizona's defense wasn't trying, but Arizona had the win at that point. So what was really the motivation to continue to play hard at that point, like they would have played in the first, second, even third quarter? So I don't really know what else to say. The Rattlers just dominated the Sioux Falls Storm, and the score only looks as good as it does because guys like Nate Chavius didn't give up on the play, and he kept playing hard throughout the entire game, and at the very end he actually ended up walking off with what appeared to be a lower body injury. That's a player I wouldn't be surprised if he got a look at a higher level league like the NFL or something like that because of just how fast that guy is. I have no idea how he would have got passed up in the first place, but that's what we like about indoor football, is that those guys that kind of slip through the cracks end up being the stars in our league. So I like seeing that, but that's kind of the only reason the score is as close as it was, because of that fourth quarter and Chavius not really giving up. They win by a score of 69-42, but I really don't have anything else to add because I was just bored throughout almost all of it. It came across like an easy game, and this just should not have come across like that because Sioux Falls is one of the best organizations in the league. Anyway, next week on Sunday, the Arizona Rattlers, because the playoffs run through the desert, will take on Duke City once more. And Duke City, at least through the regular season games, those 2 games, did not come any closer than 12 points, so 2 possessions. This could be another one of those, like this week. However, I'm hoping for a competitive matchup on that one because this is the playoffs, baby. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and that was some playoff football. Let's go ahead and talk about the round 2 matchup between the Duke City Gladiators and your Arizona Rattlers. Now, full disclosure, I was hanging out with the wife and the brother-in-law. We were going to drive down to Casa Grande for whatever reason, so I didn't get to watch all of it, but I listened to all of it on the Fanatic. I think it's like 1580, whatever. They're not going to host the United Bowl on that radio station, so it doesn't really matter. But I watched what I could when I was still within range of Phoenix for decent cell service, and the rest of it we just listened to. And I don't know if you can tell by my reaction without the audio right here, but I was a little excited. I was a little excited by that play call. Wide left, the Rattlers are going to the United Bowl, and it was such a close game. Now, full disclosure, since I wasn't watching the entire thing, I didn't take my own notes, and the IFL just cannot get their notes posted on time, so I'm going to have to go off the Rattlers article to give you the final numbers, but I don't have things like quarter splits or anything like that. However, I do remember a lot of the game, so it starts off Arizona Rattlers defer, Duke City scores, they're up 7-0, and then on the kickoff return, a 54-yard return by the hype man himself, Jared Harrington. Phenomenal run, weren't going to catch him, the game is tied. Unfortunately, the next two scores do go to Duke City, and then once again, Arizona is down by 14 points to Duke City. That little bit of anxiety, I'm pretty sure it went to all the Rattlers fans right there, but in the back of my mind, I couldn't help but think, the Rattlers were here before against this exact same team. Let's hold off a little bit before there's any sort of anxiety. Now, what didn't exactly make that feeling any better was the fact that Jared Harrington, very early in that first quarter, ended up leaving with an injury and did not return for the game. However, after the fact on Instagram and everything, he was showing that he was celebrating on the field with his teammates, celebrating in the locker room. Hopefully, it is just a very minor injury and he'll be available for the United Bowl next week, but you still got to keep an eye on that one. The Rattlers have had a couple of notable injuries, let's put it that way, and let's just hope that they can kind of go as healthy as they possibly can to the United Bowl, because the Rattlers, despite those injuries, have been one of the more blessed teams, for lack of a better term, in terms of keeping their team as healthy as possible. Anyway, the Rattlers start mounting their comeback. He got a couple of ground touchdowns by MV Powell, and of course, Terrell Pearson with an interception. The Arizona Rattlers defense could not stop anything in this game overall. However, there were a couple of decent plays, a couple of decent drives, and that interception, so they did force a couple of turnovers. The only problem is, going into the half, the Arizona Rattlers had a phenomenal kick block that gave them 2 points because it was a point after instead of a field goal, just straight field goal attempt, so they only get the 2 points, get the ball back. Because of a little bit of a lack of hustle and awareness and not being able to get out of bounds, stop that clock, the Rattlers do not get any more points to end the first half, and they're down by about 3 or 4 points going into the second half. However, from that point, it was just a shootout. You had Monroe had a couple of rushing touchdowns, Drew Powell had 3 rushing touchdowns in the night, and it was just boom, 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 boom. And the announcers kind of called it, alright? Whoever got the ball last would win this football game, and the Rattlers get a touchdown late. They're up by 3. They're up 58-55. Then the ball's in the 11-yard line, so I think it's a 7-yard end zone, so I think it's about 18-yard field goal. So much anxiety. It comes down right here. There's about 3 or 4 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be the final play, and if they hit it, we're going to overtime, and both of these teams really couldn't be stopped offensively, so it would have been a huge gamble either way. Then you have the kick. You have the call. The kick is left. The Rattlers are going to the United Bowl, and just like that, in a heart-pounding, it was hard to breathe a little bit, alright, I had to catch my breath, and after all of that, the Rattlers win by 3 points in a phenomenal matchup, and I have to give full credit to Duke City. They came to play. It's a completely different animal in the playoffs, and that offense is a very good offense on Duke City. Both defenses didn't really do all that much. Obviously, both defenses played well enough in certain key moments, but for the most part, no, this was definitely an offensive affair. One of the key coaching decisions going into this one was starting Monroe. You get that veteran running back, because Nicholas Sane has been playing very well whenever he plays throughout the entire season, but Kevin Guides ended up going with Monroe, and Monroe ended up just attacking the ground. I think he ran better in this playoff game than I've seen him run for the most part this season. It's one of those things where you rely on the veteran, and the job gets done. Of course, MV Powell, it was a little unfortunate that one of his first throws, it was for an interception. However, he was lights out for the rest of it. One thing I really did find funny is they were talking about Duke City's coach, and Duke City's coach was saying that they are going to eliminate Drew Powell's run game and force him to beat them with his arm. Well, 3 rushing touchdowns and 98 rushing yards later, I don't think they did that very well. Drew Powell has just been playing on a different level. Was talking about the MVP race. Doesn't really care too much about that. It's all about winning the championship. And next week on Sunday at the Footprint Center, they're going up against the Massachusetts Pirates. And the last game they played against Massachusetts, they ended up losing. They looked terrible in that first half. They did start to wake up more so in the second half, but their defense just really wasn't stopping Massachusetts at that point. And that was pretty much their most convincing loss of the entire season. However, it can be argued jet lag could have played a small part in that. Now you have to look at Massachusetts, who has the best defense in the IFL, coming out to Arizona. The jet lag factor could also be a thing for them. They might end up coming a little bit earlier just to try to mitigate that. That's one thing to keep an eye on. On top of that, the best offense versus the best defense. And these two teams are so evenly matched on so many different levels. This is going to be an even tighter matchup. I have no idea how to predict that one, how to project that one. I'm just going to go into it full anxiety, unable to breathe, and just have a little bit of fun because this is the second year in a row, obviously 2020 being canceled, so we're just going to count 2019 as last year. Second year in a row, second season in a row, the Rattlers are going to the United Bowl. Hopefully things are a little bit different this time around. However, it's going to be a really, really good matchup. You know what? I think it's time to agree that the Arizona Rattlers just shouldn't play any more championship games at home. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about that game last night because, as you can tell, my voice is still a little messed up. I was screaming quite a bit. I was a little bit late showing up, bought some merch, sit down. Massachusetts is on the board. I see Dylan Winfrey pick off a pass. Arizona responds. It's 7-6 at one point. Then from that point, it was an even game. It was a ridiculously good game. Massachusetts did control the pace of play for the most part. Arizona would then answer and get back into it. However, looking at this right here, because it actually stuck out to me, I don't think Arizona ever had a lead. Arizona never specifically had a lead in this game. I think that's an interesting fact because this game can probably best be summarized as both teams' defenses were stopping everything, yet they also weren't. And then you look at Massachusetts, who has the best defense in the entire indoor football league. And when it came down to it, that was the difference maker. Because that Massachusetts defense ended up forcing a fumble. It was around the 3-yard line with Drew Powell. And that's what led to them going down to score the game-winning field goal in overtime. And I just kind of want to take a couple of seconds to appreciate that because this was such a good game, specifically defensively. All right, my gripes were the fact that especially in the second half, it kind of felt like both teams weren't able to make defensive stops, which is also why with about 50 seconds left, once the Rattlers turned the ball over on downs where they were down by a score, I'll admit I walked out. And then, because I'm a masochist, I watched the last minute of the game on my phone, which then turned into about 10 minutes and a really good overtime. And it was a really good comeback to get back into it, get it tied, send it to overtime. And it genuinely seemed like Arizona had secured that momentum, and they were finally going to, I think they said it was since 1997, they haven't won a championship at home. It seemed like they were finally going to end that skid and just do it. And then Massachusetts defense, like I said, Drew Powell ends up fumbling the ball. It was around the 3-yard line, and that was it. I mean, Arizona's defense played well when they needed to, but Massachusetts offense was scoring also when they needed to. The best way to describe it is that it was such an even matchup, somebody had to lose it, and it just so happened to be the Arizona team. So yeah, I'm still bummed about that. Yeah, of course I'm going to be bummed about that, but you know what? But honestly, it was such a good game overall, I really can't complain too much. Looking at it, Drew Powell, 9 for 16, 136 yards, 2 touchdowns, 68 rushing yards, and 3 rushing touchdowns. 5 touchdowns total. He threw 2 interceptions. I want to say it was on Arizona's second drive. He threw an interception, and it gave Massachusetts that momentum, and I want to say that's what led to their first touchdown. Not exactly the best timing, and on top of that, it's unfortunate. You don't want to start the game off like that. You don't want to give momentum up that early, and pretty much, like I said, that's kind of what started them not being able to maintain a lead or get a lead at all throughout the game. And then on top of that, Lacayo missed 2-point afters. He missed a field goal. It was a bunch of little mistakes. I guess the best way to say it is it's a bunch of little mistakes mistakes, and you can point at any of those individual mistakes and say, oh, that was the difference maker. But at the end of the day, because you could do that, it maybe sucks just a little bit less because it was so close. But I don't know. It still sucks. It still sucks. Anyway, yeah, 2 interceptions. Lassane, they went with Lassane instead of Monroe, and I think that might have been a mistake. They only used Lassane twice. He had 1 rushing yard in those 2 attempts. And Massachusetts is a hard team to run against. I feel like having Monroe, that veteran presence, might have made a difference. I'm not sure how much, but I feel like that would have made a difference. No Jared Harrington. You saw him moping on the sidelines. My wife actually pointed that one out. A little bit sad to watch. Jamal Miles, 7 receptions, 103 receiving yards and a receiving touchdown. And Braxton Haley had a couple of receptions, 33 yards and a receiving touchdown. I would say if it wasn't Drew Powell, obviously that fumble very late in the game is probably going to sour some opinions for the next week or two. I understand that. But if Drew Powell's performance wasn't one of the better ones, it's got to be Miles or Dylan Winfrey. Dylan Winfrey had a couple of picks, and just they were at the most opportune times to give Arizona momentum. It just wasn't enough, unfortunately. Wyatt and Cockrell had 1.5 tackles for loss, and Devonzo and Merriweather also had a tackle for loss. Your quarter splits: 7-6 Massachusetts in the first, 10-8 Massachusetts in the second, 10-7 at Massachusetts in the third, and 13-7 Arizona in the fourth. And then, like I said, you had that field goal, the game-winning field goal in overtime, where the Arizona Rattlers lose this one by a final score of 37-34. And despite being still sad about it, I gotta congratulate Massachusetts. It was one hell of a game. It just sucks that seemingly the Arizona team's always the one coming up short. But hey, they've gone to back-to-back United Bowls. Maybe the strategy next year should be having like barely a winning record to get a lower seed. Anyway, one hell of a season, and quite a disappointing way to end it, but what can you do? What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and on both November 4th and November 1st, the Arizona Rattlers were a little bit busy re-signing 5 of their players. Let's go ahead and give you all the information and report on this. So we'll go ahead and start off with the signings on the 4th. First and foremost, they re-signed defensive back Dylan Winfrey. Winfrey was a tryout in 2017, made the team, won the United Bowl that year, was the 2021 IFL Defensive Player of the Year. He led the IFL in passes defended with 31, pass breakups with 20, and interceptions with 11 in 2021. Dylan Winfrey is pretty much the backbone of that defense right now. He had a phenomenal season, one of the best defensive players in the entire league. It's a really good thing they're bringing him back for the next season, for the 2022 season. Next up, they also re-signed defensive back Devontae Merriweather. Merriweather, if you guys remember, joined the team around August 2021 because there were so many injuries in the team after he was spending some time in the Canadian Football League, and he was the 2019 IFL Defensive Player of the Year. There's also that one really funny play where it was the onside kick where he just ended up returning it for a touchdown and no one was covering him. No one noticed what was going on. That play is probably one of the more memorable ones from the 2021 season. I think Merriweather is still a good player. Having that leadership on the defense is going to be really good for him. And on top of that, the Arizona Rattlers currently have both of the last Indoor Football League Defensive Players of the Year on their team right now. That's a pretty good feeling right there. That's good right there. A couple of days ago on the 5th, they re-signed a couple of players. First and foremost, defensive lineman Nick Devonzo and defensive back Terrell Pearson. Devonzo was a first-team All-IFL last season, had 8 sacks in 2021. He was second in the entire Indoor Football League, and he led Arizona with 16 tackles for loss in 2021. Number 2 on the team was half of that. Really not a whole lot else to say about Devonzo. He's a really good player. I'm glad he's going to stay on the team, and it really seems like the Rattlers are trying to maintain continuity here. As for Pearson, he was second-team All-IFL last season. He had 24 pass breakups and 4 interceptions in 2021. It's a good defensive player. Once again, that continuity keeping these guys here. Now you might be wondering why I skipped over the signing on the 1st, because I had to save the best for last. They re-signed quarterback Drew Powell. Let's go down the list of his accolades right now. Drew Powell was the 2021 IFL MVP. He is a 2-time IFL MVP. He won the Triple Crown last year in terms of rushing, 1,105 rushing yards, 65 rushing yards per game and 43 rushing touchdowns. Those 1,105 rushing yards he had last season, those are both a career high, a league record, and an Arizona Rattlers franchise record. Absolutely phenomenal. A fantastic season. But he isn't just a glorified running back. He also had 2,140 passing yards, which was a career high, and 38 passing touchdowns, which was also a career high. By every definition, every angle, every single perspective you want to have right here, Drew Powell had the best season of his entire career, broke records. That's a no-brainer. It's an absolute no-brainer to want to bring him back. The offense is absolutely something different whenever he's under center. He's having control of that offense. The offense with Drew Powell under center has been electrifying. I have not seen this offense be this consistently good since the days of the Latin Laser, and he had the big three. He had Poots, Purify, and Windsor with him, alright? So far, Drew Powell has never had a big three, but he's always had Jamal Miles and Jared Harrington, so he still at least has two really good receiving options. One reason I was really compelled to want to talk about these re-signings is the fact that it seems like, once again, they're going to go for it. They went to back-to-back United Bowls, and they lost both of those by 3 points. And the thing is, if they go ahead and they go for it this year, and they do end up winning the 2022 United Bowl, and I was thinking about it after they lost the last United Bowl, this is going to be the dynasty we never got, because once again, this team was that good, undefeated in 2019, they were the best team once again in 2021, and again, it came down to the wire, especially in that 2021 United Bowl, when it came down to Drew Powell fumbling the ball around the 4 or 5 yard line, and then a field goal in overtime. These games were close, these games were competitive. Realistically speaking, if luck had gone ever so slightly one way or the other, the Rattlers could have won 1 or 2 United Bowls with this current group, and if they do end up winning it this year, I will have to kind of consider it the dynasty we never got, but the fact that they're bringing all these guys back, hopefully they can also make other key additions to kind of patch up other areas, because there are a couple of areas on the defense where they could realistically improve. However, how much of that came down to injuries, and on top of that, despite the fact that Jamal Miles balled out in the United Bowl, the relative lack of depth at the wide receiver position is something that's going to have to be addressed at some point, hopefully this season, and on top of that, really getting that consistency down with the running backs, because no matter how good Nicholas Sane was last year, I still think Greg Monroe should have got the start for the United Bowl. I don't know how much of a difference it would have made, but I just think Monroe, with his experience and how well he played throughout the season, would have been a better decision in that game. But anyway, those are all the signings, all of the things the Arizona Rattlers did. Yes, I am wearing a Hot Shots jersey. Why not? It's always behind me. For the first time in what feels like forever, I get to rise from my Rattlers. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Home opener, season opener last night for the Arizona Rattlers. I was in attendance, a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and talk about that game. And this time around, because normally the IFL is notoriously terrible for putting their notes up, I took my own notes. Funny enough, because a few hours before I started recording, they posted their notes, so you know what? I'm gonna use mine anyway. Alright, so this is actually a rematch of the semifinals last year where the Rattlers won by 3 points. I want to say it went all the way down to the wire. Duke City, not a bad team. And starting off here, Rattlers win the coin toss. They defer as per usual. And on the first possession, Duke City scores. At the 11-minute, 37-second mark, a touchdown is scored. The point after is no good, however, 6-0. And then on the very next play, in a play that I do not remember if it was a late week game last year or a playoff game, but Devonta Merriweather actually gets the ball off of a bad kickoff and takes it to the house. It's only 5 or so yards, but yes, takes it into the end zone for a score. And just 45 seconds later, the Rattlers do take that lead because their point after is good, 7-6. However, on the next drive, in a play that was very familiar to me from last season, secondary gets torched at the 9-minute mark. It was a long touchdown pass, and yeah, they definitely did not improve the secondary, I can tell you that much. Defense as a whole, they would pull it together in the second half, but at least in the first half, it was really, really bad. Couple of good plays, but mostly just sloppy defense. Anyway, they go for a 2-point conversion. That is good, 14-7. Left him wide open in the back of the end zone. I don't understand how the secondary is just consistently that lazy, sloppy, poor. Look, it should get better as the season gets on, but that's kind of the main thing this team always needs to work on, it feels like. Then we're somewhere around the 8-minute mark. Finally, Drew Powell hits the floor, and his first pass attempt, he tries to go all the way down the field for a touchdown, intercepts it in the end zone, and just like that, Drew Powell's 0 for 1 with an interception, and all the momentum is going in Duke City's favor. However, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, Brandon Zell with a 30-yard pick six, getting Arizona a little bit of that momentum back. It's 14-all. The ball goes back to Duke City. And second verse, same as the first. The secondary gets torched once again. There's another long passing touchdown for Duke City. Point after is good. It's 21-14. Duke City takes the lead back. Ball goes back to the Rattlers. Then Drew Powell, with about a minute and 25 seconds remaining, goes on a 22-yard run, gets a first down, gets some momentum going for the Rattlers. Now we go into the second quarter. We're at 13:55. Malik Williams scores a 3-yard rushing touchdown. Point after is no good, however. Duke City maintains the lead. It's 21-20. That's one thing you're going to want to keep an eye on for this game. Lacayo did miss a few point afters. I don't expect him to be cut or anything after this week, but if that does become a trend, the Rattlers might look for a new kicker, I'd say 3 or 4 games from now. Anyway, the very next play, the Rattlers go for an onside kick, and Ernesto Lacayo, making up for that missed point after, recovers the ball himself. Rattlers get the ball back. At 12 minutes, 32 seconds of the second quarter, Drew Powell finds Braxton Haley for a 32-yard gain. Rattlers trying to get that momentum back, especially on the offensive side of the football. Then at 11 minutes, 14 seconds, Powell finds Malik Williams for an 8-yard receiving touchdown. Point after, however, is no good, but the Rattlers do get the lead 26-21. Then the defense starts coming up with some pretty big plays. So at 9:35, Famatu, a massive hit for a loss from the Duke City running back, and for the most part, Duke City was really running a lot of their offense through that running back throughout the majority of the game. Yes, they had those 2 really big receiving touchdowns in the first quarter, but it definitely seemed like for the majority of that game, Duke City ran their offense through the running back, which honestly, not a bad strategy if it works out for you. Then a couple of minutes later, Hill makes an important tackle. It's a 3-yard loss, and the defense really starting to pick it up there. They did not play well at all in the first quarter, except for that 1 interception. Kind of the second quarter is where it starts to pick up, and the second half, this defense kind of goes off. However, a couple of penalties, and Duke City really pushing that ball forward. It's on the 1-yard line. They do rush it in at the 2-minute 40-second mark. Point after is good. Duke City gets the lead right back, 28-26, and at that point, there is about 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. How are the Rattlers going to respond? Well, about a minute later, Drew Powell throws his second interception of the night on the 1-yard line. However, Arizona's defense steps up big, gets that ball turned over on downs, and Ernesto Lacayo with a 20-plus yard field goal to end the first half, and the Rattlers regain the lead 29-28 going into the second half. Spoiler alert, the entire second half, all Rattlers. Duke City would not score another point the remainder of the game. Drew Powell kicks off the third quarter with a couple of runs, an 11-yard and 16-yard run respectively, and then at the 9-minute 18-second mark, Malik Williams' second rushing touchdown of the night, a 2-yard run. Rattlers extending that lead. Point after is good, 36-28 Rattlers. On the next drive, about 5 minutes later, at the 3-minute and 8-second mark, a Duke City touchdown was actually canceled out because of a pass interference. That was probably the most exciting offensive play for Duke City the entire second half, and a huge break for the Rattlers defense. Duke City bounces back with a couple of big passes, bringing them within a 3rd and 2, and the Arizona Rattlers defense needed to step up right there in order to stop any momentum from going back to Duke City. And at the 1-minute 48-second mark, Devonta Merriweather right there, a tackle for loss, forcing a 4th down. Then on the next play, the Arizona Rattlers come up big. That ball is turned over on downs with about a minute and 7 seconds remaining in the quarter. Then with time expiring, Drew Powell finds Braxton Haley for about another 17-yard reception, giving the Rattlers a first down and momentum going into the fourth quarter. With the score remaining 36-28 Rattlers. Start the fourth quarter at the 13:32 minute mark, Drew Powell almost picked off again. There's a flag on the play, the Rattlers get 4th down. But on the very next play, Jamal Miles rushes for 4 yards, giving the Arizona Rattlers a fresh set of downs. Drew Powell extends that offensive momentum 30 seconds later with a 9-yard run. At the 10-minute 14-second mark, Malik Williams over there around the 1-yard line. He goes down with an injury, ends up leaving. It did look like his knee. He would not return. Hopefully it's not going to be anything long-term, but it kind of looked like it. However, on the very next play, Drew Powell connects with Todd Athey for a 4-yard touchdown. One after attempt is good. The score is 43-28. Duke City gets the ball back, and the Arizona Rattlers defense at that point, they're looking pretty good. They're not exactly clamping down on Duke City, but they're definitely playing well. And from that point, the defense just starts to step up. At the 6-minute 23-second mark, Woods actually had an interception ball in his hand in the end zone, ends up dropping it. And about a play later, Dylan Winfrey at 4:52 just gets a hand on it over in the end zone, doesn't end up coming down with it. He had to jump for it anyway. So it wasn't exactly dropping an interception on that one. That was more of just breaking it up, but still, one interception potential and one just breaking the ball up, but there wasn't really a receiver in the area, so it's the thought that counts. And at 4 minutes and 9 seconds, the Arizona Rattlers defense forces a turnover on downs, but the offense was not done yet. Because with 58 seconds remaining, Drew Powell finds Todd Athey again for a 15-yard touchdown. The Arizona Rattlers shut out the Duke City Gladiators in the second half. One game in, the Arizona Rattlers had their first victory, and while it wasn't exactly the prettiest win, well, until the second half, the Arizona Rattlers saw all the sloppy play in the first half, made the necessary adjustments in the second, and went on to win that game. Go ahead and briefly take a look at some of the individuals. So Drew Powell, 10 for 17, 97 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. He rushed for 79 yards, no rushing touchdowns for him, but he was pretty much when the Arizona Rattlers needed that yardage, Drew Powell was right there to get it for him. Malik Williams had 28 rushing yards on 8 carries and 2 rushing touchdowns, with an additional receiving touchdown being a dual threat. That really is going to hurt the offense depending on who the backup running back is. Braxton Haley had himself 3 receptions for 46 yards, and Todd Athey, he only had 2 receptions and 24 yards. Both of them were touchdowns. So you're not going to be disappointed by that. And then Jamal Miles, 4 receptions, 19 yards. You also had about 8 rushing yards. Just doing Jamal Miles things does really whatever you need him to do on the field. Then, of course, on the defensive side of the ball, well, more special teams for this. Merriweather with the kickoff return touchdown. It's only about 5 yards or so. And then Brandon Azell with a 30-yard pick 6. That was probably the best defensive play of the game. Or at the very least, one of the most impactful plays because the Arizona Rattlers just turned the ball over. They needed that momentum going back their way. At the end of the day, despite a very flawed first half, the Arizona Rattlers made the necessary adjustments. That defense looked phenomenal in the second. They walk away with their first win of the season. I really have no complaints, but I do have a couple of concerns. Keep an eye on those throughout the year. That was a crazy game last night. What is up, AZ Sports Guy here? Let's go ahead and talk about that matchup last night. The Rattlers in San Diego to take on the Strike Force. Before we get started, if you like me talking about Arizona Rattlers football, please make sure to like and subscribe. Anyway, we have a couple of notes to talk about first. So, Malik Williams, the running back who suffered that lower body injury in the last game against Duke City, well, that was a season-ending injury. He will not play again for the rest of the year. So to replace him, the Arizona Rattlers signed Calvin Phillips. Moving on to the weekly awards. Last week, Devontae Merriweather won Defensive Player of the Week, and Kyrie Woods won Special Teams Player of the Week. One brief note about the Strike Force in this game. Former Arizona hotshot Rashad Ross now plays for him, and one more miscellaneous stat. Arizona last week against Duke City were 3 for 3 in the red zone, meaning they scored touchdowns on all 3 of their appearances in the red zone. With all that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump into the game summary. So the Rattlers win the coin toss, they defer as per usual, and at 13:50, Trayvon Williams gets a big sack, forcing a 3rd and 18 for San Diego. Then at 13 minutes and 6 seconds, Arizona blocks a field goal attempt. McAllister actually got a piece of that one. Arizona gets the ball back. At 9 minutes and 3 seconds, Drew Powell finds Isaiah Houston for an 8-yard touchdown. Point after is good, 7-0 Rattlers. Arizona's defense steps up with 2 minutes and 42 seconds remaining, forcing an incomplete pass on a 4th and goal. Rattlers get the ball back. And to end that first quarter, the Rattlers are up 7-0. Arizona with good field positioning to end that first quarter. 3 seconds in, Jamal Miles, about a 5-yard touchdown run. Point after is good, 14-0 Rattlers. Then 9 minutes and 41 seconds, San Diego misses a field goal attempt. Rattlers get the ball on the 20. About a minute later, 8 minutes 34 seconds, Drew Powell finds Jamal Miles for a 30-yard touchdown. Point after is good. That was a one-play drive, 21-0. Then San Diego finally responds. 4 minutes 56 seconds remaining. They score a touchdown, 21-7. Then a couple of minutes later, Phillips a 15-yard rushing touchdown. 2 minutes 22 remaining. The point after, however, is no good. 27-7 Rattlers. The Arizona Rattlers would then recover an onside kick with 1 minute 43 seconds remaining. Merriweather recovered that. But on the very next play, after about a 15-plus yard reception, Braxton Haley fumbles the ball. San Diego recovers with about a minute 33 remaining. Before that turnover, the Arizona Rattlers had scored a touchdown on all 4 of their drives to open up this game. With 32 seconds remaining, San Diego, a long field goal, about 35 yards, they score 27-10. But with 19 seconds remaining, Drew Powell finds Isaiah Houston once more, a 19-yard touchdown. Point after is good, 34-10. And then with about 3 seconds remaining, Arizona's Trayvon Hill, a massive sack. And we're going to go ahead and go into the second half with the Arizona Rattlers up 34-10. In the first half, the Arizona Rattlers scored on 5 of their 6 drives. All of those scores were touchdowns. The Rattlers get the ball to start the second half, and about 2 minutes in, Drew Powell takes it to the house, an 8-yard touchdown. Point after is good. Rattlers 41-10. Rattlers defense then proceeds to prevent San Diego from doing much of anything. They try to kick a field goal. Jamal Miles is back to return it, and he goes all the way to the house for a touchdown, but that is called back due to a flag. At that point, the Rattlers' brand new backup quarterback, Demery Croft, comes into the game. If that name sounds familiar to you, last year he was a rookie with the Tucson Sugar Skulls, and he was named to the IFL's all-rookie offensive team while throwing over 1,300 yards and 24 touchdowns touchdowns with a 60% completion percentage. That's a solid backup quarterback. With 5 minutes left in the third quarter, after about a 4-minute drive, Demery Croft finds Braxton Haley for a 6-yard touchdown. Point after is good. The score is 48-10. Things get a little heated on San Diego's next drive, so about 3 minutes left, Trayvon Hill gets an unsportsmanlike 15-yard penalty, and then a little over a minute and a half later, with a minute 14 remaining, he gets his second unsportsmanlike penalty and was ejected from the game. At that point, San Diego has excellent field position, but with 19 seconds to go in that third quarter, Javier Edwards records a huge sack and brings us to the start of the fourth quarter. We're less than 1 minute into that quarter, Trayvon Williams, his second sack of the game on fourth down, Arizona would get the ball back. About a minute later, Arizona would turn the ball over on downs for the first time of the game, and from that point on, the fourth quarter was pretty much both teams knew the game was over. They just kind of wanted to wind down the clock. Your final score, the Arizona Rattlers 48, the San Diego Strike Force 10. The Rattlers improved to 2-0 on the season, and here's a fun stat for you. The Arizona Rattlers defense has yet to surrender a single point in the second half of a game in 2022. We are only 2 games into the season, but that's still impressive. Ever since the second half of that game against Duke City, you might even be able to argue kind of the second half of the second quarter, this Arizona Rattlers defense has played phenomenal. Looking over the box score, Drew Powell, 10 for 11, 142 yards and 3 touchdowns. He would also record 23 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. Demery Croft, 3 for 7, 26 yards and a touchdown. Calvin Phillips, 5 rushing attempts, 55 yards, meaning he averaged 11 yards per carry, and he also recorded a rushing touchdown. So solid Rattlers debut for Calvin Phillips. As for the receivers, Braxton Haley, 4 receptions, 62 yards and a touchdown. Isaiah Houston, newcomer to the team, 6 receptions, 54 yards and 2 tutties. And Jamal Miles, 2 receptions, 40 yards, and both a receiving and rushing touchdown. And for anyone wondering about Rashad Ross, he had 3 receptions for 21 yards and like 4 drop passes, including 1 in the end zone. Rough game for him. Good for the Rattlers, but you know, ever since he was a hot shot, I'm a fan of the guy, so I'd kind of like to see him succeed. Looking over the defensive notables, Trayvon Williams, 2 sacks, Trayvon Hill had a sack, Javier Edwards had a sack, as well as Devontae Merriweather, he recorded 2 tackles for loss. And then to give a little bit of attention to Ernesto Lacayo, who last week ended up missing a couple of point afters. He was 6 for 7, so that's better than last week. He'll be fine. I'm not gonna lie to you and pretend that San Diego's one of the best teams in the league, but still seeing that the Arizona Rattlers can just run the score up, still seeing how well that defense can play. There was even a little bit of improvement with the secondary, though like I mentioned earlier, Rashad Ross did have a give me in the end zone that he just dropped. In a game like this, that wouldn't have costed them the game, but it probably would have taken away from the whole shutout the second half thing. All I'm saying is keep an eye on that, because that's usually one of the Rattlers' biggest weaknesses. Other than that, offensive side of the ball, I have no complaints. Powell had a phenomenal game. Calvin Phillips had a great game. The receiving core all stepped up. If I have to force an offensive complaint, Demery Croft looked okay. There's my negativity. Look, the Arizona Rattlers played a phenomenal game. They went out there and beat an opponent they were supposed to beat, and now the Rattlers will take a 2-0 record and some momentum into Duke City next week, hoping to extend that to 3-0. Pretty sure this thing's older than me. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I do apologize for my absence over the last couple of Rattlers games. I've been busy and have not been able to watch the games or cover them. Forgot what I was doing for the Duke City game, but the game on my birthday on the 8th against Vegas, I was at the baseball game. So there's my disclosure there. I'm just going to go ahead and give you the notes, the play-by-play and everything. So without further ado, let's not go ahead and waste your time. Like, subscribe, all that stuff. Let's go ahead and jump right into these 2 games. We'll start off on April 2nd with the 2-0 Rattlers going into Duke City to take on the 0-2 Gladiators. The scoring started off with 2 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the first. Drew Powell finding Isaiah Houston for a 6-yard touchdown, but Ernesto Lacayo's point after failed. It's 6-0 Rattlers. On the very next drive, 13 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Caleb Holbrook finds Jared Elmore for a 9-yard touchdown. The point after is good, and the Duke City Gladiators take their only lead of the night, 7-6. 2 minutes and 2 plays later with 10:46 remaining, Drew Powell finds Jamal Miles for a 9-yard touchdown. That point after is good. Rattlers take the lead right back 13-7. Then about 8 minutes later, with just over 2 minutes to go in the half, Kyrie Woods snags a pass and takes it home 16 yards for a pick 6. Lacayo's point after is good, 20-7 Rattlers. One 6-play, 40-yard drive later with 26 seconds remaining, Caleb Holbrook finds Jared Elmore once again for a touchdown. That point after is good, and Duke City brings themselves to within 1 score of the Rattlers, 20-14. And with just 8 seconds to go in the half, Drew Powell finds Isaiah Houston for a 29-yard touchdown. Though Lakaios' point after is blocked, the Rattlers take a 26-14 lead into halftime. About 3 minutes into the second half, Drew Powell finds Braxton Haley for a 26-yard touchdown. Lakaios' point after is good. The score is 33-14 Rattlers. Skipping ahead to the fourth quarter with 9 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, Holbrook finds Daryl Stonham for a 7-yard touchdown. That point after is good. Score is 33-21. But spoiler alert, those would be the last points Duke City would score in this game. On the very next play, Jamal Miles, a 41-yard kickoff return. Lakaios' point after is good. The Rattlers extend their lead to 40-21. Skip ahead a little over 7 minutes with just over a minute to go in the fourth quarter. Ernesto Lacayo hits a 28-yard field goal, and your final score is 43-21 Rattlers. Taking a look at the individual numbers, Drew Powell had himself another great game. 15 for 18 passing for 167 yards and 4 touchdowns with an additional 20 rushing yards. Calvin Phillips had himself 35 yards on 6 rushing attempts. And taking a look at the receivers, Isaiah Houston, 6 receptions for 74 yards and 2 touchdowns. Braxton Haley had himself 5 receptions for 60 yards and a touchdown. And ASU legend Jamal Miles, 3 receptions, 18 yards, a touchdown, and that kickoff return touchdown. Moving on to the defensive side of the ball, Trayvon Williams had a couple of tackles for loss, one of those being a sack, and Kyrie Woods would have a couple of pass breakups, as well as 2 interceptions, with one of those being a pick 6. And that 2 interception performance against the Duke City Gladiators would be enough to secure Kyrie Woods as Defensive Player of the Week for the second week this season. For context, that was the Rattlers' 3rd game of the year. Now we'll move on to the game on my birthday, April 8th, in Henderson, Nevada, to take on the Vegas Nighthawks. Originally, when the schedule came out, I was planning on going to this game. Sometimes life comes at you fast. Anyway, going into this one, the Rattlers 3-0, the Nighthawks 2-1. Will the Nighthawks be able to dethrone the Rattlers and end their undefeated streak to start the season? No, but I'm pretty sure Vegas fans were hopeful. Well, at the very least for the first 6 minutes or so, because with 9 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, Drew Powell finds Isaiah Houston for a 10-yard touchdown. The point after is good, 7-0 Rattlers. We then move on to the second quarter, and just about 30 seconds in, Drew Powell finds Braxton Haley for a 13-yard touchdown. Lakaios' kick is blocked, but with that touchdown, Powell found Houston and Haley for back-to-back touchdowns in back-to-back weeks. Rattlers get the ball back, and about 5 minutes later, Shannon Brooks, a 1-yard touchdown. Lakaios' kick is good, 20-0 Rattlers. Then about a couple of minutes later, Devontae Merriweather with a 30-yard pick 6. Though the 2-point attempt did fail, Rattlers are up 26-0. I think it's safe to say the Rattlers welcome the Nighthawks into the Indoor Football League. And finally, after an 8-play and almost 6-minute drive with 51 seconds remaining in the half, Vegas gets on the board. It's 26-7. But much like last week, the Arizona Rattlers don't like going into halftime without scoring, so after their opponent scored with under a minute to go, the Rattlers entered back. This time Powell finds Pelletier for a 5-yard touchdown. The kick is good with 7 seconds remaining, and the Rattlers take a 33-7 lead into the half. Then under a minute into the third quarter, Drew Powell finds Shannon Brooks for a 36-yard touchdown. Lakaios' kick is good. It is 40-7 Rattlers. Vegas does answer back about 3 minutes later, scoring their own touchdown. Their kick is good. It is 40-14 Rattlers. Then with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, Drew Powell finds ASU legend Jamal Miles, 13-yard touchdown. The kick is good. 47-14 Arizona. At that point, Drew Powell's night was done. Demery Croft comes in, and under a minute into the fourth quarter, he gets a 2-yard rushing touchdown. The point after is good. 54-14 Arizona. Then after a 12-play, 8-minute drive, Vegas does answer back with just over 5 minutes to go. They score a touchdown, but the kick after is no good. 54-20 Arizona. Little side note, on the 8th, I was actually at the D-backs Padres game, and at this point, I was sitting in the gift shop waiting for them to finish up my Seth Beer jersey, and with about 4 or so minutes to go in the game, that's when I finally remembered these games are on YouTube and started watching the Rattlers game to the end. Speaking of 4 minutes to go, with 4 minutes to go in the game, Demery Croft on his first pass attempt finds Shannon Brooks for a 21-yard touchdown. The point after is no good. 60-20 Arizona. Vegas gets the ball back, and a play or two later, while jumping over the boards and into the crowd in the process, Kyrie Woods intercepts the pass, and the Rattlers get the ball back with somewhere around 2 minutes to go. And then as part of a 2-play, 27-yard drive, Demery Croft on just his second pass attempt finds Jamal Miles for a 26-yard touchdown just to make the blowout even more definitive. The point after is good, and the Arizona Rattlers defeat the Vegas Nighthawks in their first meeting 67-20. Where do you even begin? Drew Powell Powell, another great night, 15 for 21 passing, 175 yards, and 5 touchdowns. And then with Demery Croft taking over for the fourth quarter, he only had 2 pass attempts. Both were touchdowns. He was 2 for 2 with 47 yards, and he also ran a touchdown in himself. Shannon Brooks had a respectable night rushing, 8 attempts, 28 yards, and a touchdown. But on the receiving end of the ball, he had 3 receptions for 67 yards and 2 touchdowns, for a total of 3 touchdowns on the night. As for the rest of the receivers, every receiver in this game caught a touchdown. Troy Pelletier, 5 receptions, 49 yards, and a touchdown. Jamal Miles, 3 receptions, 41 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Isaiah Houston and Braxton Haley both had 3 receptions. Houston 34 yards, Braxton Haley 31 yards, and both had a touchdown. On the defensive end of the ball, there were 4 different players that recorded an interception. Devontae Merriweather with the 1 interception and the 30-yard pick 6. Kyrie Woods, Dylan Winfrey, and Brandon Azell each had an interception. Then Trayvon Williams and Montavious Atkinson each had a tackle for loss. There is nothing else to say about this game except for the fact that the Arizona Rattlers dominated on both sides of the football. So just to summarize, Kyrie Woods is an absolute thief. He's a Defensive Player of the Week twice out of the first 4 games so far for the Rattlers. The Rattlers are 4-0, looking completely unstoppable. Let's see if they can maintain this momentum. But so far, any little problems they had on defense in Week 1, gone. Any rust they had on offense from Week 1, gone. Right now, this team is playing phenomenal football, and I cannot wait to go to my next Rattlers game and just kind of scream and shout for it. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. While I'm still waiting on the custom jersey, a 9th man will have to do. Let's go ahead and talk about that absolute whooping the Rattlers put on the Strike Force back on Friday, because the final score was 66-33. I have no problem spoiling that. Let's go ahead and get into it. The Rattlers get the ball to start, and on the first offensive play of the game, Drew Powell finds Troy Pelletier for a 26-yard touchdown. Ernesto Lacayo makes the kick. It's 7-0 Rattlers, less than 1 minute in. I sure hope you enjoyed that excitement, because that would be the only scoring play in the first quarter. After a nice long drive where San Diego genuinely looked like they can actually score some points, the Rattlers get the ball back towards the end of the quarter, which perfectly set up the running back Shannon Brown for a 19-yard rushing touchdown on the first play of the second quarter, just 12 seconds in. Then on the kickoff, the ball is fumbled and recovered by Ernesto Lacayo. Then on the very next play, 12 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Drew Powell finds Todd Athey for a 15-yard touchdown, plus a successful 2-point conversion. It's 21-0. The Arizona Rattlers, for some reason, then try an onside kick and give the ball to the San Diego Strike Force on the 8-yard line, but San Diego decided not to let a good thing go to waste and cluely finds Arizona Hotshots legend Rashad Ross for an 8-yard touchdown. The score is now 27-7. Then about 4 minutes later, Drew Powell and Shannon Brooks connect for their own 8-yard touchdown, and then in what has to be one of the weirdest plays I've ever seen. So Braxton Haley bobbles a snap and he can't place the ball properly so that way Lacayo can kick it. Then he just kind of ran around for a little bit and threw the ball out of bounds. It was just weird, but kind of hilarious. Anyway, the score is 33-7 Rattlers, and it would stay that way going into the second half. Less than a minute into the second half, Dylan Winfrey picks off the pass and the Rattlers get the ball back. After about a 2-minute drive, Shannon Brooks a 1-yard touchdown. The point after is good. It's 40-7. A couple of minutes later, Cluley finds Rogers for a 35-yard touchdown. Point after is no good. It is 40-13. About 2 minutes later, Shannon Brooks a 5-yard touchdown. The point after is no good, however. 46-13 Rattlers. With 2 minutes to go in the third, after a nice long 6-minute drive, San Diego scores a touchdown. The 2-point conversion is no good, however. 46-19 Rattlers. Enter Demery Croft. Then in the fourth quarter, Arizona and San Diego just traded touchdowns. So with 13-13 remaining, Haley a 23-yard touchdown from Demery Croft. 53-19 Rattlers. San Diego answers back about 2 minutes later, but the 2-point conversion is no good. 53-25. About 4 minutes later, Croft finds Athey for an 11-yard touchdown. The point after kick is blocked. 59-25 Rattlers. With a little over 4 minutes remaining, San Diego does answer back. Once again, the 2-point conversion is no good. 59-33. And then with just under a minute to go, Shannon Brooks a 6-yard touchdown. The point after is good, and your final score is 66-33. Taking Taking a look at the passing, Powell 8 for 15 for 98 yards and 3 touchdowns. Demery Croft 2 for 4. Once again, both of his passes were touchdowns, 34 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Drew Powell would cap off that performance with a rushing touchdown. Speaking of on the ground, Shannon Brooks 105 rushing yards and 4 rushing touchdowns. On top of that, 23 yards on 2 receptions and a receiving touchdown. As for the other receivers, Troy Pelletier 4 receptions, 49 yards and a touchdown. Braxton Haley 2 receptions, 34 yards and a touchdown. And Todd Athey 2 receptions, both of those being touchdowns for 26 yards. On the defensive end of the ball, Kyrie Woods had an interception and 3 pass breakups. Dylan Winfrey had an interception, and Chris McAllister had 1.5 tackles for loss. I really don't have much else to say. The Arizona Rattlers just clearly outplayed an inferior opponent, got the job done. They are now 5-0 on the season with a 66-33 win. Yeah, the Rattlers, 5-0 start. They absolutely destroyed the Strike Force, 66-33. Devontae Merriweather coming off of his Defensive Player of the Week nod. That's the Rattlers' second Defensive Player of the Week. Kyrie Woods won it twice, so that's 3 total awards in the first 5 games. I got no complaints, except for maybe Ernesto Lacayo because he keeps missing kicks. But you know what? If the offense still keeps playing the way it does, and the defense still keeps playing the way they do, Lacayo can still miss like half of his kicks, and the team will be just fine. Let's go ahead and talk some Arizona Rattlers football. And yes, they finally had hats back in stock. Go ahead and talk about the Arizona Rattlers. They have lost 2 of their last 3 games, and I have been to all 3 of those. And if a couple of little things would have been different, they very realistically could have won both of those games, or at the very least one of them. Let's go ahead and start off with the game at Tucson on May 7th. Actually, funny story. I was looking at the tickets. I wanted to sit closer. I'm like, okay, I'll pay for the tickets. I'll go ahead and go down to Tucson. Then the day I got paid, there was a Mother's Day sale, and I got 2 tickets, 2 rows off the floor for $40. It's actually rounding up after ticket fees. Phenomenal deal, thank you guys. Game starts off with the Drew Powell 5-yard touchdown, 7-0 Rattlers. The Sugar Skulls do respond, however. Pretty back and forth game to start off, 14-all in the first quarter. Then Braxton Haley gets a 4-yard rushing touchdown. The Ernesto Lacayo kick is blocked. I look right at my wife and say that's why I shouldn't be allowed to bet on Arizona sports events, because before the kick, I'm like, okay, he's due to miss one. He didn't miss it, but it was blocked. It was no good. Tucson on the kickoff returns it for a touchdown. Their point after is good. The lead is 21-20 Tucson. About 4 minutes into the second, Jamal Miles scores on a 4-yard rushing touchdown. The kick after is also no good there. 26-21 Rattlers. Both teams would keep going back and forth for the most part, but it's right around this point when the Arizona Rattlers offense kind of starts to stall. They had a couple of bad drives. Tucson took full advantage because in this particular game, Arizona's defense was just non-existent. They borderline could not stop Tucson whatsoever, and your halftime score was 42-32 Tucson. Arizona then gets outscored 13-8 in the third quarter. They do outscore Tucson 23-19 in that final frame, but it was not good enough in the Arizona Rattlers. It only took 3 seasons, but finally another Arizona team beats them, so I can no longer hold that over Tucson's head, and Tucson takes this victory 74-63. And it really just, it comes down to this for that Tucson game. The defense just was not good. It was not a good game for them. Tucson showed up to play. They played a very good game. Arizona's offense, it's unrealistic to expect them to never stall out, but they had a couple of key plays, key drives, where it just stalled. They couldn't get the job done, and Tucson took full advantage. So seriously, full credit there. A couple of small things to work on for Arizona, obviously. That defense isn't exactly a small issue there, but it was one game. They only had a couple of games up to that point where they really had any sort of defensive struggles. Minus one offensive play where Drew Powell just had no idea where to bring the ball. I think it was towards the end of that first half. He actually had a pretty solid game, 16 for 28 throwing, 203 yards, and 3 touchdowns to back it up, with another 4 rushing touchdowns. Drew Powell pretty much carries the offense, even whenever they struggle. Minus a couple of tackles for loss going to Merriweather and Chris McAllister. There were no other defensive notables, just kind of further showing the defense really didn't do a whole lot in that game. Moving on to a week later, May 14th, I actually missed the first quarter. We were just late getting down there. It was the rematch of the 2021 United Bowl, the Arizona Rattlers taking on the Massachusetts Pirates. Only the second time the Massachusetts Pirates had to come into the snake pit, and Arizona just the entire game outplayed them. There was only one quarter in which the Arizona Rattlers were outscored by Massachusetts. It was the third quarter, and they were outscored by 2, 9-7. Powell got them started off about 4 minutes in with a 1-yard rushing touchdown. Massachusetts answers back with a field goal, and then Arizona just ran with it. At half, the Arizona Rattlers were leading 45-20. Massachusetts would score just 9 more points after that, all coming in the third quarter, and the Rattlers finished this one off 59-29. Great bounce back win. They had a poor defensive effort against Tucson. They had a much better defensive effort there against Massachusetts. Both Brandon Azell and Dylan Winfrey each had interceptions, and there were 2 total sacks, with one of those going to Chris McAllister. Drew Powell, 10 for 17, 103 yards, had only 1 passing touchdown, but 2 rushing touchdowns and 47 yards. Pretty solid night for him. Emery Croft goes 1 for 1 on a 22-yard touchdown. I'll take that any day, I guess. And then Braxton Haley led the way, 5 receptions, 51 yards, both a rushing and a receiving touchdown. Jamal Miles, 3 receptions, 38 yards. Isaiah Houston had 2 receptions, 26 yards, and a touchdown. Solid offensive night. The defense came to play. It was 1 bad defensive game. Arizona's right back on track. Then last night at the Footprint Center, hosting the 6-2 Frisco Fighters, #1 in the East. My wife asked why they're in the Eastern Conference. That's primarily because all the teams are in Arizona in the West. Other than the Tucson Sugar Skulls a couple of weeks ago, the other team that gave the Rattlers any sort of trouble was the Frisco Fighters, and I said during that report, they're not a bad team. Well, they were #1 in the East. It was a battle for #1. Let's just say both teams exit this one 7-2. Just under 5 minutes into the game, Frisco starts off with a touchdown at 7-0, followed by 3 consecutive Rattlers touchdowns, and it looks like the Rattlers are going to run away with it. It's 21-7. But then, because of some pretty solid defense by Frisco, and on top of that, the Rattlers just, I have no idea how to better word it than the Rattlers just did not keep their foot on the gas pedal. They lit Frisco right back into it. A couple of solid touchdowns. It's 21-all, followed by Ernesto Lacayo with a 25-yard field goal. It's 24-21. And then this weird series of events where I want to say it was 3 consecutive icing the kickers where he missed all of them. He actually ended up missing 4 consecutive field goals. The Arizona Rattlers take a 3-point lead into the second half. For Frisco, it doesn't matter by what degree, just kinda outplayed them. Rattlers outscore Frisco 14-6 in that third quarter, but once you hit that fourth quarter, Frisco outscored Arizona 21-7, and by the time that last touchdown went in for the Arizona Rattlers, I knew the game was over. So with just over 3 minutes left in the game, Drew Powell a rushing touchdown, and Ernesto Lacayo's point after is good. It's 45-40 Arizona, and I just, the second I saw that touchdown get scored, I look up, see how much time is left, I knew the game was over. It was just a very poor final defensive drive is the best way to say it, but it didn't start off that way. So Famatu actually had, there was a lot of jawing going back and forth. You can tell both these teams just did not care very much for each other. Then Famatu records a rather substantial tackle for loss, so it's a rushing play, just nothing doing. They lose about 5 or so yards. I'm like, okay, maybe they got this. Maybe they're going to pull it off. The very next play was like a 12-yard gain for Frisco, and my next thought there was just let them score. If Arizona at that point just let Frisco score, there'd be about, what, a minute and a half, just over a minute left in the game. That's plenty of time for this offense to make it down the field, get the game-winning touchdown, or even go for a field goal. That's not what they did, and just, it really frustrates me because TJ Edwards, the former backup quarterback for the Rattlers, everyone in Arizona knows that nothing against him. He is not the best thrower. He is much better as a rushing passer, and it's just rushing play, gaining more yards, eating down the clock. And on this final play, there's about 4 seconds left after the play's over, so 7 seconds going into it, and instead of having that extra guy right there on the goal line to anticipate the run and try to stop Edwards, he just kind of walks in there. There was no coverage. It was just a complete broken play. There was 4 seconds left at that point. It's 48-45 Frisco. I walked out of the arena at that point. I don't care what the final play was. It's just that last defensive drive. When you get that big first tackle, that big first stop, Kevin Guy was talking about it a little bit after the game where they just did not complete their tackles. It was a poor overall defensive showing because they just kind of collapsed defensively. Nothing wrong offensively. The defense is not trash itself or anything, but they're especially down that stretch. The defense just did not hold up. And Frisco, they're a very good team. They took full advantage of it. It was a very good game. I have no complaints on the offensive side of the ball. I only have some complaints towards whether it's play calling, whether it's the defense starting to break down a little bit in the second half, which was their biggest strength in the first handful of games where they gave up a total of 7 points in the second half of the first 3 games. That was a ridiculous thing that was not sustainable, obviously. But when I look at a game like last night, that was a very winnable game. And while it sounds stupid on the surface of it to just let your opponent score, you have that extra minute, you'll have more time. You don't have to go for a last-ditch play or a really stupidly long field goal. You can just have a minute to get yourself down the field. They just simply didn't do that, and Frisco walks away with this one. Arizona Rattlers drop 2 out of 3. And the next matchup is next week on Sunday against the Bay Area Panthers, and then go to the Bay Area Panthers the very next game. I want to say it's at the SAP Center where the San Jose Sharks play. Of course, I had to mention hockey. What do you take me for? Anyway, I'm definitely disappointed disappointed by the losses in Tucson because obviously I would have liked to keep the whole Arizona teams can't beat the Rattlers thing going, but that was always going to end eventually. And I'm definitely frustrated by the loss last night, but hopefully stuff like this kind of gives Arizona more to game plan for, kind of be mindful of, because obviously they've been the title favorites both of the last 2 seasons, and hopefully with things, a couple other contenders showing up, that'll kind of give Arizona more than enough whatever they need to get over the hump. That and the fact that the championship cannot take place in Arizona again, the Arizona Rattlers can only win on the road for some reason. There's just a couple of things to be mindful of, primarily that defense and how, especially later on in games, they're starting to give up crucial points. So yeah, the Arizona Rattlers fall to 7-2. They are still number 1 in the West, but Frisco, well, if they weren't on the map before, they're definitely on the map right now. So after that disappointing loss at home against Frisco a few weeks ago, the Arizona Rattlers have gotten right back on track with a couple back-to-back wins against the Bay Area Panthers, the return of their star wide receiver from last season, as well as a record broken. Let's go ahead and talk about that real quick. We'll start off with the last home game on May 29th, where the Rattlers hosted the Bay Area Panthers in a relatively low-scoring game for Rattlers standards, where they won 38-23, outscoring Bay Area in all 4 quarters. I'm sure all 6,800 fans were very entertained throughout. Drew Powell himself went 14 for 23 with 157 yards and 2 touchdowns, as well as a couple of rushing touchdowns. Shannon Brooks, 24 rushing yards, and Jamal Mile and Braxton Haley each with receiving touchdowns. But what we really need to talk about is the last game at Bay Area on June 5th, just a couple of days ago, where the Arizona Rattlers absolutely destroyed Bay Area, leading 20-0 after the first quarter and 55-14 after the first half. As for that returning receiver, I actually knew about this about a week or so before they announced it, because my wife said Jared Harrington put it up on his Instagram page, where he was not only practicing with the team, but he had already signed an extension. He had re-signed with the team. Jared Harrington made his season debut after having a season-ending injury in the playoffs last year. He had 1 reception for a 24-yard touchdown, so good to see him back. Hopefully this week he'll have a bigger role. Anyway, the Rattlers end up winning this game by a final score of 83-21. Now, I've seen the Arizona Rattlers throw up 80 points before. In 2019, the first year I really started getting back into arena football, they beat Cedar Rapids 81-37 and then went into San Diego later on in the season for an 84-63 victory. So obviously I've seen them throw up big points before. This was the largest margin of victory in Arizona Rattlers franchise history, winning by a whopping 62 points. That is ridiculous. I do not see that record getting broken anytime soon. But an offense like the one the Rattlers have had for the last couple of years, if anyone was going to do it, it was going to be them. On top of that, the defense, having back-to-back games where they played pretty well, giving up 23 and 21 points in the last couple of games. While I'm here, I'll also go ahead and just point out some offensive notables. Drew Powell, a perfect 10 for 10, 170 yards, 4 touchdowns for him. Demery Croft comes in later, 5 for 7, 68 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Shannon Brooks, the running back, he rushed for 50 yards and 5 rushing touchdowns. Of course, Jared Harrington, 1 reception, 24 yards, and a touchdown. But Braxton Haley, who's actually been having a very good season so far, 3 receptions, 75 receiving yards, and 2 receiving touchdowns for him. Jamal Miles, 4 receptions, 66 yards, and a touchdown. Just a very good offensive night. Also a pretty solid defensive night. Dylan Winfrey had a couple of pass breakups as well as 2 interceptions. Trey Williams had a forced fumble, 2.5 tackles for loss, as well as a sack. Pretty good night for him. And Kyrie Woods also broke up 3 passes with 2 more sacks on the Rattlers. Now for context, Bay Area went into both these matchups with just 1 win on the season. However, the Arizona Rattlers get a couple of back-to-back wins. They're right back on track, a 9-2 record. Let's see if they can keep it up. Hopefully they'll be able to. But Jared Harrington's back. They just broke a franchise record. Drew Powell had a couple of really good games. Go ahead and just ride this wave, boys. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk just a little bit of indoor football, because since the 3rd and final indoor football league team in Arizona was established, this has yet to happen once. But officially, all 3 of the teams are in the playoffs. The last time that all Arizona Indoor Football League teams were in the playoffs was back in 2019, when the Arizona Rattlers went 14-0 and the Sugar Skulls had a surprisingly solid expansion season. But anyway, let's go ahead and just talk about this real quick. So, the Tucson Sugar Skulls, despite losing last night to Arizona, did end up clinching a playoff spot. They are 7-6 and 3rd overall in the Western Conference. I do believe playoff formats are the top 4 teams in each conference, considering the fact that Vegas is going to keep losing, and San Diego and Bay Bay Area are just objectively terrible, kind of makes sense that Tucson would actually make their way into the playoffs despite the fact that they're just having a decent season overall. Then in second place, the Arizona Rattlers with an 11-3 record, and I never made a video about it separately, but I'll go ahead and just say it here. The meme is officially dead because both the Tucson Sugar Skulls and Northern Arizona Wranglers have officially defeated the Arizona Rattlers. They were both on the road, so at the very least, the Rattlers are still undefeated at home against them, but those franchises have finally beaten the bigger brother. The Rattlers actually clinched their playoff spot back after their loss in Northern Arizona. They're just kind of rubbing it in at this point. Having won back-to-back games, they're starting to get back on track. Last night's game, not gonna lie, kind of boring because it never really felt competitive, so at the very least, the Arizona Rattlers are back. But let's talk very briefly about the Northern Arizona Wranglers. They're 11-2. They are on an 8-game winning streak. They started off the season losing in Vegas 22-9, and I'm like, yep, sounds about right. Northern Arizona sucked last year, probably gonna suck again this year. Then they won 3 consecutive at home, first against Bay Area, then San Diego, then Vegas. I'm thinking, okay, they're beating up on some pretty bad teams, but good for them. They have a winning record. They go into Tucson and lose 72-62, bringing it back down to a 3-2 record. Okay, they're coming back down to earth. They're probably going to be a mediocre team. Nope. They have won 8 consecutive games now, and their next game is next weekend in the Snake Pit against the Arizona Rattlers, so the Rattlers can go ahead and push for a little bit of a revenge game right there to go ahead and get Northern Arizona back for beating them earlier on in the season. But 8 consecutive wins, beating Tucson twice, beating Arizona, Bay Area, Vegas, San Diego, and even Duke City in their most recent win. Duke City, pretty solid team. Honestly, I think the Northern Arizona Wranglers are going to make for a pretty solid playoff opponent this season, and I really want to see a Wranglers-Rattlers game. So this game coming up this weekend could very much be the prequel to the playoff matchup that could send one of these teams to the United Bowl. Well, apparently it's not called the United Bowl anymore, but I forgot what the new name is, so we're going to go ahead and just call it the United Bowl anyway, because why not? Have a little bit of fun, guys. But yeah, the Arizona Wranglers are 11-2, the best record by far in their 2-year history. They're sitting at the top of the Western Conference, and they are looking like they could potentially actually give one of these teams a run. The only reason I'm not outright dismissing them is because they still managed to beat the Rattlers, and the Rattlers were in first place when the Northern Arizona Wranglers beat them. So at the very least, while the vast majority of the Wranglers' schedule has been easy, they have managed to beat a couple of good teams. All I know is right now I'm kind of feeling like I'm going to get a little more into it because as we're getting into playoff season in indoor football, things are starting to heat up a little bit. And all the heat is coming from the desert because putting 3 teams in the desert means we're getting 3 playoff teams right now because Arizona is the California of the indoor football league. Anyway, go Rattlers. Of course, despite the fact that I paid for season tickets, I would be unavailable to go to the last couple of games of the season. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Rattlers. So, just a handful of hours ago, they finished their last game of the 2022 season, hosting the Vegas Nighthawks and beating them 49-31. So the Rattlers have actually had a pretty interesting season. They start off red hot, they go through a little bit of a rough patch, losing 2 out of 3. They actually lose to both Northern Arizona as well as Tucson on the road, of course, so they still haven't lost to either of those opponents in the Snake Pit. But after that loss against Northern Arizona, they actually lost the #1 overall seed in the West, and then they would finish strong with 4 consecutive wins to end the season, including one at home against Northern Arizona, and they have now officially clinched #1 in the West. And I am also going to assume that this year they brought back the #1 team getting a first round bye because the Arizona Rattlers have officially clinched home field for round 2. That's a hell of a way to end the season. You actually have a little bit of struggle, just a tiny little bit towards the middle of the season, and they're like, hey, wait, we're the Arizona Rattlers, we're just going to kind of barrel through you and get the #1 overall seed back. Honestly, with how well this team played to end the season as well as to start the season, they have all the pieces. They have every single thing they need to go ahead and make a run, and on top of that, the most important part, this is the first year that it used to be called the United Bowl, it's called something else this year. It's going to be taking place in Vegas, well, technically in Henderson, because I think the arena is in Henderson specifically, but it's going to be taking place in Vegas, so they're actually not going to have the ability to play the championship game at home anymore, and considering the fact that every single championship game I've been to, there was one in Glendale a handful of years back, they lost that one. There was, I think, a second one in Glendale as well as the one in the Footprint Center last year because they lost back-to-back championship games. They can't do that this time. The Arizona Rattlers seem to only be able to win championships while they're on the road, so that actually might do them some good. They win playoff games just fine in the Snake Pit, it's just a championship game. So, they have everything they need. They have last year's Indoor Football League MVP, Drew Powell, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. You finally got Jared Harrington back over the last couple of weeks. The receiving core is looking pretty good. I know Braxton Haley out of nowhere just I know he was good last year, but he's kind of just been ridiculously good this year, to the point where Jamal Miles, he was actually able to just elect to not play. It was a couple of games early on in the season because the Rattlers had too many players in the roster. He was like, yeah, I'll take this one off. Jamal Miles, love the dude. He is absolutely integral to the team. He is now probably the third best receiver on the team. That just shows you how good this team is looking right now. On top of that, the defense, pretty solid as well. Harry Woods started off the season hot. I think he had 3 or 4 total Defensive Player of the Week awards. On top of that, Dylan Winfrey, I don't even need to say anything else about him. This team has all the pieces. I'm not going to say anything else. I've learned over the last 2 years of covering and following this team closely and just getting super invested, like, yes, this is the year that I am just going to gracefully prepare for the playoffs and just watch it and see what happens. So your number 1 seeded Arizona Rattlers are going to the playoffs. On top of that, the Tucson Sugar Skulls and Northern Arizona Wranglers, they're also going to be there. So maybe in the second round, the Rattlers end up facing off with one of them. I will definitely be doing some playoff coverage. Anyway, the Rattlers bounced back from a little bit of mid to late season struggles. They clinched number 1 in the West. They're going to the playoffs. Looks like they're getting a number 1 bye. Pretty good night so far. Best of luck in the playoffs, boys. Been a couple of days. I figured I wouldn't still be mad about it. Nah, still pretty upset by it. Still rather perturbed because, wow, the Arizona Rattlers just blew another one. They blew another game at home, another playoff game at home. At the very least, this time I did not get my hopes up, and it didn't go all the way until the championship game, the United Bowl, or whatever it's called this year. Don't care. Look, before I get started, a couple of disclosures, all right? Northern Arizona, they did not give up. They played very well. They earned it. They're going to win the championship. I had them winning the championship. This is one of the weirdest year 1 basement to year 2 contenders I've ever seen. Congratulations. They're doing it the right way. I don't know how, but they're doing it. Number 2, I am going to criticize a couple of calls. I'm going to criticize the officiating just a little bit because I do feel it did play a factor. That being said, number 3, the Arizona Rattlers just completely choked once again, and it's their fault. I don't care if there was a couple of bad calls. I do care, but like that wasn't the deciding factor. The Arizona Rattlers decided to collapse at the worst possible time. That was a deciding factor. And what's one thing I've complained about before? Not just letting the opponent score earlier on to give you more time offensively. Remember that little thing? It was a factor in Saturday's loss. So with all that out of the way, I had all the notes on my phone. All right, I was taking notes as I went along. The Rattlers were up by 2 scores at half. Just so that way I can use my notes. 38-24 specifically is the lead the Arizona Rattlers had at halftime. Really, for me, it all begins in the second half. So for whatever reason, the Rattlers can't just stick to a decent game plan and not take really stupid risks. The first pass of the second half, the first play of the third quarter, Drew Powell interception. Go back down to the other end. There was a really solid play. Dylan Winfrey, I want to give him credit there, swatted the ball away, and it did end up saving a touchdown for about 30 seconds. I think on the next play, the Northern Arizona scored anyway. Both teams exchanged touchdowns. At that point, it's 45-38 going into the fourth quarter. Arizona has to settle for a field goal. Missed! Ernesto Lacayo missing point afters, missing field goals. It was probably going to hurt the Arizona Rattlers, all right? Northern Arizona scores, a little under 5 minutes left. The Rattlers just have to wind down time and score one more time. Like 2 plays later, it's a pretty good pass. Drew Powell to Braxton Haley, about a 20 or so yard touchdown right there. And with 3 minutes and 47 seconds remaining, it is 51-45 because here is the use your own expletives, but this is what happened. So I don't know what the call was. Everyone would not shut up, and the mics are terrible in that arena, so you couldn't hear what the referee was saying. But the kick is good, but it wasn't actually, and Lacayo is down because he was hit after the fact or during the fact, and then they have to go for a re-kick. Well, with their kicker being out, they decide to go for a 2-point conversion, call a really stupid play. It's no good. So now they only are up by 6 points with right around 3.5 minutes to go. What could possibly go wrong? On the next kickoff, Lacayo comes back into the game. Good to see that he's not injured long term. He kicks it. The Arizona Wranglers player, the Northern Arizona Wranglers player that catches it, he catches it first, and then he steps out of bounds. And for whatever reason, the referees, this is what I'm talking about, the one thing that I really want to criticize with the refs, all right? This is that moment. The referees called that like it was kicked out of bounds, and they put the ball at the center field, the 25-yard line. Kevin Guy is angry. I do not know why they weren't allowed to challenge that. No idea. Do not really care. He gets another 5-yard penalty. I'm looking at like, okay, right around that, it winded down to about 3 minutes. Just let Northern Arizona score, they will go up by 1 point, give yourself about a minute and a half to work with, kick the field goal, or go for the game-winning touchdown. Well, the Rattlers, and I've seen this before. I've seen it at United Bowl, seen it in the playoffs, seen it in the regular season, and I had the same complaint every single time because for whatever reason, instead of just using it as a strategic way to give yourself more time on a final possession, they're like, no, we can stop them. You can't! This defense cannot stop anything when they need to. Late in games, the Arizona Rattlers defense, 3 times in the last 3 years has managed to hold on to it? No. This is not the Arizona Rattlers defense that allowed no points in the second half of the first 3 or so games of the season. This is the late season playoffs Arizona Rattlers defense where they couldn't stop anything. But anyway, they're trying, okay, we stopped you here, stopped you here. When did this touchdown? 45 seconds remain. 45 seconds remain in the game. Northern Arizona finally scores their touchdown like we knew they were going to, and oh look, you have less than a minute to go the entire field, which is possible. We've seen it before. It was actually done earlier on in that fourth quarter, the second play when they got the ball back. It's been done. Problem is, they seem to not be able to do that when they're down very late in games, and the Wranglers to that point had gotten so much momentum back that it would have taken the Rattlers bringing their A game to win, and I saw a C game out there because that entire possession was just a mess of poor passing decisions, incomplete passes, and then with 5 seconds left, interception in the end zone. Congratulations, Arizona Rattlers. Once again, you collapsed at home. Had the lead. This team has the skill, all right? I've never said the team doesn't have the skill. I'm still obviously a fan. I'm just wearing a Hot Shots jersey as a way to show some sort of frustration right now. But they have the skill. They have the personnel. They have an MVP, the reigning MVP of the league as their quarterback, and they couldn't get it done. They lose at home again. 3 consecutive years. And I think 2018 was the year before I started watching 2019. I started going to the game. So 2018, I think they lost that year too in the same fashion. So that's 4 years in a row of depressing losses at home, all in the playoffs, twice in the championship. Wow. I remember going into this season, I'm like, look, with how good this team has been, how they've managed to keep themselves in games, how they've managed to go to the championship 2 years in a row. Both those games were decided by 3 points, by the way. They're both decided by field goals. I'm like, look, if they can win the championship this year, live up to that potential, we can potentially have a conversation about the dynasty that never was because they were so close so many times. This year, they're like, let's not even get out of the conference finals. Like I said, credit to the Wranglers. Like I said, my one complaint about that officiating didn't change the game because the Arizona Rattlers, even with that call, it was still in the... If you let them score within a minute from that point, you have about, 2:35 remaining to hold on to the ball, wait as long as possible and score, and then Northern Arizona has to travel the entire floor in 40 seconds. It would have been reversed and the Rattlers probably win it. And that's what frustrates me because the Rattlers will dominate in the regular season. They dominated the first round of the playoffs. The one game I didn't get to go to this year, the first playoff game I haven't got to go to in 3 years, they dominated that. It was boring. I was watching along on YouTube. I turned it off after a while because it was not competitive. All right, they played Duke City. Duke City did not score an entire point after the first quarter. They had 14 points all game. I've seen this team dominate. They do this thing in the regular season where they will dominate their opponents. They will look like a championship contender. This team should win the championship. And then when it comes down to it, when the chips are down, and we noticed it in that first loss of the season, I think it was against, was it Duke City? Whoever that first loss was against, I was actually pretty livid about because I'm sitting there watching my team collapse in front of me. You get more of that in the playoffs. You get that. You don't get the dominant Rattlers. You don't get the Rattlers that do not let off the gas pedal and they just keep going, keep scoring. They're not turning the ball over very much. Their defense is being able to shut down here or there. So whenever you have any sort of collapse or bending in the fourth quarter, you're up by 3 scores. Nothing is going to happen to you if you score 1 time. I know it's a meme, but I don't care. I lost interest halfway through this season. That's why I didn't keep going to games second half of the season. I think I went to 1 game. That's the reason why I'm not going to renew my season tickets because I'm like, look, it's boring. The only time that Rattlers football really feels meaningful is in the playoffs, and even then, with this high standard they keep setting in the regular season, And then with how disappointing they constantly are in the playoffs, I don't know. It's like, I like the team. I'm going to keep cheering for the team. I'm going to keep watching the team. Going to keep taking notes for the team. Going to keep trying to cover the team. I don't know if I care to drive all the way down to Phoenix, pay $15 to park, and then watch either a boring non-competitive game or my team dominate for the first half and collapse. I don't know, man. I'm done. I'm just done. See you next season. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and it's about that time for me to start talking about the Arizona Rattlers. What is this, their 30th year? They're calling it Decades of Dominance? I like it. I mean, they are the winningest Arizona sports franchise. So let's go ahead and take a look at all the players they've signed since September. Yeah, I know, I like to wait to the last minute to really get a preview of what the 2023 Arizona Rattlers will look like. We'll start it off on September 20th, where they brought back a couple of players. First and foremost, Arizona native wide receiver Isaiah Houston, who kind of came out of nowhere for me last year to be one of the most reliable receivers, and for whatever reason, the Rattlers have a history of doing that. Every year or so, a random guy on the team is just, I'm your number one receiver now. 31 receptions, 311 receiving yards for him last year, and 6 total touchdowns. The Arizona native, getting it done. It's also good to see more Arizona boys in the team. They also brought back defensive back from Arizona State, mind you, Jacoby Taylor. He played 5 games last year for the Rattlers. He's coming back for year 2. I mean, he had 16 and a half total tackles. Not bad. We'll have to wait and see how he plays this season, but it should be pretty good. Next up, on October 3rd, they brought back the man, the myth, the legend himself, Arizona State kid, Jamal Miles. He's been with the Rattlers for what, 5 seasons now? Yep, this will be his 5th season. He joined the Rattlers back in 2017, helping them win the United Bowl in their first year in the IFL, and he's been a consistent presence on the team since. I mean, last year he led the IFL in 2 separate categories. All-purpose yards was 2019, and kickoff return touchdowns with 4. He's a beast. I like Jamal. It's good to have that consistency. Good to see him back. I got no complaints there. The next day on October 4th, they bring back 2 more players. Both of them were offensive linemen, JJ Coleman and Eric Magwood. It's good to have more consistency. The offensive line is usually pretty good for the Rattlers, so no complaints there. And the next day on October 5th, they would re-sign wide receiver Braxton Haley. Haley was a beast last year. There's no way around it. There's no other way to say it. Braxton Haley was an absolute animal last season. He was 3rd in the league with 66 receptions, 3rd with 21 touchdowns, and 1st overall in receiving yards for just over 1,000. I want to say 1,030 to be exact. In just his 2nd year with the Rattlers, he was awarded all IFL first team honors. Having Haley, Houston, and Miles all back for this season, at the very least the receiving core, your top 3 receivers, that's looking really solid. Then on October 11th, they bring back a couple of guys in the defensive end, and I'm pretty happy to see both these guys coming back. Defensive back Dylan Winfrey and defensive back Devontae Merriweather. Winfrey was the 2021 Defensive Player of the Year. He has been phenomenal for the Rattlers for quite a while. In fact, this will be his 6th season with the Rattlers. And Devontae Merriweather is coming back for his 5th season as a Rattler. I know he came back, I think, halfway through the season last year, and he was the 2019 Defensive Player of the Year. These guys are still really good. It's good to have them as the core of that defense. I have no complaints there, once again. Then on the 20th, they bring back a couple of guys for the defensive line, Chris Terrell and Theo Majette. Theo Majette, look, I'm terrible with names, and I've never heard the announcer say his name. I do apologize. Both are returning for their 2nd years. Having consistency is good. No complaints. Later on that same day, the Arizona Rattlers they engaged in a trade. So the Rattlers traded their backup quarterback Demry Croft to the San Diego Strike Force in exchange for their quarterback Jose Reyna. Last year was Reyna's rookie campaign. He started in 8 games for San Diego. It wasn't a good team, mind you, but he still made a pretty big impact as he threw for a league best 163 yards per game. He also had 28 touchdowns and just 4 interceptions. As of right now, they've still yet to re-sign Drew Powell. I'm going to assume they're going to move on from him, or Drew Powell's moving on from the organization, either or. So bringing in a young quarterback that had a really good half of a season last year for his rookie season, that's not bad. Like I said, I have no idea if he's supposed to be the starter or not, but you're coming in after a guy that has back-to-back IFL MVPs. The very least you could do is bring in a really talented rookie quarterback. Well, 2nd-year quarterback now. Then on November 10th, they make a couple of additions, both in the offensive line, one coming from the Iowa Barnstormers and one coming from college. Cole Carter played for the Iowa Barnstormers last season. This will be his 2nd year in the IFL. He is now on the Rattlers. And Arthur Randall III will be joining the Arizona Rattlers, though he did technically play last year for the Sioux Falls Storm. He only played in 1 game. So while it is technically his 2nd season in the IFL, it's pretty much his 1st. On November 13th, they'd bring back 2 more players, offensive lineman Brandon Smith and wide receiver Josh Lanier. It'll be Smith's 2nd season with the Rattlers, 3rd in the IFL. It will also be Lanier's 2nd season with the Rattlers. Finally, on December 14th, the Arizona Rattlers brought in a brand new kicker. Ernesto Lacayo, as good as he was for a couple of years, last year he just was kind of consistently inconsistent, and there needed to be a change at the kicking position. There were a couple of games where the Rattlers could not rely upon field goals, and they absolutely had to make some plays they probably shouldn't have had to make because they couldn't trust Lacayo. Now, where Lacayo was probably the best available kicker at the time the Rattlers acquired him, this new kicker is probably the exact same thing. Defending IFL champion with the Northern Arizona Wranglers last season, kicker Craig Peterson. A fun fact about him, over the last 4 seasons, he has won 3 championships in multiple different leagues. The Rattlers sure want that IFL championship this year, don't they? I mean, look, I'm gonna be completely honest here. A couple of the additions, it makes me pretty excited. But I still do want to see how the rest of the team looks, because from what I can tell, this is not the entire roster, but it is a good majority, so I'm interested to see kind of who else they add between now and the start of the season. One last little thing happened back in November, didn't really fit in with the players, but it is a coaching change. Added 2 coaches. Saya Burley is now going to be the assistant coach with the Arizona Rattlers. Fun fact about Burley, he used to play for the Arizona Rattlers back in the day. And Kevin Ashak is now going to be the offensive line coach. But he was also part of the 2017 championship Arizona Rattlers team, so you know what? Bring him in. I'll take a couple of extra guys with some championship experience and mindset. He's also an Arizona native. He's checking every single box. He played for the Rattlers. He's coaching in Arizona. He's from Arizona. He's now coaching for the Rattlers. I love this guy. I don't know him, but I love this guy. So anyway, there you go. That's all the additions and changes the Arizona Rattlers have made in the offseason thus far. I'm pretty optimistic. It should be a good season. Then again, every single season since I've been watching them back in 2019 has been a really good season. They just kind of have disappointing endings. But you know what? That was then. This is now. 2023 season is going to be full of optimism. We'll have to wait and see through the first 10 games. Because honestly, the Rattlers always get off to hot starts. They always look good at the start of the season. Last year, they were about mediocre for the first 3, 4, 5 games, but regardless, still playing pretty well. But you know what? 10 games is when I'm going to judge. But still pretty optimistic. Let's go Rattlers. Alright, day late, dollar short, not going to waste any more time. I got 3 Rattlers videos to do today. We'll start off with the Week 1 matchup on March 17th, where the Arizona Rattlers headed into, I don't know, is it Idaho? I have no idea, I don't really care. To take on the Quad City Steamwheelers. Fine, I'll look it up. Iowa and Illinois, so I was definitely not in the right vicinity. The attendance was 5,000, so more than the Arizona Coyotes, and I only got to watch a little bit of the game. I was actually heading down to Tucson to watch the Roadrunners because Josh Doe made his debut. But I did watch a little bit while I was on my way down there. Fun fact, I actually didn't realize this, but Drew Powell is back as the quarterback for your Arizona Rattlers, and despite the fact that I was actively checking the website multiple times throughout the offseason just to get confirmation of what was going on with the quarterback position, never saw him re-sign him. I have no idea if multi-year contracts exist in the IFL. I know the WNBA just got those, but apparently he's back at quarterback, and let's go ahead and get into this game. About 2.5 minutes into the game, the Rattlers start the scoring off. Drew Powell finds Jamal Miles for a 26-yard touchdown. It's 7-0 Rattlers. About 3 minutes later, Quad City answers back, but they miss their field goal, so it is a 7-6 score. A little under a minute into the second quarter, Drew Powell finds Isaiah Scott for a touchdown, but they missed the point after, so at that point it is 13-6. About 6 minutes later, Quad City answers back, also missing a kick, so it is 13-12. It's a 1-point game, and for whatever reason, kickers couldn't hit their kick. Or there was just a lot of kicks being blocked. It just says kick failed. 3 minutes later, Drew Powell punches it into the end zone. The Rattlers take the lead, and I'm going to assume there was some sort of other scoring happening here, because at this point it says it was 19-18, so I'm just going to blindly accept that, and also point after failed. With just under 90 seconds to go in the first half, former Rattler Jared Harrington catches a touchdown pass, giving Quad City the lead 24-19, and watching the game was actually the reason I found out Harrington was no longer on the Rattlers. Obviously I knew I hadn't seen a signing or anything, but I did not see any news that he had signed in Quad City, so there you go. One of my favorite players on the team a couple of years back no longer plays for him. Though at the very least, it does seem like he has healed from that injury. Anyway, 12 seconds to go, Braxton Haley catches a pass from Drew Powell, and the Rattlers take a 2-point lead, 26-24. Time expiring, Quad City hits a field goal, and they take a 1-point lead, 27-26 heading into the second half. To start off the second half, Quad City scores, extending their lead to 33-26, but the Rattlers would not be silenced, because within 2.5 minutes, Drew Powell finds Braxton Haley for a 31-yard touchdown. We're tied at 33. Rattlers get the ball back, and with about 2 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. They take the lead back with a field goal. It is 36-33. Very short-lived because 90 seconds later, Quad City answers back, retaking the lead 40-36. Heading into the fourth quarter, the Rattlers get the ball back, and Dylan Winfrey, a 51-yard kickoff return. The Rattlers take the lead right back 43-40. 2 minutes later, Jared Harrington, another touchdown. It's good to see him succeeding. I just wish he was playing for the other team. That field goal is blocked, so the lead is just 3, 46-43. That kick is not only blocked, by the way, it actually goes back the other direction. The Rattlers get 2 points. We're within 1. It is 46-45. And of course, Rattlers ball. 4 minutes later, just about 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, Jamal Miles, another touchdown. The 2-point conversion does fail, however. It is 51-46. Rattlers get the ball back, and with just under a minute to go, Drew Powell, a 19-yard rushing touchdown. That kick is good, 60-46. I'm going to assume they also missed another field goal somewhere in there. With 3 seconds left in the game, Quad City does answer back. However, it was not enough, and the final score is 60-53. The Arizona Rattlers win the first game of the season, improving their record to 1-0. And it was definitely a good game for Drew Powell. 13 for 22 passing, 139 passing yards, and 4 passing touchdowns. That's not to mention the 78 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. Braxton Haley was the leading receiver on the night, 4 receptions, 54 yards, 2 receiving touchdowns, as well as another 40 or so rushing yards. Jamal Miles had only the 1 reception. It was a 26-yard touchdown, but he also ran for 11 yards. Finally, Isaiah Scott, 37 yards off 4 receptions and a receiving touchdown. That's enough for the offense. Let's take a look at the defense. Dylan Winfrey, of course, had that kickoff return touchdown. Jones, Lowry, Terrell, and Merriweather each had a half sack. Of course, you had the special teams play. You had 1 kick block return and a kickoff return, so that totals, 9 points right there. I did get to watch a lot more of the second game, and I'll talk about that in the next video, but I'll definitely say this. Early on, the defense is not looking all that great, but at least the offense is still just as good as advertised, so we will definitely have to wait and see how things progress throughout the season. Welcome back. Let's talk about week 2 of the IFL season, where the Arizona Rattlers continue on the road, this time in San Jose, California, to take on the Bay Area Panthers. I actually did get to watch a lot more of this one. I do believe the last little bit of the third quarter and the vast majority of the fourth quarter during the 2023 Isabel Cup. If you're not a hockey fan, you're going to have no idea what that's about. That's fine. Let's get into the football. Correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't the Bay Area Panthers like actual garbage last season? This team is much improved, that defense was pretty solid, and the Arizona Rattlers had a very competent opponent in front of them. 2 minutes into the game, the Rattlers' own Jaeger Gardner, his first season with the Arizona Rattlers, runs it in for a touchdown at 7-0 Arizona, and that's the exact start you want to see. 5 minutes later, Bay Area answers back, we're all tied. With just under 90 seconds to go in the first quarter, Gardner, 1 more touchdown, this one a 4-yard rushing touchdown, it's 14-7. A little over 2 minutes into the second quarter, Bay Area answers back, but they do not succeed on the point after. It is 14-13 Arizona. About 3 minutes later, Drew Powell, a 6-yard rushing touchdown, missed point after, 20-13. What is it so far throughout the 2023 IFL season where point afters just aren't going in? 5 minutes later, Bay Area answers back. We are once again tied 20-all. With 55 seconds to go in the first half, Gardner, his 3rd rushing touchdown of the night, punches it home. 27-20 lead the Rattlers take in at halftime. Fun fact, all 4 of the Arizona Rattlers touchdowns in the first half were rushing touchdowns. A little over 4 minutes into the second half, Bay Area ties it back up. Rattlers get the ball. And within a minute, Drew Powell, an 18-yard run. The Rattlers regain the lead. The point after is no good, however. It is 33-27. 5 minutes later, Bay Area answers back once more. We are tied with another failed point after. 33-all. Heading into the fourth quarter, a little over 2 minutes in, Drew Powell finds Jamal Miles for a 10-yard touchdown. Rattlers regain the lead once more. It is 40-33. 3 minutes later, Bay Area ties it right back up, and it's kind of at that point while I'm watching, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, Rattlers are going to lose this game. Rattlers ball, Drew Powell throws an interception. Ball goes back the other way for the Bay Area Panthers. With just under 5 minutes to go, Bay Area scores a touchdown. It is 47-40. It's Rattlers ball. Everything's kind of getting a little more hyped up. It's kind of one of the main reasons I like arena football so much, because it's so intense. There's so much tension late in games, and a lot of these games, because both teams are kind of in a position to score almost at all times. It feels like the IFL, I really kind of like this, is mostly an offense-generated league, and it makes it a lot more entertaining. Anyway, going back to it, so, with 23 seconds to go in the game, Drew Powell, a 17-yard rush. It is a 1-point game, 47-46, and they are going for a 2-point conversion. A little bit of context. context, I got back into following the team in 2019, and I've been covering them ever since. Other than maybe one or two situations over the last few years, every single opportunity the Rattlers have had to win the game off a 2-point conversion, I would literally never be worried. Something just felt kind of off this time, and it was a really questionable play call. It looks like it was kind of a designed run that ends up being kind of a fake run. It was a really weird play, so Drew Powell hikes the ball, starts running, realizing, oh wait, there is no hole, and trying to toss it up over the line. That fails. No one was really open, and the Arizona Rattlers, because of, in my opinion, a pretty bad play call there, end up losing the second game of the season, dropping their record to 1-1, and they lose this by 1 point. The final score of 47-46. Bay Area is much improved. That was their first game of the season. They're starting off 1-0. All the props to Bay Area. Bay Area fans should be pretty excited because that was a pretty exciting offense. And on top of that, the defense themselves weren't bad. If you're a Rattlers fan, no, it's not time to panic or anything, but that was a very stupid play call. A good game overall, and it does suck when games kind of get ruined by bad play calls late in them, but you know what? It is what it is. They still ended up playing a good, solid game, and I'm just waiting for the home opener on my birthday when I'm 1 year closer to 30. Let's go ahead and take a look at some individual stats. So Drew Powell, first and foremost, 13 for 21, 127 passing yards, a passing touchdown, and 1 interception. 61 rushing yards, 3 rushing touchdowns. Really solid game for him. Look, Drew Powell, he is what he is. You know exactly what you're getting every single night. A dynamic two-way quarterback that can run with the best of them as well as pass pretty efficiently. Jaeger Gardner, 7 rushing attempts, 24 rushing yards, and 3 rushing touchdowns. Damn good night for him. Braxton Haley, because he didn't end up getting on the score sheet, a little quiet, but the second week in a row leading the receiving core. 5 receptions, 50 yards, 10 yards per reception. Jamal Miles, 3 receptions, 31 receiving yards, and a receiving touchdown, so about, 12 yards per reception there? Isaiah Scott, 2 receptions, 22 yards. Pretty solid effort by the receiving core as a whole, as well as the quarterback, but especially the running game was really good in that second game, and I'm interested to see how it looks moving forward. As for the defense, crickets. I did mention in the last video that this defense just simply isn't as good as you'd like it to be. The offense is still exactly what you need, but the defense just isn't quite as good, and while it is a good thing to go from 53 points against to 47, you're dropping it down a little bit, there was no real big impactful plays. There were a total of 4 tackles for loss on the entire defensive end and only a couple of pass breakups. I'll have one more Rattlers video today regarding Drew Powell, but for right now, alright, the next game will be on April 8th, hosting the Tucson Sugar Skulls, and what I believe is the only meeting between the two teams this year. It's weird because they meet in Northern Arizona multiple times, but whatever. And we'll talk about that game when the game happens, and probably like 4 days after. Alright, so this was announced yesterday, and I did get through 2 Rattlers videos yesterday, but you know what? Better late than never, and only being 1 day late is actually an improvement for me. So it was announced yesterday that 3-time IFL MVP quarterback Drew Powell has been placed on injured reserve. Here is the Arizona Rattlers press release. The Arizona Rattlers have placed 3-time MVP Drew Powell on the short-term IR with an upper body injury. The Rattlers have signed 8-time IFL champion Chris Dixon in light of the Powell news. Dixon is a 4-time Indoor Football League MVP and was awarded with the IFL Offensive Player of the Year 4 times, along with being selected for First Team All-IFL 4 times and 3-time United Bowl MVP. In 2015, he was inducted to the IFL Hall of Fame. Arizona's other quarterback, Jorge Reyna, who started 8 games for the San Diego Strike Force last season during his rookie campaign. In those 8 games, he made quite the impact, throwing for a league-best 163.1 yards per game to go with 28 touchdowns and just 4 interceptions. Reyna connected on 109 of 193 pass attempts, 57%, and 1,305 total passing yards with his 28 touchdowns. Head coach Kevin Guy stated, "We wish Drew a speedy recovery. Jorge Reyna was brought in for a reason. He had a tremendous camp and put the time in, and we feel that he is ready to capitalize on this opportunity." Head coach Kevin Guy also had something to say about signing Chris Dixon. "Looking short term, he's been in the system as a coach and he knows our offense and can step in immediately if we need him to." The Arizona Rattlers' next game is on April 8th at the Footprint Center against the Tucson Sugar Skulls. The Arizona Rattlers play on my birthday as I am 1 year closer to 30, and oh my god, I am freaking out, man. There you go, it's all the information we have as of right now. Short-term injury list for Drew Powell. I'm going to assume that means at least 2 weeks, so let's say 2 to 3 weeks if it's short-term. I don't really expect Dixon to play at all, but Jorge Reyna, he was actually an interesting addition. They traded for him from San Diego, and he had a really good second half to that season, the 8 games he played. It'll be interesting to see because this kid is actually pretty good. Or at the very least, he was really good last season. A little bit more about Dixon. So last year, he was head coach of the football team for Cave Creek Cactus Shadows High School. And also over the last few years, he's been working with the Rattlers as an assistant coach. He's just going to be the backup. I genuinely don't think he ends up getting any time, but at the same time, it's not a bad backup quarterback to have. Rain is a young quarterback, so essentially if he's having any sort of struggles, you can just look at Dixon on the bench and say, hey, school this kid, and hey, there you go. So there's your quick update. Go Rattlers, and boo the never-ending march forward in time. How's it going? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about Week 4 where the Arizona Rattlers, their home debut of the season, hosting the Tucson Sugar Skulls. In what is the only matchup between the two teams this season? Look, I don't understand how that works, but my wife did give me a new Rattlers hat for my birthday. Too bad the team couldn't give me a win. Gotta have a little bit of fun with it. So anyway, I did get to watch primarily the fourth quarter, and I will say this, wasn't a big fan of the ending. That being said, I just want to preface, Rattlers fans, we need to stop complaining as much about officiating. Officiating can be bad, but sometimes I think we take it a little too far. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into it. About 40 seconds into the game, Scott, a 19-yard touchdown from Reyna. It is 7-0 Arizona. 4 minutes later, Tucson answers back, but they do not convert on the kick, so it is 7-6. Arizona maintains the lead. Rattlers get the ball back at around 5 minutes later. Braxton Haley, an 11-yard touchdown. It is 14-6, and the Rattlers seemingly are starting to run away with this one. Skip ahead to 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Tucson answers back. It's a 1-point game, 14-13. In the second quarter, the teams would exchange touchdowns. Scott with a 13-yard reception with 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go in the second quarter. About 4 minutes later, Tucson answers back, and it's 21-20 Arizona at the half. Tucson would then score 2 touchdowns in the third quarter, giving them a 34-21 lead. Before 30 seconds into the fourth quarter, Jamal Miles with a touchdown. It is 34-28. The Rattlers clawing themselves right back into the game, but proceeding to not really be able to stop Tucson. I said it in the last video, but I'll go ahead and reiterate it here again. The defense has been a problem, and it is kind of a problem 3 games into the season. I'll talk about it a little more later on in the video, but when you're not able to stop the run kind of at all, that's a problem. Anyway, 4 minutes later, Tucson answers back. It's 41-28. Then with 2 minutes and 51 seconds to go in the game, Jaeger Gardner, a 4-yard touchdown. It is 35-41, and they're right back into it before the defense gives up another touchdown 40 seconds later. On the bright side, about 30 seconds after that, Scott, what is that? His third touchdown of the night, 28-yarder. It's 47-42. It's a 5-point game, and it's right there. It's all close, and the Rattlers can't stop the run. They literally just let Tucson go right up the middle. You do have a confrontation between Kevin Guy and the officials, because Kevin Guy calls a timeout. They don't respect the timeout or acknowledge the timeout. Then the clock starts going again. It was a really weird situation. Kevin Guy does Kevin Guy things, yells a lot, gets kicked out of the game, and the Rattlers, with 19 seconds to go in the game, give up a touchdown, and they go down by a score of 54-42. However, what would have been an interception to end the game on the other side of the field, with time expiring, Isaiah Scott, a 27-yard touchdown to bring us to the final score of 54-48, and the Rattlers lose their second game in a row. They are 1-2, 3 games in, and at least since I've been covering them in 2019 onwards, I don't think they've started below 500 in the first 3 games. Reyna, 21 for 38, 242 yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception. Pretty solid game for him, but it could have been 2 interceptions. Gardner, 17 rushing yards on 6 attempts and a rushing touchdown. Receiving-wise, he also had 30 yards on 5 receptions. As for the receivers that have receiving touchdowns, Isaiah Scott, 11 receptions, 174 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Braxton Haley, 2 receptions, 25 yards and a touchdown. And Jamal Miles, 3 receptions, 13 yards and a receiving touchdown. Simeon Gatling was the notable defensive player for the Rattlers, having a tackle for loss, an interception, and 2 pass breakups, with Brightwell getting the other tackle for loss. The offense is still good. The defense still has some problems. It's only 3 weeks into the season. It'll be fine. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's get around to this Week 5 matchup with the Arizona Rattlers hosting the Duke City Gladiators. I have a Cardinals video planned for probably tomorrow. That's why I'm wearing the Cardinals jersey. And I'll wear a Rattlers hat again when they get back to me and actually send me the hat I ordered. You guys don't care about that. Let's go ahead and talk about the Week 5 matchup. 2-1 Duke City at 1-2 Arizona Rattlers. Duke City with the ball first. 2.5 minutes in. They're on the board at 7-0. But then at the 5-minute, 19-second mark, Jaeger Gardner, a 3-yard touchdown at 7-0. With a little over 2 minutes to go in the first quarter, Duke City scores another touchdown, but then Ernesto Lacayo's point after is no good. That name sounds familiar. At that point, it's 13-9, so deuce, safety, something, I have no idea. Then a little over 5 minutes into the second quarter, Jaeger Gardner's second rushing touchdown of the night. This one a 7-yarder. It is 16-13 Rattlers. Duke City, with about 5 minutes to go in the quarter, is back on the board with a touchdown. 20-16 Duke Duke City. Skip ahead 23 seconds to go in the half, and Jaeger Gardner, who else, with another touchdown, giving the Rattlers back the lead 23-20. Then with just 3 seconds to go in the half, Duke City right back on the board, getting the touchdown, no point after. They went for a 2-point conversion, it was no good. 26-23 heading into the second half. The next score would be with 2 minutes and 47 seconds to go in the third quarter. The Rattlers, Peterson, 21-yard field goal. It's 28-26, and I feel like I'm missing something here, but nothing else is on the notes, so I'm just going to go ahead and walk on past that one. With 18 seconds to go in the third quarter, Duke City with another touchdown, 34-28, and the Rattlers, they need to not only get some defensive stops, but get a quick touchdown. About 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, Isaiah Houston, a 14-yard touchdown. The Rattlers retake the lead 35-34. Lacayo, a 35-yard touchdown with about 6 minutes to go, retaking the lead. It's 37-35. 3 minutes and 2 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Jamal Miles, a 4-yard receiving touchdown. It's 41-37, and it is coming down to the wire. Well, the Rattlers, they get the ball back. Jamal Miles, a 7-yard rushing touchdown, and your final score, 48-37. The Arizona Rattlers improved to 2-2. They're now 500 both on the road and in the snake pit this year. And I suppose that means we got the better kicker? I don't know. Lacayo got like a 35-yarder there, so I really don't know if I can make that claim right now. But Peterson's a really good kicker. Reyna, 14 for 21. 113 yards, 2 touchdowns, an interception. Not bad night for him. He also had 31 rushing yards, including a 21-yarder, so pretty solid night. Jaeger Gardner, 13 attempts, 44 yards, 3 touchdowns, absolutely taking over the offense that game. He's had a pretty good first season with the Rattlers so far. Add in 3 receptions for 34 yards and a little over 11 yards per catch. Isaiah Houston, 5 receptions, 39 yards, and 1 touchdown. Jamal Miles, 2 receptions, 15 yards, a receiving touchdown, and a rushing touchdown. And finally, Isaiah Scott, 4 receptions for 25 yards. On the defensive end of the ball, Dylan Winfrey with an interception. It says 25, so I'm assuming 25 yards on the interception return. Jacoby Taylor had a couple of pass breakups. Ulrich Jones had 3 pass breakups. Thomas and Terrell each had a sack. Chris Terrell also had 2 tackles for loss, so an additional tackle for loss. And the defense definitely much better in that game than the last couple of games. In fact, those 37 points given up to Duke City are the least amount of points this defense has surrendered all season. So much better performance. I do appreciate that. And the next matchup is this Saturday, hosting the league best Frisco Fighters, who, unless I'm mistaken, are 4-0 in the season, so it's going to be a really good matchup. That being said, I am the AZ Sports Guy, and if I don't do a Cardinals video by tomorrow, I will look like a liar. Also, send me my hat. Alright, that was kind of embarrassing. Let's go ahead and talk about the Week 6 matchup between your Arizona Rattlers and the Frisco Fighters. A surprisingly really damn good 4-0 going into this one, Frisco Fighters. They were also 2-0 at home, but when you're undefeated on the road and at home, it kind of doesn't matter anymore. This one was on Saturday. I was busy that night, but I was following along on Twitter, so as per usual, I'm going to very much rely upon the scoring summary, but also I found one thing interesting. Former Rattlers backup quarterback TJ Edwards is the quarterback for the Frisco Fighters, and let's just get into it. A little over 4 minutes into it, TJ Edwards, a 17-yard rushing touchdown, 7-0 Frisco. The Rattlers do respond, Jaeger Gardner with a 19-yard receiving touchdown, but Peterson's kick was blocked. It's 7-6. Frisco would go on to score 2 more touchdowns in the opening frame, making it a 21-6 lead for him heading into the second quarter. Isaiah Houston started off about a minute and a half in, 48-yard receiving touchdown. That kick is good. 21-13, the Rattlers do eat into that deficit a little bit. Around 11 minutes later, Frisco's right back on the boards with another touchdown. This is a pass from TJ Edwards. It is 28-13. 52 seconds to go in the half. Isaiah Houston, a 23-yard touchdown from Reyna. It is 30-19. I'm going to assume there was a deuce or a safety or something involved in there. And with 39 seconds to go in the half, another touchdown for Frisco, 37-19. That defense just cannot stop Frisco in the offense. It's not what it was. Don't get me wrong, alright? Isaiah Houston had a phenomenal game, and Reyna ends up having a pretty solid statistical game in every category except for pass percentage, but we're not quite there yet. Anyway, Isaiah Scott, 15 seconds left. He gets a 25-yard touchdown from Reyna, 39-27 heading into the second half. And Rattlers fans are like, you know what? They can still pull this off. It would take about 11 minutes, so 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this third quarter before a touchdown was scored. It's 39-34 because Isaiah Houston gets a 9-yard receiving touchdown. It's a one-possession game. The Rattlers did a very good job trying to get their way right back into it, but it wasn't going to be enough. 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Edwards, another passing touchdown, 46-36. Frisco gets the ball back. They score again, a 31-yard field goal. It's 49-34, but the Rattlers, they weren't quite done yet. 5.5 minutes to go. Isaiah Houston, a 14-yard receiving touchdown. Once again, it's a one-possession game, 49-42. And with 9 seconds left, Crawford, the dagger 20-yard field goal, 52-42 final. And despite the Rattlers' best efforts, Frisco was the better team, and the Rattlers have a losing record once again this season. They fall to 2-3. I want to give TJ Edwards some props, 192 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a sack. Solid effort for him. He also had 49 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. Nothing against Reyna. His touchdowns and overall yards were better than TJ Edwards. I just kind of feel like Edwards might have probably fit the offense a little better. So Reyna, 17 for 40. Less than 50% of his passes were complete. 250 yards, 6 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He'd also net 5 rushing yards. Jaeger Gardner, who has been pretty much the entire offense for the Rattlers, 2 attempts, 4 yards, no rushing touchdowns. And Jamal Miles showing up on the score sheet with 1 rushing attempt. It also says he forced a fumble, so keep that in the back of your mind. Receiving-wise, Isaiah Houston, 9 receptions, 136 receiving yards. Phenomenal game for him and 4 touchdowns. Isaiah Scott, 3 receptions, 65 yards and a touchdown. And Jaeger Gardner, despite the fact that he was held to absolutely nothing on the ground, 5 receptions, 49 yards, and a receiving touchdown. So at the very least, your main pieces of the offense are working. But when you lose that third dimension, when the ground game just doesn't exist and you have to over-rely on the air, those 2 interceptions end up costing the Rattlers big, and they lose a 2-possession game. At the very least, on the defensive end of the ball, Ulrich Jones had a tackle for loss and a couple of pass breakups. Brightwell gets a half sack, so does Chris Terrell. There is a couple of good plays on the defensive side of the ball. It just wasn't good enough, and Frisco's offense was just too good. Anyway, this weekend for a Week 7 matchup, the Rattlers are heading into Tulsa to take on the Tulsa Oilers, I do believe. So there you go. I'll see you next week, and the Rattlers desperately do need to come out of this week 500. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. It is time to talk about the Week 7 matchup between the Arizona Rattlers and the Tulsa Oilers. I'm a little late on this one, but instead of wasting time, let's go ahead and jump right into it. And I was actually watching, I think, a majority of the 4th quarter, and I think some of the 3rd. Look, I was running around doing some errands that day. A little over 3 minutes into it, Isaiah Houston, a 22-yard receiving touchdown. Rattlers are right up to a 7-0 lead. Tulsa answers back a few minutes later, but the point after fails at 7-6. Rattlers maintain the lead. Then about 3 minutes after that, Reyna finds Peterson for an 18-yard receiving touchdown, and the Rattlers then go up 16-6. Where the other points come from? No idea. Skip ahead to the 2nd quarter, about 7 minutes in, Isaiah Houston, a 6-yard receiving touchdown. Peterson's kick is good. It is 23-6 Rattlers, and they're just kind of running away with this. Tulsa answers back a few minutes later. It's 23-13. Tulsa gets the ball back, and with a little under 90 seconds to go in the half, they score a touchdown. It's a 3-point game, 23-20. The Rattlers didn't very much care for that, so then with about 6 seconds to go in the half, Reyna finds ASU alum Jamal Miles for a touchdown, and the Arizona Rattlers take a 30-20 lead at half. Start of the 3rd quarter, Tulsa scores a couple of minutes in. It's 30-27, right back to being a one-possession game. Tulsa gets the ball back, they kick a field goal. We're all tied at 30, and at this point the game's just kind of wide open. The Rattlers went from having essentially a stranglehold to they're going to need to do something to get that momentum back. A couple of minutes later, Morian Walker, a 3-yard rushing touchdown. It's 36-30. The kick was no good, but the Rattlers get the lead back, but it's only a 6-point lead. A couple of minutes later, Tulsa answers back. Their extra point is good, so they take their first lead of the game. It's 37-36. About 3 minutes into the 4th quarter, Morian Walker, another rushing touchdown. I know the irony of a guy named Walker, and he has rushing touchdowns. Also, he's a running back. 43-37, and things are starting to get tight. And I also vaguely remember watching that touchdown, so 4th quarter is good. My memory's not that bad. 3 minutes later, Tulsa with a field goal knocks that lead down to 3. It's 43-40, and the tension's kind of going up. With about 4 minutes to go in the quarter, Craig Peterson, 18-yard field goal, 46-40. Please just close it out. I am freaking out at this point. Just over 2 minutes to go in the 4th quarter, another touchdown by Tulsa. The kick's no good. We are tied at 46. Arizona Rattlers get the ball back. They fail to do anything with the ball. Tulsa gets the ball back. Time is winding down, and then with about 6 seconds to go in the game, Savon Lowry with a 31-yard pick six, and the Rattlers with the walk-off victory, essentially. Tulsa did get the ball kicked back to them, but they couldn't do anything with their possession, and the Arizona Rattlers head out of Tulsa with a 53-46 nail-biter of a victory. My blood pressure, man. Arizona sports lately has just been raising my blood pressure. The Rattlers outscored Tulsa 16-6 in the 1st quarter. They were tied at 14 each in the 2nd quarter. They got outscored 17-6 in the 3rd quarter, and they outscored Tulsa 17-9 in the 4th quarter. They do go back to 3-3. They're back to 500, but this season has definitely not been ideal, and I can't wait for Drew Powell to come back. Which is weird because if I'm remembering correctly, at the end of last season, I was saying it might be a good idea to move on from Powell because they had 3 opportunities that winning that championship together and haven't managed to do it. So it was more the perspective of maybe you need a new look. And while Reyna's been good, the offense just hasn't looked the same. It's still been a pretty solid offense, but it just has not looked the same. Anyway, speaking of Reyna, 28 for 38, 247 yards, 4 touchdowns. His longest was a 36-yard pass. Great game by Reyna. Seriously, there is no criticism there. You had a phenomenal game. I mean, I kind of hope you would. You're going against a 1-3 team, but still, I'm not going to take anything away. That was a great game. Morgan Walker, 8 attempts, 12 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. His longest was a 3-yarder, and that was a touchdown. So the ground game got it done, but where the hell is Jaeger Gardner? Receiving, Isaiah Houston, 10 receptions, 125 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He is continuing to have a phenomenal season. Jesurik Peterson, 5 receptions, 57 yards, and a touchdown. Morgan Walker had 5 receptions for 54 yards, so even he had 10 yards per reception. And ASU alum Jamal Miles, 3 receptions, 6 yards, and a touchdown. Love that dude, and it's good to see that he's still being productive. Like, they're essentially just using him as, hey, we need a short pass for a touchdown, boom, there you go. You had Savon Lowry with a pick 6 to win the game. It was a 31-yard return, but Dylan Winfrey also had an interception earlier on in the game, and he got 22 yards on that one, and he also had 2 pass breakups, so at least you had a couple of players that did stand out defensively, but overall, not going to be your greatest game by the defense. The Rattlers don't play again until Week 9. We're on May 13th, 2023. They will be in Vegas taking on the Battlehawks, so guess I'll see you around then. Week 9, the Arizona Rattlers headed into Vegas to take on the Vegas Nighthawks, who at the time were 2-4, and the Rattlers leave Vegas below 500. Vegas is on the board first, about 2 minutes in, it's 7-0. Then on the kickoff return, exactly 2 minutes into the game, Devontae Merriweather, only a 12-yard kickoff return, but it was for a touchdown. And then Jamal Miles would rush in for the 2-point conversion. Rattlers take their early lead, 8-7. Little under 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. Vegas is right back on the board, retaking the lead. It's 14-8. Then with 3 minutes and 53 seconds to go in the first quarter, Drew Powell, his first game back from injury, finds Braxton Haley. 24-yard touchdown. We are tied, but the 2-point conversion fails. It's 14-all. A minute into the second quarter, Vegas gets the lead right back. It is 21-14. 4 minutes later, a 6-yard rushing touchdown by ASU alum Jamal Miles. Unfortunately, the 2-point conversion failed. I have no idea why they're going for so many 2-point conversions in this game. It is 21-20. Vegas maintains the lead. 2 minutes later, another touchdown for Vegas is now an 8-point lead, 28-20, and they have control of the game. Though the Rattlers never quite go away, so with 5 minutes to go in the first half, Drew Powell, 6-yard rushing touchdown. Once again, the 2-point conversion fails. It is 28-26. Vegas scores again with a little over a minute to go in the half. It is 35-26, and the Rattlers get the ball back. We're with just 17 seconds to go in the first half. Isaiah Houston with a 33-yard touchdown from Drew Powell. With the 2-point conversion, it is 35-34 in favor of Vegas heading into halftime. Rattlers get the ball to start. Drew Powell, a 6-yard rushing touchdown about 3.5 minutes in. It is 42-35. Rattlers with their first lead in a while. Rattlers get the ball back, and with about 2.5 minutes to go in the third quarter, Jamal Miles, 11-yard touchdown from Drew Powell, but the 2-point conversion once again fails. They do have a lead, 48-35, but minute 10 to go in the third quarter, Vegas is right back on the board. It is 48-41. And then they get the ball right back. Well, not right back. Arizona had to fail on the offensive possession, but with about 6.5 minutes to go in the game, Darius Geist ties the game with a 2-yard rushing touchdown and is 48-all. Braxton Haley then catches a 29-yard touchdown from Drew Powell. About 2 minutes later, it is 54-48. Skip ahead to a minute and 22 seconds to go, and Vegas with a touchdown, including a point after, giving themselves a 55-54 lead. And that is your final. In Drew Powell's first game back, 14 for 21, 206 yards, 4 touchdowns and an interception, on top of 38 yards rushing and 2 rushing touchdowns. He is phenomenal. Literally what the Arizona Rattlers offense was missing, and you really can't replace Drew Powell. He just proved it right there. Morgan Walker Jr., 8 rushing attempts, 52 rushing yards, no touchdowns, but he did get 1 reception for 12 yards. Braxton Haley, 6 receptions, 91 yards, 2 touchdowns. He continues to be the number 1 receiver on the team. Jamal Miles, 5 receptions, 55 yards, a receiving touchdown, and a rushing touchdown. And Isaiah Houston, 2 receptions, 48 yards, and a receiving touchdown. On the defensive end of the ball, Dylan Winfrey had an interception, Javon Jackson had a pass breakup, Chris Terrell had a tackle for loss, and Cecil Cherry, 3 tackles for loss and a sack. Solid effort by the defense, really good effort by the offense. Vegas was just better. And the Arizona Rattlers would then head home for Week 10 with a sub-500 record, 3-4, and I will hopefully get to that video tomorrow. How's it going? Let's go ahead and talk about the Week 11 matchup at home between the Vegas Nighthawks and your Arizona Rattlers. Both Vegas and Arizona headed into this Week 11 matchup at the Snake Pit with a 4-4 record, and only one team could walk out above 500. Funny enough, this is actually my first Rattlers game of the season. I got some last-minute tickets, and this was an absolute blast. It actually reminded me a lot of why I like Rattlers football. So we'll go ahead and start off with the scoring summary. Former ASU receiver Jamal Miles has officially jumped from wide receiver to running back. He's kind of been a hybrid position for his entire career with the Rattlers, but primarily been that wide receiver. But in this game, he was a solid running back. Nighthawks get the ball first. They do not score in their first possession. The Rattlers get the ball back, and in a one-play drive, it took only 7 seconds, Jamal Miles, a 45-yard rushing touchdown. It is 7-0 Rattlers. A couple of minutes later, the Nighthawks answer back, but their point after is no good. The Rattlers maintain the lead 7-6. 2 minutes after that, a little more than 4 minutes to go in that first quarter, Jamal Miles, 1-yard rushing touchdown, 14-6, and the Rattlers just keep rolling. Vegas answers back with just over a minute to go in the first quarter. It is 14-13. About 20 seconds into the second quarter, Braxton Haley, a 20-yard receiving touchdown from Drew Powell. It is 21-13, and I just want to say as a side note, both Isaiah Houston and Braxton Haley have been playing ridiculous, especially in this game. Both of them made some ridiculous catches. I think one was a one-handed touchdown grab by Haley. Houston had a couple of really good catches. This was a phenomenal game for Isaiah Houston and Braxton Haley. Anyway, 4 minutes later, Vegas answers back 21-20, and at some point, one team needs to start running away with this, because this is a really competitive first half, but the Rattlers at some point kind of had to take control of the game. About 2.5 minutes later, at the 7:40 mark, Isaiah Houston, 9-yard receiving touchdown, 28-20 Rattlers, before Vegas would answer back 2 minutes later, making it 28-27. Then with 4 minutes to go in the first half, Braxton Haley, 16-yard receiving touchdown, 35-27, and the Rattlers end up getting the ball back, where with 14 seconds to go in the first half, Isaiah Houston, a 4-yard touchdown. It is 42-27 at halftime, and the Arizona Rattlers, that was the moment right there when they started to kind of run away with this. Spoilers, the Nighthawks would only score 12 points in the second half. We'll start off the second half with 3 minutes into the third quarter. Isaiah Houston, 20-yard receiving touchdown, 49-27. Rattlers get the ball back again, so at the 5-minute, 55-second mark, Drew Powell, 6-yard rushing touchdown, 56-27, and right there I want to pause. With that rushing touchdown, Drew Powell tied Bo Kelly for the most rushing touchdowns in Arizona Rattlers franchise history with 80. Good reporting, by the way, by the Arizona Rattlers website. That's where I got that little snippet. 46 seconds to go in the third quarter. Darius Geis is a 10-yard touchdown to answer back. It's 56-33. That name sounds familiar. I'm pretty sure he used to play for the Washington football team. Anyway, at the 12-minute mark of the fourth quarter, Braxton Haley scores the final touchdown for the Rattlers, a 6-yard receiving touchdown from Jorge Reyna. Side note, his only completion of the night. 63-33. You then get one more touchdown with 2 minutes to go by Vegas. 2-point conversion doesn't work out, so 63-39 is your final. The Arizona Rattlers absolutely dominated that game. There was more than 10,000 fans in attendance. The Rattlers outscored the Nighthawks in every single quarter. This is now back-to-back weeks where the Arizona Rattlers have scored 60-plus points and where they've surrendered fewer than 40. Ever since Drew Powell came back, this team is definitely starting to click. They're getting a couple of wins back-to-back, and they're heading into Northern Arizona today. I'm making this video very late to try to hop above them, but we'll talk about that just a little bit later. Anyway, Drew Powell, 11 for 13, 151 yards, 5 touchdowns. Looking at his rushing, 19 rushing yards and 1 touchdown. 6 total touchdowns for him. Drew Powell really is probably the best quarterback in franchise history. Jorge Reyna, 1 for 4 for 6 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. Rushing, Jamal Miles, 6 rushing attempts, 70 yards, yes, more than 10 yards per carry. 2 rushing touchdowns, and then Braxton Haley, 2 rushing attempts for 19 yards. Speaking of Braxton Haley, looking at the receiving, 4 receptions, 47 yards, 3 receiving touchdowns. Isaiah Houston did lead yardage-wise, 4 receptions, 56 yards, 3 touchdowns. And Yeager Gardner, the running back, for some reason gets 1 receiving play. It's a 28-yard reception, and then Jamal Miles, 3 receptions for 26 yards. As for the defensive end of the ball, this is where things are starting to get impressive. So, Dobbs has a couple of pass breakups, as does Javon Jackson. Dylan Winfrey with another interception, and I had to actually go back and look at the previous notes here. Dylan Winfrey has 5 interceptions in the last 4 games. Chris Terrell also records a sack. He's been playing pretty well lately, but Cecil Cherry, 2 more sacks, including 1 to end that first half. A really solid play, too. Just absolutely destroyed the quarterback there. That gives him 4 sacks in the last 3 3 games. The defense is starting to wake up. These key playmakers like Cecil Cherry, Dylan Winfrey, and even Devontae Merriweather, who's been playing solid as of late as well, are starting to wake up, and that's going to be key for the Arizona Rattlers to have a deep playoff run. Later on today, for a Week 12 matchup at the Northern Arizona Wranglers, the Arizona Rattlers have the ability to jump over them to become second in their conference, as well as Drew Powell has the ability to take over that record from Bo Kelly. It's a really exciting matchup going into tonight, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, tonight will be my first ever game as a member of the media. I got my first press pass. I am excited as hell. I just want to say a quick thank you to Mr. Welch for that opportunity, and I will hopefully see some of y'all tonight. I know, I can't believe it either. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, fresh off of my media debut yesterday, going up north to Prescott Valley to cover the Rattlers at the Wranglers, and man, this was a phenomenal game, and I have no idea if this is going to end up going up first, but I do have an interview with Ed Cole coming up to discuss this game, and man, there is so much to get into. So, I have multiple pages of notes. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. We'll start off with the coin flip. Northern Arizona wins the toss. They do defer, and the Arizona Rattlers get the ball first. Jamal Miles, about a 5-yard return. He gets about a 7-yard run after that. And then at 12:55, Braxton Haley, a 33-yard reception from Drew Powell. It is 7-0 Rattlers, and this game's already starting off exciting. Augustine, about a 14-yard return. You do have a short pass, gaining about 5 yards after that. Arizona's Harold Love blocks the pass here, but they're called for illegal defense, shooting themselves in the foot and extending this possession by the Wranglers. And after a couple of shorter plays, quarterback Garrett Kettle with a 10-yard run. We're all tied at 7. The next play is a little weird. Northern Arizona goes for an onside kick. It bounces off of Devontae Merriweather, bounces off of at least 6 or 7 players, and is recovered in the end zone by the Northern Arizona Wranglers, and they get the ball back. On this drive, you get a big 32-yard gain from Kettle to Gibbons. You get a short pass that was then followed up by a short run to set up 3rd down. Then a pass gets swatted down by Dylan Winfrey. It's 4th down. Kettle finds RCB for a touchdown. The point after is no good, however. It's a 13-7 lead for the Wranglers, with the Rattlers getting the ball back. You had a couple of really good plays. Braxton Haley with about a 15-yard reception on this drive. Then on around an 8-yard reception, there's a flag for illegal defense, putting the Rattlers closer to where they need to be. And Jamal Miles, a 5-yard run, giving them a 1st down. That ends the first quarter, 13-7 in favor of the Wranglers. And then in the start of the second quarter, you get a botched snap that Drew Powell ends up throwing out of bounds. Then Powell throws it away with pressure, so at that point it's 3rd down. You get offsetting penalties to redo the 3rd down. Then at the 13-minute and 1-second mark of the second quarter, Braxton Haley, a 7-yard reception. The kick is good. The Rattlers regain the lead 14-13 with the ball going back to the Northern Arizona Wranglers. Augustine, about a 10-yard return, setting up a 20-yard play between Kettle and RCB, and all I'm looking at this is, why are you not double covering RCB? He was open all day. He was without a doubt the best individual player on the entire field. That's how good he was. That was not named Drew Powell. Winfrey and Terrell stop the run, putting it on 3rd down, and then there's some contact on the throw, making it a 4th down play, and the field goal is no good. Rattlers get the ball back after a solid defensive effort. On this next drive, former Rattler Theo Majek records a sack, the first sack of the game at that point, and then a couple of plays later, Drew Powell fumbles the ball, and it goes right back to Northern Arizona. Where on one play, it was a one-play drive, Kettle finds RCB for a 43-yard touchdown. The Wranglers regain the lead 20-14, and that was kind of the moment where, like, the Rattlers needed to wake up. Because they've already turned the ball over a couple of times, including an onside kick that was fumbled, and now this play that was fumbled. The Rattlers needed to get the momentum back and have that lead heading into the second half. At 1:48, Drew Powell, a 4-yard rushing touchdown, and that is it. That breaks the record. He now passes Bo Kelly for all-time rushing touchdowns as an Arizona Rattler, making it 21-20, regaining the lead before the ball goes back to Northern Arizona, and they answer back very quickly. At the 54-second mark, Garrett Kettle, 3-yard run. It's 27-21, and the Rattlers have the final possession before halftime. It was a pivotal moment to get that momentum back and set them up well for the second half. In a 6-play, 30-yard drive, caps off with Isaiah Scott. 2-yard reception with 9 seconds left, 28-27. The Rattlers regain the lead, and they will maintain that heading into the second half. I need to speed things up because it just ends up going back and forth here. So, Northern Arizona starts off the second half with a touchdown, 34-28. The Rattlers answer back with a 5-yard run by Drew Powell at the 6-minute, 57-second mark, making it 35-34. Northern Arizona, RCB once more with 3 minutes to go in the third third quarter, another touchdown, but the kick after failed, so it's 40-35 in favor of the Wranglers. Then Isaiah Houston, with time expiring, a 7-yard reception for a touchdown, making it 41-40. Arizona Rattlers at that point, that kind of felt like right around the moment they were going to take over the game, because on the next possession, the Rattlers actually force a turnover on downs by stopping them on fourth down. On that same drive, Chris Terrell would record a sack. That moment right there was an opportunity for the Rattlers to take over the game and potentially get themselves just out of reach from the Wranglers. They end up winding the clock down quite a bit, and with 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the game, Isaiah Scott, a 6-yard reception. It is 48-40, and the Arizona Rattlers look like they might be able to hang on for this one. Skip ahead to 31 seconds to go in the game. RCB once more, and he also catches the pass for the 2-point conversion, making it 48 all, with one more opportunity for the Rattlers to win it before heading into overtime. And that was a field goal that was missed by McKinnery. I really hope I said that name right. So we go into overtime. Jaeger Gardner, a 3-yard rushing touchdown. Drew Powell gets a rush for the 2-point conversion. It's 56-48. Then Northern Arizona answers right back with their own 2-point conversion. Once again, RCB, the Arizona Rattlers, just letting him be open all game. Then we go into second overtime. Wranglers get the ball first. Gibbons Jr., a 20-yard run, making it 62-56 because the 2-point conversion failed, setting up the Arizona Rattlers. Drew Powell for a 1-yard rushing touchdown. And McKinnery getting the opportunity to make up for missing that field goal to end regulation by winning it 63-62. The Rattlers walk out of this one, maintaining being above 500, sending the Wranglers back to 5-5, and improving themselves to 6-4. It was a phenomenal back and forth game. And I just want to say this, while that arena is smaller, there's about 2,400 fans, it was loud. Alright, that arena reminds me a lot of Mullet Arena, but let's go ahead and move on. So, Drew Powell, 17 for 30, 181 yards, 5 touchdowns. His longest was a 33-yard pass. 48 rushing yards, 3 rushing touchdowns, solidifying himself as that record holder. Jamal Miles, 6 attempts, 14 yards, no rushing touchdowns. Jaeger Gardner had 2 attempts for 3 yards and a rushing touchdown, so there you go. Braxton Haley continuing to do Braxton Haley things, 7 receptions, 105 yards, 2 receiving touchdowns. Isaiah Houston, 7 receptions, 49 yards, a receiving touchdown. Jamal Miles had 1 reception for 19 yards, and Isaiah Scott, 2 receptions, both touchdowns, for 8 yards on the night. Defensively, Dylan Winfrey Jr. actually does pick off one of the 2-point conversion attempts, but it doesn't count as an interception. He did have a couple of pass breakups as well. Chris Terrell having the only sack, and this is one of those games where they break the streak of giving up 40 or fewer points in back-to-back weeks, but they're also going up against, in my opinion, a well-respected group up north that won the championship last year and looks poised to have another decent run. Those big key plays the Arizona Rattlers had here and there were more than enough to get the win, and it never really felt like the Rattlers were choking anything away. Yes, you had that missed field goal, but I didn't have that similar feeling I did before where, oh, the Rattlers aren't going to be able to pull this off like I did in the playoffs last year, or in that game last year. I think it was against Fresno that they lost at home and it came down to the last possession. I never had that concern. It just felt like the Rattlers were a well-oiled machine, and I forget which player was coming off the field. I saw a little video on Instagram, and he said they just wanted it more, and that's what it felt like. It felt like the Rattlers wanted this more, with a matchup next week, Week 13, hosting the Bay Area Panthers. So, the Arizona Rattlers leave the Findlay Toyota Center with a 63-62 victory, winning 3 in a row, looking very good offensively. And I forgot to cover this before, so we'll go ahead and throw it in at the very end here. A couple of weeks ago, they actually re-signed offensive lineman Lamar Matty. I was actually confused why he wasn't on the team to start the year, but there you go, he's on the team now, and I just wanted to make sure I didn't keep forgetting to report that. But anyway, that is your Week 12 2023 report. Please keep an eye out for that interview with Ed Cole, and I will talk to y'all hopefully next week. Let's go ahead and talk about the Week 13 matchup with the Arizona Rattlers hosting the Bay Area Panthers in a revenge game to try to make up for the second game of the season where the Rattlers lost 47-46 in Bay Area. We'll go ahead and start her off. The Arizona Rattlers get the ball, but they turn it over on downs, and immediately Bay Area capitalizes. It is 7-0 very quickly. Then Drew Powell throws an interception, but luckily it's only 7-0 after the first quarter. Then one of the craziest series of events happens. I only got to watch the first half. I was working like a 13-hour day at the arena. The second half just completely skipped past me, but I did get to watch the first half. And just looking at my Twitter feed, this was absolutely nuts. Jamal Miles records a touchdown to tie the game, 7-all. Then the Arizona Rattlers on a critical 3rd and long. It was 3rd and 16. Bay Area needed 16 yards for the first down. They would get 17, giving themselves the first down. Then around the 7:40 mark, Bay Area for their second touchdown. It's 14-7. The Rattlers get the ball back. It's 14-all. They immediately answer back with a touchdown. Then the Rattlers recover a fumble, get the ball back, and MV Powell immediately rushes it in. And just like that, it is 21-14 in a game where it could have easily been 14 or 21-0 in favor of Bay Area. Rattlers get the ball back again. Bay Area challenges the ruling on the field. And after the challenge, ruling is confirmed. Rattlers ball. Jeserick Peterson scores another touchdown, his second receiving touchdown of the night at that point. 28-14 Rattlers. Both teams exchange touchdowns once more. It's 35-28 Arizona. And then with 25 seconds to go in the half, Bay Area scores, and we're all tied at 35. Then Bay Area stops Isaiah Houston at the 4-yard line with almost no time left. It was about 10 or so seconds. A phenomenal throw by Drew Powell on that play, by the way. That was a crazy play, but then again, he is MV Powell after all. Then Drew Powell runs it in for yet another touchdown. About 12 seconds to go. Bay Area gets the ball back. They missed their field goal attempt, and it is 42-35 in favor of the Rattlers at halftime. And I actually got it wrong on Twitter. I went ahead and corrected it before I recorded this video. I thought the Rattlers had 7 points in the first quarter. They had none. And then you had that second quarter where they would score 42 points. Absolutely ridiculous. The Rattlers are outscored 7-0 in the first quarter. They outscore them 42-28 in the second. And the entire second half, it was completely even. 2 touchdowns apiece, 14 points. Both teams the rest of the game. Let's see. Powell, a 16-yard run. Isaiah Houston, a 15-yard touchdown. Powell, 2 more runs, a 9 and a 2-yard run. Phenomenal game for him. I think he was responsible for like 8 or 9 touchdowns. And in front of 10,029 fans, the Arizona Rattlers pull off the revenge game, winning 70-63, improving their record to 7-4, and tying Bay Area for the lead in the conference. Talking about the individual performances, I do want to very briefly give some attention to a Arizona native, Dalton Snead, who is the quarterback for Bay Area. 13 for 21, 211 yards, 5 touchdowns. Great game for him. But we're talking about Drew Powell, 17 for 22, 230 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 pick. He has been averaging about an interception for the last couple of weeks. That being said, they're at least still winning. On top of that, Drew Powell also had 11 rushing attempts, 78 rushing yards, and 5 rushing touchdowns. He accounted for 9 touchdowns. Drew Powell is without a doubt probably the best quarterback in this entire franchise. Jaeger Gardner, 4 rushing attempts, 21 yards, no touchdowns. The only rushing touchdowns went to Drew Powell. And then Isaiah Houston and Jamal Miles each had 1 attempt for 6 and 4 yards respectively. But let's go ahead and get into the receiving end, because Isaiah Houston, 5 receptions, 97 yards and a touchdown. Great game for him. Jeserick Peterson, 5 receptions, 61 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jamal Miles, 4 receptions, 36 yards and a touchdown. And Braxton Haley, just the 1 reception for 11 yards. The last couple of games, he hasn't really had much of an impact. And while I did not get to watch the second half of this game, or the next matchup, Week 14 against Duke City, because I had other obligations, nothing in any of the articles I was reading mentioned an injury, so maybe he's just having a couple of off nights. On the defensive end of the ball, we had some real notables. Chris Terrell had a couple of sacks. Scary, Cecil Cherry, and Javon Jackson each had forced fumbles. Cecil Cherry also had a pass breakup, as well as Harold Love, Savon Lowry, and Dylan Winfrey. He did have some notable key plays, and they were going up against one of the best offenses in the Indoor Football League. So with that being said, after the Week 13 matchup, the Arizona Rattlers improved to 7-3 on the season, ahead of their Week 13 matchup in Albuquerque to take on the Duke City Gladiators. That happened yesterday as of recording. You'll probably see that video on Tuesday. Let's talk about the Week 14 matchup between the Arizona Rattlers and the Duke City Gladiators, a game where the Arizona Rattlers just consistently had this one. I did not get to watch this game. I had other obligations, but I will go ahead and still give you the report, giving you the scoring summary and letting you know what happened. Duke City entered this matchup 4-7. The Rattlers entered it 7-4. So there you go, a little bit of fun numbers things. Go ahead and jump right into this. So Jaeger Gardner, about 6 minutes in, a 5-yard rush. 6-0 Rattlers. The kick by Shane McCanery was no good. Rattlers get the ball back, and with about 4 minutes to go in the first quarter, Isaiah Scott, a 15-yard reception from Drew Powell. That point after is good. It's 13-0. With 28 seconds to go, Duke City answers back. It's 13-7. And then around 4 minutes into the second quarter, Drew Powell, a 3-yard run. The point after is good. It's 20-7 in favor of the Rattlers. Rattlers get the ball back again, and about the 3-minute mark, Jaeger Gardner, a 2-yard rushing touchdown. The point after is good. 27-7 in favor of the Rattlers. Duke City answers back with about 40 seconds to go in the half. It is 27-14 Rattlers heading into the second half. The Rattlers start off the second half about a minute and a half in. Isaiah Houston, a 40-yard reception. Point after is good. It's 34-16 Rattlers. I'm going to assume there was a safety or something that happened. Look, Duke City had 2 more points. There you go. Rattlers get the ball back again, and about the 9-minute, 23-second mark of the third quarter, Drew Powell a 12-yard rushing touchdown. It is 41-16. The Rattlers just did not let this one go. Former Rattlers backup quarterback Demery Croft does answer back with a 3-yard rushing touchdown around the 7-minute mark. The 2-point conversion is no good. It's 41-22 Rattlers. Connor Taylor with a 6-yard safety, 43-22 Rattlers. And then Jamal Miles a 3-yard reception at about the 8-minute, 39-second mark of the fourth quarter. It is 50-22. This game can end now. Duke City with 54 seconds left gets back on the board. It's 57-28. And on a fumble recovery in the very next play, 10 seconds later, they score again, making the final score 57-34. The Arizona Rattlers improving to 8-4 on the season with a 5-game winning streak. I highly doubt they're going to care too much about those last couple of touchdowns. Looking at the individual stats, Drew Powell, 15 for 24, 192 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Like I said in the last video, he's averaging about 1 interception per game over the last few games. With that being said, still playing pretty well. On the rushing end, Jaeger Gardner, 9 attempts, 51 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, and Drew Powell adds with another 11 attempts, 42 yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns. Receiving, Isaiah Houston, 7 receptions, 118 yards, and a receiving touchdown. Joshua Lanier, 3 receptions, 33 yards. Isaiah Scott, 2 receptions, 20 yards, and a touchdown. Jamal Miles, 2 receptions, 12 yards, and a touchdown. And finally, Jaeger Gardner had 1 reception for 9 yards. As for the defense, there was a couple of solid performances, including Connor Taylor, 3 sacks, and a forced fumble. Jermaine Dobbs had a pass breakup and an interception. Harold Love and Justin Thomas each had a half sack. Harold Love also had 2 pass breakups, and Chris Terrell would add another pass breakup as well as a tackle for loss. That was just a really solid game, putting the Arizona Rattlers at 8-4 after this matchup, heading into their Week 15 matchup at home, taking on the San Diego Strike Force before their last bye week of the season, heading into the last home game of the season against the Northern Arizona Wranglers. But we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. A 10-win season is still up for grabs if the Arizona Rattlers can manage to win these last 2 games, which, if they do so, would put them at a 7-game winning streak heading into the playoffs. So right now is a really exciting time if you're an Arizona Rattlers fan. I will keep my eye on the Braxton Haley situation. I'll try to read a few more articles to see if something happened there. That being said, that is your Week 14 report for the Arizona Rattlers at the Duke City Gladiators, and I will see you next week. How's it going? We got a Week 15 matchup in the snake pit between the Arizona Rattlers and the San Diego Strike Force, winning their last 5 games in a row, trying to clinch another playoff spot. It would be their 27th playoff appearance in 30 seasons. My God, this franchise has been the most consistently dominant franchise in Arizona sports. But let's go ahead and just jump right into it. So the Rattlers get the ball, they kick it off, and after a 7-play, 6-minute drive on the Arizona 4-yard line, Devontae Merriweather picks off the pass, and the Arizona Rattlers get the ball back after about a 4-yard return. Rattlers make their way down the field, and with about 3.5 minutes to go in the first quarter, Isaiah Scott, a 7-yard touchdown from Drew Powell. It was actually as I was walking into the arena, because we were a little bit late, but they decided to be courteous and wait for us to show up to score their first points. Drew Powell gets a 2-point conversion, 8-0 Rattlers. Within 2 minutes, San Diego strikes right back on the board. It is 8-7. And then on the kickoff, San Diego puts it in between the uprights. They are awarded a deuce, and they take the lead 9-8. At about the 11.5-minute mark of the second quarter, Jamal Miles, a 7-yard reception, putting the Rattlers back up on top, 15-9. San Diego answers back with about 6 minutes to go, retaking the lead, making it 16-15. Then the Rattlers get the ball back. We're about a minute and 10 seconds later, Isaiah Scott, a 34-yard reception, giving the Arizona Rattlers the lead right back, 22-16. With about a minute left to go in the half, San Diego strikes back. They do miss the point after, however, tying the game at 22-all, and the Arizona Rattlers have one final possession to try to get the lead back heading into the second half. And a 5-play drive is capped off with a 1-yard rushing touchdown by Drew Powell. The Arizona Rattlers take a 29-22 lead into halftime. And honestly, the back and forth just kind of keeps going from there. 5 minutes into the second half, Jaeger Gardner, a 1-yard rushing touchdown. The point after is good, 36-22. And that was kind of the moment right there that no matter what happened, it felt like the Rattlers were going to win this game. That being said, the Strike Force, they didn't go away. They played a very solid game. Then after an 11-play, 8-minute drive, a very long drive with about a minute and 42 seconds to go in the third quarter, San Diego's right back on the board. The kick is no good. It is 36-28, and the Rattlers get the ball back. We're 3 minutes into the fourth quarter. Jamal Miles, a 4-yard touchdown, making it 43-28. The Rattlers just continuing to hold on to this game. The Rattlers go for an onside kick. It is successful. They recover the ball, and then they make their way a little bit down the field. Then on a 2nd and 3, after a 10-yard reception for Isaiah Scott, the ball is fumbled away, and and the San Diego Strike Force get the ball back. Then on the very next play, Dylan Winfrey at the 25-yard line picks it off, and the Rattlers get the ball right back. We're at 9 minutes and 48 seconds. Jamal Mile, an 11-yard reception. The lead gets extended to 50-28, and that would be all that was required to win the game, but we do have more scores to talk about. San Diego scores back-to-back touchdowns at 7:47 and 3:04, making it 50-42. The Rattlers get the ball back, and Jamal Miles with about 2 minutes to go in the game, a 9-yard reception. It's 57-42. San Diego with 50 seconds left, they would score another touchdown, making it 57-48. And that is your final. The Arizona Rattlers take care of business, making it 6 consecutive games in a row where they've won. They've also clinched a playoff spot for the 27th time in franchise history, and they've been in existence for 30 years. Looking at the individual numbers, Drew Powell, 17 for 23, 224 yards, 6 touchdowns to go along with 44 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. Ironically enough, the one rushing touchdown was for a yard. Drew Powell continuing to do Drew Powell things. Jaeger Gardner, 6 attempts, 10 yards. 1 rushing touchdown. I don't really know what's going on with Jaeger Gardner. Right, Jaeger Gardner seemed to be a bigger part of the offense at certain points of the season, but you know what? He's still contributing, and it's still good to have a dedicated running back. He also had 1 reception for 5 yards. Isaiah Scott, 7 receptions, 120 yards, 2 receiving touchdowns, and then Jamal Miles, the ASU alum himself, 6 receptions, 56 yards, 4 receiving touchdowns, and Isaiah Houston with 3 receptions for 43 yards. Another really good game by the Arizona Rattlers receiving corps, and it is unreal that is our football team, and that is without Braxton Haley. On the defensive end of the ball, you do have a couple of notables, both Dylan Winfrey and former Defensive Player of the Year Devontae Merriweather, each having interceptions. Jermaine Dobbs also had 4 pass breakups, including a really key one down towards the end zone, and then Ulrich Jones had himself a couple of pass breakups. One of them, he literally just blocked it. It was an absolutely phenomenal play. I think it was coming off of a flag the previous play. They go to drop back, throws the ball. This dude just throws his hand in the air and knocks that down. Ulrich Jones is probably one of the better defensive linemen I've seen play for the Rattlers in a while. And honestly, the Arizona Rattlers normally have very good linemen. And that'll do it for the Week 15 matchup between the San Diego Strike Force and your Arizona Rattlers. Next week is the final game for the Arizona Rattlers' final bye week of the season, a Week 16 matchup hosting the Massachusetts Pirates. That's going to be a rematch of the 2021 United Bowl. It's going to be a really exciting matchup on July 2nd, 2023. And then we will have just one more game of the regular season hosting the Northern Arizona Wranglers, but we will get to that later. Good game by the Rattlers, and I'll see y'all sometime next week. We got a Week 16 matchup with the Arizona Rattlers hosting the Massachusetts Pirates in a 2021 United Bowl rematch, where the Arizona Rattlers look to stay undefeated since losing at home in the United Bowl back in 2021. Let's go ahead and just jump right into this one. So, the Arizona Rattlers, they win the coin toss, they elect to defer, and Massachusetts, they get the ball first. After about a 6-minute opening drive, the Massachusetts Pirates are on the board first, but the Rattlers blocked that kick. It is 6-0 Massachusetts, and I did want to note that the Pirates were actually right around the 2-yard line before an offensive penalty threw them back, but they still managed to score. Then with a little under 6 minutes to go in the first quarter, the Arizona Rattlers turn the ball over on downs. Solid defense by Massachusetts early. The Pirates get the ball back. Then with about 2 minutes, 25 seconds to go in the first quarter, the Arizona Rattlers, they block a field goal attempt by the Massachusetts Pirates, but then Devontae Merriweather on the return fumbles the ball. Massachusetts keeps possession, and that turns a really good defensive effort to block that field goal into a sloppy effort, kind of matching that first defensive drive. However, basically on the very next play, Connor Taylor picks the ball off after the pass is deflected, and with 1 minute 32 seconds to go in the first quarter, the Rattlers regain possession of the ball, and that was the moment right there. The Arizona Rattlers started to kind of build off of that momentum and really started to show that resiliency, because that first offensive possession was sloppy. The first defensive effort was sloppy. Fumbling the ball as soon as you recovered it from a blocked kick was sloppy. But like I said, Connor Taylor, a really good defensive play, and the Rattlers get the ball back. After the first quarter, the score was 6-0 Massachusetts. The second quarter will begin with a 21-yard bomb of a pass from Drew Powell to Jamal Miles. That's a first down. And then Morian Walker Jr., a 2-yard rushing touchdown. 7-6 Rattlers with 11:39 to go. Massachusetts then returns the kickoff for a touchdown, but the 2-point conversion fails, so the Arizona Rattlers are only down 12-7. Then there is a ridiculous pass from Drew Powell to Jamal Miles in the back of the end zone. That's good for a touchdown. The point after is good. The Arizona Rattlers go up by a score of 14-12 with 8 minutes and 31 seconds to go in the second quarter. The Arizona Rattlers then go for an onside kick and they recover it. Rattlers ball. I just wanted to take a second to note a good effort by Isaiah Scott. So on this drive, he catches a pass. He is short of the first down and just scurries across the line. Good effort. Drew Powell then rushes to get a first down right around the 2-yard line, and then Massachusetts, they take an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, 1st and goal. Drew Powell rushes in for a touchdown, point after is good, 21-12 Rattlers with about 2 minutes to go in the half. Dylan Winfrey then picks off a pass essentially in the end zone with a minute to go in the half. Rattlers get the ball back, then Drew Powell finds Isaiah Scott for a 20-yard touchdown. Rattlers get the ball back, then Drew Powell finds Isaiah Scott for a 20-yard touchdown, with Scott doing his best DeAndre Hopkins impersonation by having 2 defenders on him, still coming down with that football. Point after is good, 28-12 Rattlers with 17 seconds to go in the first half. Massachusetts would then score a field goal, 28-15 at halftime. Starting off the second half, Drew Powell finds Jamal Miles once more, point after is good, 35-15 Arizona. Massachusetts then scores a touchdown at the 10-minute mark, but it is called back for an offensive penalty. They found the end zone anyway, they went for the 2-point conversion, was no good, 35-21 Arizona, and they get the ball back. Then Shane McCanery, a long field goal. This is on their own 18-yard line. Sinks that one after a kind of sloppy offensive possession. 38-21 Arizona, and it just keeps going. The score would be 38-21 in favor of the Rattlers at the end of the third quarter. I then had to head home so I can start working on some Coyotes content. So I'm just going to go ahead and read off what happens in the fourth quarter. About a minute, 10 seconds in, Massachusetts scores 38-29. Then Morian Walker, a 3-yard rushing touchdown. 45-29 at the 11-13 mark. The Massachusetts scores again, 45-35. Then Isaiah Houston, a 13-yard touchdown with a minute 45 to go. It's 52-35. Then with 32 seconds to go, Massachusetts another touchdown, 52-43 is your final. And then there was some sort of altercation between the fans and players. It was a whole thing. The IFL did an investigation. They ended up suspending multiple players. That entire thing needs its own entire breakdown, but essentially there was a conflict. Kevin Guy would talk a little bit about it in his post-game press conference where he said, to paraphrase, Rattler Nation got to him. I mean, that's one way to describe it. Like I said, that really deserves to have its own dedicated discussion. I have not seen the play as of this recording, but I will try to make a point to make sure that the statement from the IFL commissioner is in the description. Individual stats, Drew Powell, 19 for 24, 208 yards, 4 touchdowns. MV Powell doing MV Powell things. Oh, and add in 33 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. Morian Walker Jr., despite only having 7 rushing yards, had 2 rushing touchdowns. That's not bad. Receiving, Jamal Miles, 8 receptions, 103 yards, 2 receiving touchdowns, about 13 rushing yards. Isaiah Scott, 4 receptions, 54 yards and a touchdown. Isaiah Houston, 3 catches, 35 yards and a touchdown, meaning yes, he averaged more than 10 yards per catch. And Morian Walker Jr. would add another 4 receptions for 16 yards. On the defensive end of the ball, Chris Terrell would record the only tackle for loss for the Arizona Rattlers defense, and Dylan Winfrey and Connor Taylor each would pick off a pass. What is that, 7 in a row? The Arizona Rattlers are now 10-4. There is one more game, but 2 more weeks before the playoffs start. The Arizona Rattlers will have their final bye week coming up. Then they will take on the Northern Arizona Wranglers in the final game on July 15th. Should be a good game. I mean, this was a really good game. The Massachusetts Pirates are one of the best teams in the league, and the Arizona Rattlers managed to stay with them despite that rough start. But, yeah, that's all I got for you. Rattlers win by a final score of 52-43. Massachusetts will head up north to take on the Wranglers this weekend. Alright, so I wanted to go ahead and talk about this incident in a separate video outside of the context of a Rattlers report because I am a fan, I cover the team. I do want to address the situation in the most neutral possible way I can, so that's why I want to go ahead and just do it separately. So, like I mentioned in the last video, I left the game at the end of the third quarter because I had some Coyote stuff to work on back at home. So I didn't get to watch this live. I did kind of hear about it, which is why I decided to look a little bit more into it. So, with about 32 seconds to go in the game, off a kickoff, Connor Taylor gets his second personal foul of the night. It's a helmet-to-chest contact, targeting penalty, 15 yards. I do believe Leon O'Neal was on the receiving end of that for Massachusetts. Pretty sure that actually ended Taylor's night, but there's only 32 seconds left in the game, so I guess it really didn't matter. But if I have to comment on that specifically, it was not helmet-to-helmet, but I'm pretty sure helmet to chest could still be considered targeting, so I'm just going to go ahead and accept that penalty call and not really question it too much because it was pretty blatant helmet to chest. It is what it is. Then afterwards, a fight breaks out, and I might show a little bit of footage from the broadcast. I have gotten to see it at a couple of other angles. People have sent me videos. I'm not going to be using that footage primarily because I don't want it to kind of come off like I'm glorifying violence or anything. And on top of that, I do not want to get AFT in trouble with showing violent footage because that can get videos taken off of the platform. But you see a couple of Pirates players in the stands, you see a coach, you see said coach appearing to be stomping on a fan, and later on you do see one of the fans being escorted off, seemingly bleeding from his face, and another angle I got to see of it showed that yes, he was bleeding from his face, so there was a physical altercation that happened. Like I mentioned in the last video, Kevin Guy was talking about the situation very briefly in the post-game show, the post-game press availability, and he characterized it as Rattlers Nation just kind of breaking up. And I will say, despite the fact that Massachusetts and Arizona have only met 4 times, it genuinely feels like these two teams hate each other. There's a kind of rivalry brewing here, so it wouldn't exactly surprise me if the players and the fan bases and whatnot just kind of didn't exactly like each other very much. So, for example, a strictly verbal altercation wouldn't exactly surprise me if you told me that it happened. But when you have players going into the stands, I have to ask a couple of questions. First and foremost, what was said? Obviously, there is not a single thing that someone can say that justifies that physical violence unless it's like an actual threat. For example, I insert threat here on said family member, something like that. Even if one of these fans was in the wrong and said a slur or something like that, it still doesn't justify the violence, but I still want to ask what incited that incident, like what was said, and I do want to focus just that couple of seconds right there to just ask, what did the fan say, what did the fan do to incite whatever happened, because while, again, the violence itself, jumping into the stands, that is not okay, this is not a one-sided story, and you can't just say, okay, you know, they went into the stands, therefore they are entirely in the wrong. They are in the wrong, but you also have to ask what happened. As of right now, the IFL did do an investigation. They reviewed all the footage. I'm going to assume they had conversations with those involved, and I'm going to assume we're not going to get answers to those questions. I have asked a few people that hopefully would know a little more, haven't really gotten anything concrete, and nothing to suggest what specifically was said, but like I said, I did want to talk about that. So we do have a statement. I do want to read the statement from the IFL first, the IFL commissioner, and then I have a statement from the Massachusetts Pirates themselves. This comes from the league commissioner. Quote, late in last night's game between the Massachusetts Pirates and the Arizona Rattlers, there was an unfortunate incident that culminated with players and a coach entering the crowd. The Indoor Football League takes pride in our effort to create a family-friendly environment. The actions of those individuals do not represent or align with these unwavering IFL values. The IFL sincerely apologizes to the Arizona Rattlers, Arizona fans, as well as fans across the country. The IFL will not tolerate this type of action. After reviewing all available footage, as well as reviewing the officials' report, the Massachusetts organization, as well as multiple players, have been substantially fined and suspended. In addition, the following individuals have been suspended from the IFL indefinitely. Number 8, Leon O'Neill. Number 5, Chris Ingram. Number 22, Charles Williams, and Coach Patrick Pass. Quote, under zero circumstances can you ever go beyond the wall and into the stands, said Commissioner Todd Tyron. This is a one-time incident that does not reflect what the IFL stands for. We are a family-friendly league that offers great sports entertainment. We will continue to build on that moving forward. What was a very exciting game was marred by the actions of a few. These actions will never be tolerated and are being fully dealt with. Obviously, a very strong statement coming from the IFL, coming from the commissioner, and I agree with it. I do agree that, again, no matter what was said, no matter what the inciting incident was, it is not okay to jump into the stands and start getting physical. I still maintain it is important to ask what was said because that context is important, because obviously if a Rattlers fan was saying racial slurs, for example, that shouldn't be tolerated and that fan shouldn't be welcomed back to any future game. Again, if that was the case, if that is what happened, we have no idea and we're probably never going to know. We also have a statement here from the Pirates founder and co-owner, so here we go. Quote, first and foremost, we do not condone the behavior and the events that occurred Sunday between our organization, the Rattlers, and their fan base. I want to sincerely apologize on behalf of the Pirates to all those affected, and we want to thank the great fans in Arizona for their continued support of the league. It's always a hostile and great atmosphere at the Footprint Center, and we've formed a nice rivalry between the two organizations. There's certainly mutual respect between us, and you never want to see things get carried away in that manner. We don't preach that type of behavior and try to emphasize the importance of balancing a passionate competitiveness while keeping things between the whistles and on the field. In saying that, however, I do not want a single incident to summarize the character of the players and staff involved. For us that know these guys personally, we know what great human beings they are. They've been nothing but stand-up citizens for us here while with the Pirates, and I can't and won't ignore that. There was certainly a massive lapse of judgment, but their stories and journeys are not over, and they can always lean on us for assistance. We do not turn our back on family. The league and our organization have dealt out punishments for Sunday's incidents, and we've made it very clear to our players and staff how unacceptable that behavior is, even if provoked. We have to be above it and will be. We look forward to many great moments between the Pirates and Rattlers, and yet, again, thank you to the city of Phoenix and state of Arizona for their continued passion for the game. Believe it or not, your opponents appreciate it, even in the form of boos. I think it's a really good statement from the Pirates owner right there, because definitely taking responsibility and saying this does not represent us, this is not how we want to carry ourselves as an organization, while also acknowledging that this may have been provoked. I like that statement because it's balanced. It's not trying to push blame or anything. It's taking full responsibility while also saying this does not represent our team or even those players, because I guarantee those guys are not terrible guys. I guarantee the players involved are not these terrible people that are just going to go around punching people for no reason. I guarantee that. I understand things can get heated, all right? That they are football players. They are competitive. There's going to be a lot of high tensions. Obviously, you can't jump in the stands. Obviously, you can't make it physical. But I also just kind of want to make my stance clear that this incident doesn't necessarily reflect on the character of the individuals involved. More so what people can do when tensions are really high and there are altercations like this. So that's everything we know about the situation. There have been 3 players and a coach suspended indefinitely. There's going to be heavy fines and penalties. And I hope that both the Massachusetts Pirates as well as the players involved, the Arizona Rattlers organization, and their fans, including the fans that were involved in the incident, can all move on and this doesn't end up making a bad look for the league or end up staining anyone's reputations or turning this into an actual toxic environment next time Massachusetts comes into the snake pit. So there you go. That's all I got for you. I do hope that I was able to give a fair and balanced take on this and give some decent coverage on it, and I'm curious to see what everyone's opinions are in the comments, because this isn't like a small incident. This is definitely going to be a hot button issue and something that's probably going to be discussed for at least a few weeks. How's it going? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here with 2 phenomenal gentlemen, one of which I haven't spoken to before, but I'm going to speak highly of them anyway, and that is Ed Cole and James Poovey. Oh my God, did I get that wrong?
You nailed it, my friend.
You got it right,
Matt.
You got it
my
right,
eyes
Matthew.
are a little fuzzy right now.
You nailed it, my friend. Thanks for having us, buddy.
Oh, I am ecstatic that you guys want to give me some of your time and get to talk to some indoor football, because as Ed and I were discussing earlier on in the season, this game is probably going to have some playoff implications. And while all 8 teams have secured their playoff spots, there's still something to fight for. It's going to be an interesting matchup. And while I would have preferred this matchup could knock Tucson out of the playoffs, it is what it is. I guess we'll have to wait for the playoffs to roll around. Let's start off with this. Kind of get, because anyone that might be watching me probably is a little more caught up on the Rattlers. Let's get caught up on the Wranglers. What's been going on since that last matchup against the Arizona Rattlers?
Well, the Wranglers have been playing pretty good football as of late. We had a little bit of a hump to get over there as we approached the bye week, but the offense has really been coming on, especially over the last couple of weeks. We had a change at quarterback, moving from Garrett Kettle over to Nick Watson. He really played well last week, and then Ed can speak to this as well, I think. The defense has played well all season long.
They have. Massachusetts came in on Saturday, Matthew, the number 3 ranked offense in the indoor football league, and this defense clamped down, shut them down. They're averaging 51 points a game, held them 19 points under their average, held them to 32 points. They're averaging over 250 yards a game, Matthew. They had just 159. The Wranglers held the ball for 40 minutes of the 60 minutes. So with that running game, they ran the ball for 150 yards rushing. The running game was so strong for Northern Arizona, and that kept Anthony Russo and all of his weapons off the field, and that gave the Wranglers that much of a more of a fighting chance, because Russo and that highly rated offense was off the field. In considering also Massachusetts went up 14-0 quick in the first quarter. So James and I and everybody in the Finley Toyota Center were like, okay, so it's going to be that kind of a game, huh? Then lo and behold, how the tides turn in a football game. There's so much momentum. Northern Arizona runs off 37 straight points. It's 37-14. We think that it's comfortably in the bag. Then come fourth quarter, Alejandro Benefield comes in. They score 18 straight points, and they tighten it up to 37-32. Matthew, it was just that kind of a game, right, JP?
It was back and forth, as you mentioned. It felt like the tale of they talk about the tale of 2 halves. It was almost a tale of 3 halves in that ball game. It was back and forth, but luckily the Wranglers were able to come out with a win in a game that we really knew we had to have if we want to have any chance of making it to the IFL playoffs this season.
Yeah, Matthew, getting that game, even their record up at 7-7, and then we looked ahead toward Bay Area taking on San Diego on Monday night. and Bay Area needed to take care of business, which they did, and that knocked San Diego out of the playoff hunt, and that gave us that fourth and final spot in the Western Conference. So we thank the Bay Area Panthers for half of the help of getting us into the playoffs, and now, hey, we take care. We got to handle our business against the Rattlers on Saturday night, and then it's time for the playoffs, brother.
I'm so excited for these playoffs because we were talking a little bit before the show, but what is that? Back-to-back years that there were 3 Arizona teams, all 3 of them in the playoffs. It's just kind of crazy how successful indoor football's been in this state. Obviously, the Rattlers been around for a while, but second year Wranglers are defending champions, and they made a little quip about it on Twitter where they're the underdogs going into the playoffs, despite the fact that they're the defending champions.
Well, we've kind of had that underdog role ever since that first season. Ed and I have been with the Wranglers since their inception in 2021, and that first season was rough. We got 1 win that entire season, and Ed was in the building that night. I wasn't even there that night. It was the night we beat the Tucson Sugar Skulls for our first win in franchise history. And I was actually stuck in Phoenix. I had a Section 7 basketball tournament out at State Farm Stadium. But regardless, that first season was a bit of a challenge. But then you come back, you change up the coaching staff. You bring in Coach Les Moss, who has a wealth of IFL experience and indoor football league, arena football experience, and has won multiple championships in the past. And, Coach Moss came in here and really changed the culture for this Wranglers football team right away. And it started translating to the field immediately.
And then, Matthew, of course, winning a championship the following season, everybody pencils you on their schedule. When they see the Northern Arizona Wranglers on their schedule, whether you travel up to Prescott Valley or the Wranglers come to you, everybody is giving you their full effort because you are the champions. You've got that target on your back. You hoisted that trophy in Henderson, Nevada back on August 6th, August 5th, 2023. James and I remember that night so well. We were in Henderson, Nevada, and able to celebrate with the football team. You just knew the second season after a championship. It's never easy for a champion to come back and repeat. And this team took its fair share of blows throughout these 14 games. Been a lot of ups and a lot of downs, but when it came down to it, when we got through 14 games, coming up on the 15th with the Rattlers, this team qualified for the playoffs. And that's all you need, Matthew. Take care of business at Footprint Center against the Rattlers. Go into that second season, everybody is 0-0 at that point, JP and Matthew, and who knows what can happen after that in the second season.
That's exactly right. I mean, sorry, Matthew, but, we just talked to Jared Ware just a little bit before we came on here with you and talked to him about the overall mood of the football team. And he really feels like this team is not only gelling together at just the right time, but really starting to peak at just the right time here as they're approaching the playoffs. And that's really what you need to be doing if you're a football team.
Yeah, it's the best possible time. I mean, these seasons, anyone that covers or even pays attention to professional sports knows it's a marathon, not a sprint. And if you can start sprinting towards the very end of the season, you're probably looking pretty good heading in. And I wanted to, discuss this because that Arizona Rattlers game that they lost by 1 point in a phenomenal, it was a double overtime. It was extra time, 3-game losing streak. And at that point it was pivotal to start winning again. And they win one of their next 3. What were the difficulties you guys were noticing and you guys were seeing in that small stretch? Because they were pretty dominant early on in the season and then kind of trying to get that gel back together at the end of the season.
Well, from an offensive perspective, they just seem to have a little bit of trouble getting that engine started there about midway through the season. We started out pretty good offensively in the first part of the season, was able to rattle off a few wins there, and then we kind of bogged down a little bit offensively there, and then necessitating the quarterback change, which was part of that, I believe, towards the end of this regular season there. But then Nick Watson was able to come in and kind of reignite the offense, I should say. Garrett Kettle played really well this season, but Coach Moss felt it was time to make that change at quarterback, and so I think they were able to kind of get over that hump offensively. As we mentioned a little bit ago, the defense played really well all season. And then we got a new addition to the team just a couple of weeks ago in Connor Mangan, who's now come in and really been sort of a secret weapon for us, able to get some of those drop kicks and get some extra points at pivotal times in the ball game.
I agree. But when Connor came in against Massachusetts, he had 3 drop kicks. Each of those are 2 points apiece after a score. You get a rouge, that's 2 more points in a field goal. So basically, that's a 2, 4, 6. What's that, like 11 points basically off of your kicker? And in a game when you win by 5, knowing the game was going to be tight, Massachusetts is here. They were 9-4, a legitimate championship contender. You needed every single point that you could get, Matthew, to get that victory. And were it not for drop Dropkick Mangan in the form. Oh, by the way, got special teams player of the week for his performance. Who knows what could have happened? Yes, the offense, Nick Watson came in and played really well. The offense, they ran the ball extremely well. And the defense, as JP mentioned, they were on fire, lights out. Daniel Wright gets an interception, and they got a safety on Anthony Russo in the end zone. But in order to beat Massachusetts, a team that's excellent, that's an outstanding organization, you've got to have offense, defense, and special teams all working in harmony. And that's what happened on Saturday night.
I think one very interesting point that both of you brought up is the quarterback switch. How tough of a call do you think it was for the coach here to justify taking out a quarterback that's playing well just to try to see if this will work differently or if this will kind of be that extra spark they need?
And I'm going to let you start on this one, my friend.
I don't think it's that difficult, Matthew. It's about wins and losses. It's not about what somebody's feeling if they get replaced. If Garrett Kettle isn't happy, if Coach Moss brings him out, Les Moss has got to do what's right for the organization, the best move that he feels he has to make for the organization, and he felt that giving Nick Watson the start against Massachusetts was the right call, and it absolutely was the right call. Not to say that Garrett couldn't have come in and played really well, because I'm sure he would have, but Coach Moss felt that Nick was the best course of action to be the starting quarterback that night, and he was great that night. Ran the ball really well, threw the ball well, managed the offense very well, outside of that one interception. But Nick Watson looked really good. And again, it's not time to be worrying about somebody's feelings about a move that you have to make. You're trying to make the playoffs. You're trying to repeat as champions. Forget the feelings. You got to go out there and win football games. Forget that. That's the bottom line. You got to win football games, right, JP?
You're exactly right, Ed. And one of the best parts of this football team, especially at the quarterback position, is the way these two young men support each other. Whether it's Nick Watson in there under center or whether it's Garrett Kettle in there, you really would not know the difference on the sideline, because both these guys step up, support each other. They'll both be willing to throw the headset on when necessary and coach from the sideline if necessary. And they're always happy to see each other succeed. And that is an integral part of this football team and their success.
I agree. Yeah, and I'll piggyback off of that, Matthew. It really is amazing to see those two young men and the relationship that they have. As JP, we're up in our perch up in Prescott Valley. You know the press box well, Matthew. You were up there for the Rattlers game. The vantage point that we have, whether Garrett's starting and Nick is on the sidelines with the headset on and he's got the iPad, or whether everything was flipped on Saturday and Nick's got the start, it's on him. Those guys play off each other so well. They've got a great relationship with each other, knowing that, hey, if the best course for us is for you to start Nick or for you to start Garrett, if that's going to get us hopefully ensure us a victory, I'm willing to step back and let you be the starter, because that's how important that we want this team and this organization to move. We want this team to win. And again, feelings go out the window when it comes to this. This is a professional football team that's trying to win another championship, that's trying to repeat as 2023 national champions, and those sometimes difficult moves have to be made, and that's what it was.
I definitely have to respect the decision in the context of it's hard to justify taking out a quarterback playing well for something that, depending on who you are, you might think, oh, that's a foolish decision, or that's an unproven decision. But obviously, this Les Moss knows exactly what he's doing, and that kind of worries me a little bit, because this is a team that, while the Rattlers have typically won games against them, you don't want to take your foot off the gas pedal, and you don't want to underestimate them, because let's compare the coaches real quick from what you've seen covering the Wranglers, what I've seen covering the Rattlers. Where do you think coaching is going to factor into these matchups, especially this one heading into the playoffs?
Well, both these coaches have a wealth of experience in the indoor game, and they're both great at the chess game of overall schematically going against each other and trying to figure out, I'm going to make this move and you're going to make that move, and I already kind of know you're going to make that move because I remember you doing that from back in the day. And it's really marvelous to watch if you really sit back and try to take it all in. And so the coaching is really going to be pretty even as far as that respect goes, but it's really going to come down to the play on the field. And our defense is really going to have to step up because the Rattlers have been on a roll since Drew Powell returned to the football field.
Winning 7 in a row. I would echo what JP said about the coaching. Those two men kind of cancel themselves out in a good way because they're excellent.
Yes.
They're Hall of Fame level head coaches, and they're going to do whatever's necessary, whatever play calling they have to do on offense and defense. They're going to get their guys ready. But as JP mentioned, it's going to come down to the players on the field on Saturday night. Who is going to be able to execute the most and the best on offense, defense, and should it come down to special teams, whose kicker is better? Who's more clutch when it comes down to it? When it comes down to possibly a game-winning field goal or potentially a game-winning drop kick, should it come down to drop kick Mangan? If it's on him, who's gonna be able to do that? When it comes down to, it's all going to come down to the players and who's going to be able to come out here, make the least amount of mistakes, and whichever team makes mistakes, what team could that other team take full advantage of that?
The mistakes, I actually love that you brought that up because in my last video covering the Massachusetts matchup, that first quarter for the Rattlers was really sloppy. And one thing I've noticed is their defense, as long as I've covered them, even with the perfect season back in, I think that was 2019, one of their biggest problems has been third downs and then the secondary being beat deep. There's way too many times where Rattlers defenders are not in the proper position or they just get beat by the receivers. What are some things that you guys notice that or would be weaknesses for that you notice with the Rattlers that the Wranglers would need to take full advantage of to try to force some of those mistakes and hopefully be able to edge out that game?
Well, I think you mentioned one of them, hopefully the ability to maybe beat them deep on a couple of plays. We talked to Jared Ware, as I mentioned a little bit ago, and talked to him about the balance of having to respect a team's run game versus the pass and the magnitude of that respect going into the indoor game versus the outdoor game, because now you're taking one guy that you got to spy a running back with. That's a fifth of your defensive front right there that you've just taken away from one offensive player that may or may not even be getting that ball on that particular snap. So there's so many variables that play. It's crazy.
And what I want to see from the offense for Northern Arizona on Saturday is their commitment to the run again. I want to see if they can run on this defense, make and kind of have a balanced attack. Matthew, can Jared Ware Jr. replicate what he did against Massachusetts? Could Nick Watson, should he get the start, can he replicate what he was able to do when he ran? Because he had a 21-yard run and an 11-yard run. So Nick is just as strong with his legs as he is with his arms. And we know Arizona's got an outstanding defense. You look at Devontae Merriweather, Jermaine Dobbs, and Dylan Winfrey, the league's leading interceptor. That's an excellent secondary featuring those three guys. So Arizona's defense is going to be, they're going to come out and they're going to be locked tight and ready to go. But can Nick Watson get to that defense and just make things happen from an offensive standpoint? Because he looked really good against Massachusetts on Saturday. Arizona's a different beast all on its own.
Yeah, I feel like Arizona plays with. I know Massachusetts and Arizona in a very, I think it's 4 total games, including the playoffs, don't like each other, and it's a lot of grit and grinding on the football field. I kind of feel like this is going to have to be a very similar type game, and I want to focus on the Rattlers' perspective with a guy like Drew Powell. What does the defense for the Wranglers need to do to limit him, to limit this offense? Because I guarantee there's going to be a couple of things the Wranglers can do, but what should be the focuses to try to deal with a multiple-time MVP?
If I was coaching the Wranglers defensive line, the first message to them in practice is stay home. You cannot overrun the play, especially against a guy like Drew Powell, who is not afraid to tuck it and run when necessary. And I mean, in a moment's notice, Drew Powell can go from looking like he's going to throw the football deep down the field to running 5 yards past you before you even know what happened. So the defensive line has definitely got to stay home, make sure and get off those blocks, get full separation up front, but then don't overrun the play, because you might have Drew Powell trying to sneak out through a crease somewhere if you're not careful.
We know how lethal number one is. We saw him back in early June up in Prescott Valley. He had 3 rushing touchdowns, 8 total touchdowns, 5 through the air, 3 on the ground. As you mentioned, when that guy gets loose, he is lethal. He is nearly unstoppable. As JP mentioned, stay home, but still, you've got to be aggressive. If you're that defensive front, if you're Justin Wisenhunt, that Mike linebacker, you've got to be able to come down that A gap as much as you can and try to get the number one and force the issue on him. Because if Drew Powell can stand back there and just look everybody off and try to make completions to all of his wide receivers, Isaiah Houston and the two and everybody else that he has at his disposal, so much talent, then it could be a long night for Northern Arizona. But the secondary for the Wranglers is strong, and they're going to have to be strong all night long against Powell and that vaunted offense, that number one ranked offense in the indoor football league.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ed, even if the back end for the Wranglers is really strong and everybody's covered down the field, if those defensive linemen up front are not getting off the block and everybody's occupied there for even a half a second, that's plenty of time for Drew Powell to get loose when everybody's way down the field, and he's going to hurt you with his legs for 10 or 12 yards. So yeah, it's going to be a battle up front on Saturday night. I cannot wait.
And Drew is so impressive to watch. I was just looking at his numbers, Matthew. 40 touchdowns. Guess how many interceptions? 4. He's got a 10-to-1 interception ratio. This kid is extremely smart with the football. He knows where he wants to go with the football, and he very rarely makes mistakes. But when you got Jamal Miles, Isaiah Scott, Isaiah Houston's the two Isaiahs, he's got so much talent to throw to. But as JP mentioned, when he tucks and runs, that guy is electrifying. So the defense they've got to be laser focused. They've got to have eyes in the back of their head when they're going up against number one, because he is that good.
It's actually interesting. It's a 10-to-1 ratio. For about, I think it was 3 weeks in a row, he was averaging 1 pick per game. And that, as long as I've been, covering the team, paying attention to the team again since 2019, I've never seen that man average interception a game in any stretch of games. And it was just so interesting that you kind of wouldn't notice watching him play, because he doesn't really seem to get rattled. And even if he does throw a pick, he might run a couple extra times the next drive or so, but doesn't really seem to let that rattle him or force too many more bad throws.
And Matthew, go ahead, JP.
Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm looking at the box score for Massachusetts from 2 Sundays ago. This is indicative of what Drew Powell does. 5 incompletions, 19 of 24, 208 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 0 sacks. And one of the biggest games of their season, coming toward the end of the season against a legitimate championship contender, he throws no interceptions.
Well, that's the hallmark of a good quarterback, guys. You talk about it at any level, a guy that can stand tall and really be even keel all the way across the board, win or lose, because the quarterback, let's face it, the rest of the team feeds off that guy, especially on offense, and they ride with him. If he's up, they're up. If he's down, they're down. But if he's right here and cool, and hey, you know what? We might be down 14 here about midway through the second quarter, but we got a lot of football left to play.
And Matthew, I don't think it's any coincidence when Drew came back in the starting lineup after his injury, they haven't lost since.
It's been ridiculous, and this is absolutely nothing against the backup quarterback, Jorge Reyna, who played fine. His numbers were decent. There's no complaints. That most teams in the league would like to have consistent numbers like he was putting up, but the team just wasn't getting the wins. And I feel like this also ties a little bit back to the Wranglers, where even if a quarterback's playing well, sometimes it won't translate to the wins, or it's not enough. But then when you have that truly elite quarterback, or that truly great quarterback, or even just a great matchup, it starts translating to wins. And it's very interesting how that works. It just shows how important the quarterback position is, even in arena football. I think some people might kind of discount that a little bit, but it's such an integral position at any level of football.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, the quarterback, you've heard him referred to as the field general. That's not by accident. I mean, this guy controls the offense. He makes sure his first responsibility when he gets out there is he's got to get everybody lined up right. Because if everybody's not lined up right, then you can forget whatever great play you might have, the magical, miracle and Minneapolis Miracle play. If everybody's not lined up right, it doesn't matter. So the quarterback has so many responsibilities, and then he's got to remember the play call. He's got to execute the play perfectly. He's got to go through his checkdowns. He's got to make sure that everybody's where they're supposed to be once the play starts. I mean, it's not a job for everyone. You talk about football not being for everyone. Quarterbacking is not for everyone.
And Matthew, I guarantee you, the 8 teams that are in the playoffs from the Eastern and Western Conference, if they had subpar quarterback play, if Frisco, Massachusetts, Quad City, Sioux Falls, the Rattlers, Bay Area, Tucson, or Northern Arizona all had subpar quarterbacking play, none of them would be in the playoffs, or they will be struggling for their lives to make the playoffs.
Yeah, that can't be understated.
let's switch gears a little bit because we're getting a little up there. I don't want to be wasting your guys' time. I'm loving the conversation.
Oh no,
but
you're
I want
fine.
to get some bullet points. I want to get down to what are the keys to the game, the biggest keys from the Wranglers' perspective, and then from your guys' perspective, the Rattlers' perspective, to win this last matchup of the regular season.
Ed, go for it.
Well, you know what? Honestly, I don't care about the Rattlers. We care about the Wranglers. So we're going to keep it all Wranglers. JP, you can talk about whatever you want. But
I'm right there with you, brother. Go ahead.
But for the Wranglers, should Nick Watson get the start, he's got to play about as flawless football as you can against the Rattlers in Footprint Center. All three of us know how much of a home field advantage that is for the Rattlers. If you get the ball first, or whenever you get the ball, if you're Watson, you've got to drive your offense down the field like they did against Massachusetts. Control the time of possession. If Jared Ware Jr. and Watson and Ryan Wisniewski and RCB, Ramon Jockey Bowman, if those four can all combine for an output like they did against Massachusetts last Saturday and control that time of possession, keep Drew Powell and that vaunted offense off the field, the number one offense in this league off the field, they've got a great shot of winning this football game. Take advantage of any mistakes that Drew Powell may make, which is very rare. As we talked about his TD to interception ratio. The guy is so smart, Drew Powell is. I love the way he plays football. But on defense, as JP mentioned, you've got to stay aggressive against Drew. Yes, defensive line, stay at home, but still rush the quarterback. Do not let him sit back there and think he's got all day to throw on your secondary, because if he does, then you could have a bad night. So stay aggressive up front with your front four and the back four with your secondary. You've got to stay as strong. You've got to stay tight on Arizona's wide receivers.
Ed, as usual, setting it up perfectly right there, Matthew. I mean, on defense, that's exactly what the Wranglers have to do. They have got to make Drew Powell uncomfortable, and not just a couple times during the ball game. They got to make him uncomfortable all night long. That's the mantra on defense this week. Get after one. That's got to be it. The defensive back end is going to be okay for the Wranglers, but they got to get after Powell and then contain him when he does run, because let's face it, he's going to get out a couple times. He's going to get loose, and he's going to pick up some yards with his legs, but when he does, we've got to be able to shut it down as quickly as possible.
And when those plays do happen, Matthew, should Drew, well, we know Drew is Drew. He's going to make stuff happen. He's just like JP. You can only hope to contain him. You can't stop him.
Yes.
You can only hope to contain him. Just like they said about MJ and LeBron, all the great NBA, everybody that's been great in every major sport. You can only hope to contain that young man or that young woman, because you can't stop them. So when things happen and plays do break down, and Powell he'll break off a 20, 25-yard run, or he'll throw a 30-yard touchdown pass. Don't get rattled, because that's just the way that this game of football goes. You've got to be able to line it back up. You've got to have amnesia. You've got to be able to forget about what just happened and line up and play football.
Great point that you made right there, Ed. The Wranglers have to be able to keep their composure even when they take a couple shots in the chin, which no doubt they will against the Rattlers on Saturday night. They're going to make some plays. They're going to blow a coverage here or there. It's going to happen. It's the game of football, but can you stay composed when it does happen? Because you know it's coming, and then can you respond, as we say all the time? Can you respond to what they give you?
And then my last one, Matthew, silence the ninth man. That crowd at Footprint Center, it's so loud. JP and I, when we do our pregame, halftime, and postgame, we've got to keep our headsets on because it's so loud, because we can't hear each other, and we're like 2 inches away from each other. That's how loud that place is. It's one of the best atmospheres in the indoor football league. So the Wranglers have to be able to do what's necessary to keep that crowd at bay. Because if they can keep that crowd at bay, and the Rattlers lose that momentum from their crowd and that love from their crowd, then they've already got to step up on them.
Very true. And I'm glad you mentioned it, Ed. We'll be live on the Wranglers YouTube channel from inside the Footprint Center at 5:30 p.m. on Saturday night. So make sure and join us, and then come back at halftime, and then for the post-game show as well. So we'll get you covered on all the pregame, halftime, and post-game for Wranglers and Rattlers this Saturday.
Thank you for that shameless plug, Matthew.
Yes, thank you.
Y'all can plug whatever you want. All I know is that if y'all are going to be a Footprint, I might have to annoy you a little bit while I'm there, because I get to make a little bit of a press appearance there for my first time at Footprint Center. So
nice.
I'm excited for that.
All right, cool.
I love that point about the ninth man, because as someone who obviously cares way too much about Arizona sports and will never not, the best crowd has to be the packed Purple Palace or the Snake Pit. There aren't any better crowds in this state, and there are some really darn good crowds, even up north with y'all. I commented when I was up in the booth, it wouldn't feel like it's loud up north, but it is. It's loud and it has energy. But the ninth man is just they take over games. It's ridiculous. I absolutely love that crowd. I guess I'll give my points. From the Wranglers' perspective, I can't add anything more except for exploit the secondary, because there's way too many times where on third down you pass deep, and it was kind of like, what was the point of forcing a third or fourth down, because you go with the momentum in the very next play. But from the Rattlers' perspective, the number one point is RCB, because with how ridiculous that kid is, and I said it when I was covering the game live up north, are the Rattlers planning on covering this kid, or are they going to actually pay attention to where he's at on the football field? Because I'm surprised that kid's not in the NFL. I'm surprised that kid is not at a higher level of football, because he absolutely dominates. And I don't know how anyone can forget him on the field, because everyone's immediately watching him and he's still making plays. You have to find a way to stop him. Well, you can't stop, but limit it. Like you were talking with MJ or LeBron or Kobe, you have to limit them, because you're not going to stop him. It's ridiculous. So from the Rattlers' perspective, you have to do whatever you can to limit him, because the rest of the team is very respectable. It's a very good roster, but you don't have 3 RCBs on the floor, so you gotta focus on RCB there. And then I definitely feel like they need to attack the defense both ways. You got to focus on the run as well, because I feel like earlier on in the season, the Rattlers are doing a really good job running the football. And then just the second half of the season, while they started winning more, and that's great, I'm not going to complain whatsoever, it feels like that run game has kind of disappeared. And you'll have a couple of games, Jaeger will play good here and there, but it's such a weird feeling to describe. So when you want to get yourself ready for playoff football, I think you need to kind of reestablish the ground game, because as I was talking with Ed before, is that Drew Powell, while he can run and you see him getting multiple rushing touchdowns all the time, the dude is ridiculous. He also is tending to not run as quickly, run as often. I don't know if it's just coming down to there's a lot more open space on the floor. He's not trying to force it. Could be post-injury. Doesn't really matter. He's even more effective from the air. So you want to definitely focus on the ground game with the actual running backs. And anything past that is just make sure you're hitting your receivers and not kind of forgetting certain guys, because Jamal Miles had a great game against Massachusetts. Phenomenal game. He tends to have a really solid efforts, but you don't really see him becoming that number one option that often anymore, ever since Jared Harrington showed up, and then he essentially swapped him out for Isaiah Houston. But if you're also looking for Houston and Scott, that is a top 3 receiving core that is probably competing with the targets that Nick Davila had to throw to way back in the day around 2012, 2013.
Oh, yes.
So it's make sure you're distributing the ball as often as possible to the different receivers, because they're all going to get open. You kind of don't want to just focus on one, and then you kind of get too focused, and then the Wranglers can catch on to what you're doing and force a bad turnover or a couple of turnovers on downs.
It's interesting for me, Matthew, when I look at Drew's numbers. He's only rushed the ball 82 times, but in those 82 rushes, he's got 24 touchdowns. So pretty much every 3 rushes, he's got a touchdown. I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, JP?
Again, back to you can only hope to contain them. You're not going to be able to stop them. And anybody that knows anything about football knows that you talk about reestablishing the run game there, Matthew. But as you kind of enter the playoffs, you're exactly right. That's what you want to do, because you want to have that threat in your back pocket going to the playoffs. You don't want to be, a one-trick pony and all they can do is throw. Well, we'll shut that down. That'll be an easy win for us, because all you got to do is concentrate on one facet of the game. So it's going to be interesting here to see. And I wanted to ask you from the Rattlers' perspective, how do you think this team is peaking going into the playoffs as well? Do you feel like they're peaking? Did they already have their peak earlier in the season? Is there more to come? What are your thoughts?
I am not sure how to answer that, honestly, because 7-game win streak. They've had some dominant wins, a couple of closer wins. And that game against Massachusetts, I want to focus on the mistakes in the first quarter. There was a turnover on a kickoff return. I do believe there was the interception was in the first quarter, not the second quarter. But a lot of things when hockey season's getting ready or you have free agency, things are going in one ear and out the other. I apologize, but you're having these early mistakes, turn the ball over, and it's sloppy. Yet they found a way to kind of reestablish what their identity was, get back to work, and everything just worked the way you would think when you think of Arizona Rattlers football. It just goes, and there's not a whole lot stopping it. I feel like right now they're in the perfect groove going into the playoffs, and this bye week might help, it might not. I think we'll know by this game. It's a cop-out answer, but I do think, depending on how they play against the Wranglers, a team that everyone's already in the playoffs, but the Rattlers are going to want to fight to make sure that they can keep that home field advantage throughout the first two rounds, first two games. I think we will know by the middle of the first quarter whether or not they've peaked or like they're on this side or that side, because I've seen some mistakes. I've seen some sloppy football. I've seen some great football, some essentially factory level machine work. And I kind of feel like you get what you get with the Rattlers. You already know great offense, solid defense. I don't see any higher, but I also don't see them bottoming out or anything.
All right. I'll
Okay.
go with that. I'll go with that.
Okay.
I'll go with that.
I think it's going to be a fun game, because if things just fall the way they do, these two teams could meet the very next weekend in that same building.
Yeah.
In the playoffs, which would be crazy. So, Matthew, we were talking to Jared Ware about this, about adjustments that teams would make from week to week, and it's kind of rare that two teams would meet each other in the final game of the season, and then a week later meet each other in the playoffs in the same building. Do you think, if that plays out the way it does, will there be many adjustments that both of these teams would have to make, knowing they just played each other 7 days ago?
I'm going to embrace the chaos a little bit. I almost feel like if this is a really close game, which it probably should be, it's two really good football teams, you might see an almost completely different game plan than what you're expecting. Because if you already think you got these two teams nailed down, if you're the Wranglers, you think you got the Rattlers nailed down, Rattlers, you got the Wranglers nailed down, I almost feel like you're going to have to go into the next game with an almost completely different mindset, and it would be a really weird first quarter. Whether or not you go back to what you're used to or you keep doing the weird stuff, I feel like that first quarter would be one of the weirdest, I'm not sure what the Rattlers are doing or what the Wranglers are doing kind of quarters.
Do you think there's any chance that anybody gets rested this weekend from either side? I'm just throwing it out there, because there's been a little talk about that.
Anytime you get the rowdy folk from up north coming down to the Snake Pit, which is already a rowdy atmosphere,
Ain't nobody sitting out.
you might have a beer thrown somewhere that you don't want a beer thrown.
All right. Well, I would like to say that we've developed a nice little in-state rivalry here, and we hope to keep it going. And as you mentioned, it's great all around for the success of indoor football here in the state of Arizona. I mean, all three teams going to the playoffs in back-to-back years. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and the defending champions are essentially the wild card team. Like, they're the defending champions are the underdog heading into the playoffs, and that's a really weird thing to say, knowing that this team is definitely not a bad team by any stretch.
It's interesting, and the funniest part about it is, Matt, is you know how much sports is mental. And we talked to Jared Ware earlier a little bit, and all you need is just a ticket to get to that dance. And if you can get in there, then you never know who you might get to dance with.
All I'm gonna say is I really hope that that Northern Arizona is going to Bay Area first week of the playoffs. But I would have to hope the Rattlers lose, so I'm not entirely sure if I'm ready to embrace that. But I kind of want to be the ones that gets rid of Tucson. Not gonna lie. I don't really
rest assured, the Bay Area boys they got their Rattlers jerseys on their Wranglers jerseys on right now, as a matter of fact, because they're cheering for us to beat the Rattlers. So you know how it all works. It's all good. It's all the way it should be, my friend. It's going to be a great game on Saturday night, and I can't wait. You talk about the atmosphere there; it's electric.
Yes, it is. We can't wait.
Neither can I, and I appreciate your guys' time. You are seriously some of the coolest people that I know in the professional world. So you know what? This is your stage for however long you want. Go ahead, shill, plug. What's your socials? Where can people find you? Let these people know who you are because you guys are a lot more well known than I am anyway.
Well, Ed might have some book signings he wants to pump. Go ahead, Ed. I don't know what you got coming up on the docket, man. Give it to him, brother.
No, on me, find me on Instagram at Edward Cole 301, Twitter at Ed Cole 43, and Facebook. Look me up, Edward Cole. My little picture has got me at the national championship game last year with my headset on, so that's me.
And he's in the process of creating his Threads account, is what I understand. But we'll talk about that.
Threads
later.
is coming too.
I'm on Twitter at JP_Bcast, and we just got a lot of stuff coming up. Ed and I do also, in addition to Indoor Football League, we do a lot of high school stuff here in the state of Arizona as part of the Epic Sports Network. So I got some exciting stuff coming up for that in the fall. Friday Night Red Zone, and I don't know if you've heard about that. That's going to be getting started on August the 25th, and then we kick off Thursday Night Football with Santan Charter hosting Scottsdale Christian Academy on August 17th for another edition of Thursday Night Football. It's going to be a fun season.
Maybe I might tune into a high school game because you got the energy, JP, and definitely a much lower pitched voice than myself, so I can actually listen to you for a prolonged period of time. I don't know how y'all listen to me for that long, but thank you very much. Remember, all right, go Rattlers.
Go Wranglers.
Go Wranglers. That's all right. We can all fix all that in post-production. It's no problem.
Yep.
something. Defending champions ain't gonna be going back to it this year.
Oh, well, opinions vary on that, my friend. Like I said, all we need is a ticket, a boarding pass to get on that plane, and then we're going to be eating peanuts with the rest of the folks on Saturday night. Let's go.
Matthew, put your glasses on. I know this is blinding you right now.
I can just see the shine. That's all I can just see a little bit of shine on your head. I got my Rattlers fan ring in the hall closet. I can go grab that.
Oh, well, you might not be able to find it. It's okay. It's all right. You got a couple of days to dig it out. But hey, we appreciate you having us, Matthew.
Yes,
it's been a fun time visiting with you here, my friend.
Hey, anytime.
We had a blast.
Maybe we should try to get something together for the post game, but I don't know if y'all will be a little disappointed for that one.
Well, listen, if you haven't run out of the booth already after the game, we'll have you on the post-game show. How's that sound?
I'm down. Just
all right.
Text me. Have Ed text me where to go. I'm like, all right. I'm ready to go, guys.
We'll be up in.
All you gotta do is look for the ring light. That's all you gotta do. That's where we'll be.
So remember and go Rattlers. Real quick before we get started, I just want to say thank you to Arena Football Talk and the Arizona Rattlers for making this happen and giving me the opportunity to be credentialed media for this game. So thank you very much. I don't know what else to do or say, but I just want to say thank you. Week 18 matchup, a season finale at the Snake Pit between the Northern Arizona Wranglers and the Arizona Rattlers in what potentially was a preview for the first round of the playoffs, and it did turn out that way because the Rattlers end up with a victory in this one. Let's go ahead and just jump right into it. Northern Arizona gets the ball first, and at 9 minutes, 38 seconds, Gibbons Jr., a 7-yard reception. It is 8-0 because of a drop kick, and that kind of set the tone. The Wranglers take that lead early, and in the back of my mind, knowing how good the Wranglers can be as a football team, they are the defending champions after all, I'm thinking this is going to be a very long night. The Arizona Rattlers get the ball back on the 12-yard line. Drew Powell, the very first offensive play, is an 11-yard run. Then a defensive pass interference gave the Arizona Rattlers a first down on the 12-yard line on the opposite side of the field. At the 5-minute, 34-second mark, Drew Powell finds Isaiah Scott for a 17-yard touchdown. At that point, it is 8-7 Wranglers, and the Rattlers kick the ball off. Then you have a couple of really good defensive plays by the Rattlers. Dobbs gets a pass deflection to force a third down, and then Dylan Winfrey's solid coverage leads to an incomplete pass, giving the Arizona Rattlers their first third down stop of the night. Next pass is incomplete. The Rattlers get the ball back with 1 minute and 1 second to go in the first quarter. And then after Northern Arizona pressures the quarterback, Drew Powell looked like he was going to go down for his first sack of the night. The Arizona Rattlers turn that into a 24-yard gain, followed by Jaeger Gardner with a 4-yard rushing touchdown, giving the Arizona Rattlers their first lead of the night, 14-8. 14-8 would be the score at the end of the first quarter. Solid defensive effort by the Rattlers. The Wranglers then go for a long field goal. It is no good, so the Rattlers get the ball back at the 20-yard line. Shortly after that, Drew Powell goes down for the first and only sack of the entire night. The Wranglers get that one. But that didn't really matter because Powell found Isaiah Houston for a 17-yard gain, making it a 3rd and 2. And then he found ASU alum Jamal Miles for a 20-yard gain, 1st and 10. Jaeger Gardner then punches in his second rushing touchdown of the night, that one being a 2-yard touchdown. Point after is good. 21 21-8 is your score with 7 minutes and 43 seconds to go in the second quarter. The Wranglers followed that up with 4 consecutive incomplete passes, turning the ball over on downs. Then with 2:19 to go in the first half, Drew Powell a 7-yard rushing touchdown, point after is good. It is 28-8 in favor of the Rattlers, a 20-point lead. Skip ahead to 34 seconds to go in the half. Ulrich Jones with a forced fumble, and then Chris Terrell with a 30-plus yard fumble recovery touchdown. The Arizona Rattlers have a 35-8 lead with 34 seconds to go in the first half. At that point for the Wranglers, Garrett Kettle then comes in at quarterback, and they go for a field goal attempt to end the first half. That is good. The score was 35-11 Rattlers at halftime. Then the Wranglers do something that confused me. So in the opening kickoff, they actually go for an onside kick. They recover it. Watson is back out there at quarterback. And then at the 13-minute, 10-second mark, Northern Arizona, they get a touchdown. They're right back in this game. It's 35-19. Then they go for another onside kick. They recover that. And then at the 12-minute and 3-second mark, so about a minute apart, they score another touchdown. It is 35-25. It is now just a 10-point game. On the next offensive drive, Drew Powell finds Isaiah Houston for a 28-yard game, but the offense kind of stutters a little bit. So Shane McCanery with a long field goal attempt. It is good. 38-25 Arizona, with 7 minutes and 47 seconds to go in the third quarter. The Rattlers then waste a challenge on an illegal defense call that probably should have been an offside call, but it is what it is. And the Northern Arizona Wranglers convert a third down for a 30-yard touchdown. The drop kick is good, and the score is 38-33 Rattlers with 4 minutes and 26 seconds to go in the third quarter, and this game is wide open. Northern Arizona goes with another onside kick. It goes directly off of Devontae Merriweather's hands, but the Arizona Rattlers do recover the ball on the 12-yard line. Very next play, Drew Powell finds Isaiah Houston for a 12-yard touchdown. Point after is good. 45-33 Rattlers. 45-33 will be the score at the end of the third quarter. Then the Rattlers have some pretty solid defensive plays, a couple of bad defensive penalties. It is what it is. You take the good with the bad. And then, in my opinion, on a really important play in the fourth quarter, Ulrich Jones gets a massive tackle for loss. Harold Love is loving it out there. He's getting pumped on the field. And then Northern Arizona goes for a field goal attempt. It is no good. And with 10 minutes and 36 seconds to go in the fourth quarter, the Rattlers get the ball back. You then get a massive 45-yard touchdown. Drew Powell finding Jamal Miles. And then after back-to-back false start penalties, the point after is good. 52-33 at that point with 9 minutes and 17 seconds to go in the game. Then for Northern Arizona, you get this crazy one-handed catch by Wisniewski. He does get the touchdown. Dylan Winfrey gets called for 2 holding penalties on the 2-point attempt, but the 2-point attempt failed because Taylor took down the quarterback on that third attempt. It is 52-39. Drew Powell gets one more long run in, a 14-yard rush for a first down. Then Shane McCanery comes in 53 seconds to go with a field goal, 55-39, and that would end up being your final. The Arizona Rattlers clinch first place in the West, and we will have a rematch of this game this upcoming weekend for the first round of the playoffs. Individual stats, Drew Powell, 11 for 15, 189 yards, 3 touchdowns. His longest was that 45-yard bomb to Jamal Miles. He also added 37 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. Now, Jaeger Gardner, 5 attempts, 15 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. They actually did a pretty good job attacking the ground, but they didn't go to it too often. Gardner also had 2 receptions for 19 yards. As for the receiving, Isaiah Houston, 5 receptions, 85 yards and a touchdown. Jamal Miles, 3 receptions, 68 yards and a touchdown. And Isaiah Scott, 1 reception for that 17-yard touchdown he had in the first quarter. On the defensive end of the ball, Chris Page, Dylan Winfrey, and Jermaine Dobbs each had a couple of pass breakups. Chris Terrell had a 31-yard fumble recovery touchdown, and Ulrich Jones forced that fumble. It was a solid game for the Rattlers. They took care of business. It was a very one-sided game in the first half, and then Northern Arizona comes out with all these onside kicks, and they're playing really well, closing that gap, making it at one point like a 5-point game. It was a one-possession game. Then the Arizona Rattlers came out, they made the adjustments they needed to, the defense stood tall, and they walk away with this victory at the Snake Pit, and that's actually Coach Kevin Guy's 250th win. Congratulations, Coach. And here's to hopefully some more wins in the playoffs. So the 2023 Arizona Rattlers season might have ended prematurely, but we still have some positive news to talk about because the IFL has been announcing their all-IFL teams. And for all-IFL second-team offense, we have a couple of Arizona Rattlers to talk about. So let's start off with QB1 himself, Drew Powell. Powell was listed all-IFL second-team quarterback, and he had a phenomenal season despite missing a few games with injury. In 12 games this season, Drew Powell threw for 2,128 yards and 45 touchdowns. Let's also not forget that this season he passed Bo Kelly for most rushing touchdowns all time in Arizona Rattlers history with 82. He also completed 67% of his passes, and that's just passing,
If you add in his rushing numbers, 101 rushing attempts, and a team-leading 575 rushing yards. Throw on another 27 rushing touchdowns. He was top 4 in the league rated passing, top 5 rated rushing. Despite the disappointing playoff game, Drew Powell had yet another phenomenal season because he is, without a doubt, the best regular season quarterback in this league. But Drew couldn't do it all himself. Offensive lineman Lamar Mady was also named All-IFL second team. He had a solid season blocking for Drew, giving him some extra time to make passes, opening up some lanes so that way he can go for, 10, 15-yard runs. Lamar Mady had a fantastic season at offensive line. So there you go. Individual award-wise, the Arizona Rattlers are represented by quarterback Drew Powell and offensive lineman Lamar Mady. RCB! Hello, I'm Matthew Jacobson with Arena Football Talk. Let me tell you a story. So yesterday, as I am waiting to get off work, I get an email notification that the Arizona Rattlers had signed Ramad Chakiel Bowman. All I could realistically do was just stare at that email in utter disbelief because, and I am not stretching when I say this, Ramad Chakiel Bowman is the best receiver I have ever witnessed play indoor football, indoor/arena football. My excitement for this addition for the Arizona Rattlers is higher than it was when the Arizona Cardinals got DeAndre Hopkins. And while yes, I do prefer the indoor/arena game to the NFL's game, that still should say something of just how ridiculously talented this kid is. Ramad Chakiel Bowman has spent 2 years in the Indoor Football League, both playing for the Northern Arizona Wranglers, and in his rookie season, the second year of the Wranglers' existence, Bowman helped lead the Wranglers from the worst record the previous year before he joined, all the way to the IFL National Championship the next year, including impressive feats like scoring at least 1 touchdown in every single playoff game in 2022. Last year, he recorded 72 receptions, 1,017 receiving yards, and 27 receiving touchdowns, which was the most in the entire league. Add in 130 rushing yards and a couple of rushing TDs, and Ramad Chakiel Bowman provides literally anything you can ask for on a football field. This kid's a unicorn. No, scratch that. He's an alien. And as someone whose first ever game as professional media was in Northern Arizona, despite the fact that everyone knows you need to heavily cover Bowman, they couldn't do it. They 100% just could not do it. He is borderline impossible to cover. President and head coach Kevin Guy had this to say about Chakiel Bowman. Quote, in free agency, we're focused on bringing in high character players and difference makers. It's a perfect fit because he already knows Arizona's offense since Northern Arizona runs our system. And just in case there are any Rattlers fans that don't quite know how good this guy is, 8 receptions, 5 touchdowns, 158 receiving yards against the Arizona Rattlers. I legitimately believe he was the difference maker because he did not end up playing in the game before the final regular season game of the year. And it kind of just felt like a completely different atmosphere, a completely different task trying to cover this individual because, once again, Ramad Chakiel Bowman is phenomenal. In fact, I would like to share with you, I did get permission to bring this up, someone who is familiar with Ramad Chakiel Bowman said the following. RCB is a great dude on and off the field. He's a fun guy to watch, and he works harder than anyone else in the locker room. He is known for putting in extra work that sounds exactly like the kind of player Kevin Guy wants on his roster. I'm just going to be candid when I say this. I have no idea how the Rattlers secured this one. Because in both years he's played for Northern Arizona, they won the title and then went to the conference championship game. It's just, it definitely feels like the Arizona Rattlers must have done a really phenomenal job recruiting him and giving him the pitch that this team wants to win a championship. And considering as long as I've been covering this team since the 2018 season, they had a perfect season. They've gone to 2 United Bowls. They've been in the playoffs every single year. The Arizona Rattlers are an organization that has constant success. And as Kevin Guy mentioned in the press conference after the loss to Northern Arizona, is a team that should be competing for championships every year. Assuming multiple-time IFL MVP Drew Powell returns next season, I have no idea how they're supposed to cover this team. The offense is already deadly. It's already been top 5 in the IFL pretty much every year I've covered them. It is just kind of ridiculous to think how much better this team can be this year. In the promotional image the Arizona Rattlers released for this free agent signing, they have Chakiel Bowman wearing number 6, obviously because currently Drew Powell wears number 1, but that means that either Jager Gardner will not be back next season or that he's just going to change his number. So definitely the roster is probably going to be a lot different for the upcoming 2024 season, and I definitely feel confident saying that the Arizona Rattlers are going to be a very interesting team to watch for the 2024 season. So Ramad, welcome to the Arizona Rattlers. Best of luck to you this season. My phone has absolutely been buzzing all morning. I wonder if that's what Craig Morgan feels like. But anyway, I was in Scottsdale this morning ready to cover an Arizona Coyotes practice, and I get the following press notification from the Arizona Rattlers. Arizona Rattlers moved to Glendale to play games in Desert Diamond Arena. Full disclosure, I did have multiple sources telling me that the Arizona Rattlers relocating was a possibility, and Glendale was the only building I heard mentioned. However, a report here and a report there is not substantial enough for me to make a video on. Though, for what it's worth, it was kind of implied to me that this would be after the upcoming 2024 season. They are moving to Glendale starting this season, the 2024 IFL season. So 20 years after the Coyotes moved in, the Arizona Rattlers are now the primary tenant in the Glendale Arena, Desert Diamond Arena. And honestly, this is great news for the Rattlers for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, they are now the primary tenants of a building. They have their own arena. The Arizona Rattlers have been in Arizona for over 30 seasons. They expanded out here in 1992. For their entire history, minus individual games where they play a playoff game or an arena bowl or whatnot in Glendale, the Arizona Rattlers' home has been in downtown Phoenix in the Phoenix Suns Arena, be it America West Arena, US Airways Center, Talking Stick Resort Arena, Phoenix Suns Arena, Footprint Center, all the exact same building, just under different names. So for the first time in their storied history, having their own building to themselves, that is, in my opinion, very significant. On top of that, one of the fundamental differences between, let's say, the Rattlers and the Coyotes, I also cover the Coyotes, I think it's a pretty good example to give, is that football has fewer games and tends to appeal to more people, including West Valley residents. Hockey as a whole just never really got big in the West Valley. There are little bits here and there, but for the most part, the hockey central of Arizona is out there in the East Valley, primarily Scottsdale, places like that, Tempe. You take a sport that is primarily watched and enjoyed by people on the other side of town, with 41 home games a season, yeah, it makes logical sense why most people would not want to make that drive. However, every single time the Rattlers have played in Glendale, the fans have traveled, not only because Rattlers fans are loyal, not only because Rattlers fans are some of the best, if not the best in the state, but also because on the weekends, on a Saturday, a Sunday, it's just easier to make that drive to the West Valley. And there are a lot of people that live in the West Valley that are big Rattlers fans. I used to deliver auto parts in Buckeye, Arizona, and I ran into Rattlers fans out there that live that far out west. Now, it's a small minority of Rattlers fans, but that's just one example of it still has that appeal to people all throughout the state, not just the East Valley, so you don't run into that same problem that hockey had, for example, or even lacrosse back when the Arizona Sting played in Glendale. And on top of that, Glendale, Arizona has become the football capital of the state because you have the Arizona Cardinals right there, you have some good youth football facilities right behind it, and they already mentioned how while their facilities right now are in East Mesa, the owner of the Rattlers, Ron Schertz, already confirmed they want to move everything out to the West Valley and they'll all be over there. They're targeting Cardinals partnerships. It just makes a lot more sense to have a partnership with the big NFL team out there, and then right across the street you can watch arena football. There are a lot of upsides. And I do also want to mention this, Ron Schertz mentioned it in the press video, hopefully I'll have it linked below in the description, where he also stated that the Rattlers posted an attendance record in Glendale. The only game in Glendale in 2016 was the Arena Bowl. I went to that game and it had an attendance of about 13,000, 14,000, somewhere in there. And I think their actual highest attendance was in 1997. However, I'm not going to nitpick that claim. All I'm going to say is this offers a lot of potential benefits for the Rattlers, and considering I had multiple sources telling me that that second playoff game this year, if the Arizona Rattlers would have beat the Wranglers, would have taken place in Glendale because Footprint Center already has something there. However, grain of salt, can't exactly confirm that one, just reports I heard. Personally, I think this move is logical. I think this move makes a lot of sense. The Rattlers can partner with the Cardinals, the Rattlers can have their own building, and they don't have to worry about scheduling conflicts and whatnot because they would essentially be the primary tenants there. They can submit the dates and whatnot, kind of like how hockey did. And Desert Diamond Arena will simply just not schedule events on those dates. So it makes a lot of sense. The Rattlers gain a lot of control. They get their own building. It is the football capital of Arizona. There are so many logical things about this. Now, let's consider, how does this benefit Glendale? Believe it or not, it's Westgate. Think about it like this. So if you're going to a concert, if you're buying merch, you're going to be buying merch for the band you're seeing, and you might go to dinner, you might buy some concessions at the arena, or you might eat dinner beforehand. However, most people when they go to concerts, as soon as they are done, they either bar hop or they leave. Sports fans are a little different. Sports fans tend to want to do dinner before or after. Sports fans tend to linger linger around a little bit. And from what I've been told, that's what Westgate wants. They want more lingering traffic. They want more people that are going to be hanging around Westgate more. And that's how the Rattlers are going to benefit, because the Rattlers bring that passionate fan base that are likely going to want to stick around for a little bit, maybe, get a drink, maybe go, get some dinner or whatnot afterwards. They're banking more so on that. And you're getting more people on more weekends to come and hang out in Glendale. That's probably how the Rattlers are going to benefit Glendale/Westgate in this arrangement. Anyway, there you go. There is the major Arizona Rattlers news. I'm not done with you yet. I get to get right back as soon as this video is done editing and jump on the Drew Powell story. So we have some quarterback news for the Rattlers. Make sure to stay tuned on Arena Football Talk for that. As for this video, the Arizona Rattlers are moving to Glendale as of this season, the 2024 season. So I'm excited by the move. I'm also a West Valley kid, so that's a 10-minute drive for me. It's going to be a little easier for me to cover the games. Alright, I told you yesterday we got some more Rattlers news, and before I recorded this, there's even more Rattlers news. I'm going to stick to just the quarterback stuff today, and then you'll get another video. So this has been a pretty busy couple of days for Rattlers coverage. But let's start off with this, and I want to preface it a little bit that at the end of last season, I was asking whether or not they would need to make a change at quarterback, not because Drew Powell is a bad quarterback, quite the opposite. As a regular season quarterback, Drew Powell is one of the best in the entire league. However, 2019, 2021, 2022, they're just not winning the big games with him under center, and it's not entirely his fault. It's not just blame the quarterback, and that's good enough. Other aspects as well. But everything kind of starts and stops with the quarterback. And the question was whether or not a change at quarterback was necessary. Whether or not they were going to make a change. And they did. Kevin Guy winds up trading him to the Tucson Sugar Skulls. So a team that he has a partial ownership stake in for a young quarterback. So let's go ahead and bring this up. The Arizona Rattlers trade quarterback Drew Powell to the Tucson Sugar Skulls in exchange for quarterback Ramon Atkins. Atkins was a 2022 Offensive Rookie of the Year, and last year with Tucson, he started all 16 games, had a completion percentage of 65.1%, which was third in the IFL, totaled 37 touchdowns against 11 interceptions, had 1,984 total passing yards, 691 rushing yards, 5th in the IFL, and 21 rushing touchdowns. The season before, he was the Offensive Rookie of the Year with the Duke City Gladiators. Before the second half of the news I'm going to talk to you about, this was definitely interesting, and I wasn't 100% sure that Atkins is the right replacement for Powell. Not because he's a bad quarterback. He helped lead Tucson to the 3rd in the West last season. It's just that Atkins feels like a Powell light, but still is someone that can run the same system, because this is a very dual threat quarterback system. So you definitely, at least if you're going to trade Powell, you're going to get someone of a comparable kind of fit. But they seemingly did not bring Atkins in to be the starter, because within an hour, this was revealed. The Arizona Rattlers signed quarterback Dalton Sneed. As an Arizona kid myself, as someone who finds themselves rooting for Arizona kids, be it in the NHL, IFL, NFL, whatever, this was massive news. I actually partially, alright, it was mostly on Twitter, I was partially following this kid playing for the Bay Area Panthers last year, especially after they beat the Northern Arizona Wranglers, because the quarterback is from Arizona. And Dalton Sneed helped lead the Bay Area Panthers to an IFL championship last season, and considering how Kevin Guy, he said it in the last press conference for the final game in the playoffs, they want to be competing for championships every single year, and if you're going to move on from Drew Powell, a multi-time MVP, he is, again, in the regular season, as good as it gets. If you're going to move on from a quarterback of that caliber, you're bringing in a champion, and they brought in Dalton Sneed, the reigning champion. If you match that with the signing of Ramad Chakio Bowman, you have two very capable quarterbacks alongside a true number 1 wide receiver, a really good number 2 wide receiver coming back, and you're already adding back one of your offensive linemen. As long as the Rattlers can keep signing some really good players and bring back some of their better players from last year, this is going to be a very good season. So, Dalton Sneed, a Scottsdale-born kid, what were his stats last season? He led the league in completion percentage at 68.5%. He also finished first in touchdowns with 49, 5th in passing yards at 2,163, and he also had the highest efficiency rating in the league at 199.8. He also had 600 rushing yards and 17 rushing touchdowns, so essentially, regardless of what happens, whether it's Sneed or Atkins at quarterback at any given moment, you have someone that can take off and that can score on the ground. This has been kind of a roller coaster because, again, multi-time MVP Drew Powell. MV Powell is the best, one of the best regular season quarterbacks, and I wish him nothing but the best in Tucson, and he seems like a great guy, and he was a great player to watch on the football field throughout the majority of his Rattlers tenure. To go from that to two quarterbacks that are both very capable quarterbacks that are essentially, if you take one Drew Powell, you now have 1.5 Drew Powell. It is the best way I could try to describe it, and one of those players won a championship, has that championship mindset, that championship result. That's what the Rattlers want, and they've made no secrets. They've not been quiet about it. That is what they want above all else. They want to win championships, and this has me feeling really optimistic. Now I'm gonna have to see how they play in a Rattlers uniform. Obviously, you're gonna have to make sure you have a good offensive line. You're gonna have to make sure you add a couple extra pieces, at least one more really good receiver, at least a good solid running back, so you can kind of mix up the game a little bit. And you're gonna need to make sure the defense is good. But throughout the start of free agency so far, the players they have brought in and brought back to this point, I have the feeling that this has the potential to be a very good season. We got a short one for you today, but it's short and sweet. The Arizona Rattlers have re-signed 2 players, so let's go ahead and jump right into it. And the first one, this is one that I really wanted them to re-sign. I actually was like, please tell me you're coming back this year. And he is. Jamal Miles, former ASU alum, is coming back for, what is this, his 5th season with the team? 7th! He's coming back for his 7th! He's been here forever! Jamal Miles has always been a very good receiver for this team, and I've noticed he's been a very good number 2 option. He also has a bit of running potential here, so just last year, 50 receptions, 530 yards, 17 touchdowns, a solid season for him. But he also added 200 rushing yards and 8 rushing touchdowns. He essentially can do whatever you need him to do on the offensive side of the football, and you need that. You absolutely need that to add right now. You have him lining up on the opposite side of Ramad Chakio Bowman. Whoever they bring in, whether or not it's bringing back Braxton Haley, whether or not it's bringing back another depth wide receiver while also going for another decent-sized receiver on the free agency market, no matter what they do, you at least have 2 viable options. If you can make it 3, this offense is going to be even more deadly. He's also someone that gets a lot of kickoff return touchdowns. In 2022, he had 4 of them. That was the year he also finished second in terms of kickoff return yards at 996, just shy of 1,000. The dude does everything you need him to. So Jamal, welcome back. Forks up, Arizona kid, and he also played for ASU, so I will never let that go. Any Arizona connections I can get, now there are 2 Arizona players on the team, and I am very excited. Very biased, obviously, because I'm an Arizona-born kid myself, but always going to root for a hometown kid. Always will. And next up, they are bringing back longtime offensive lineman, his 8th season with the team, Lamar Mady. Do I even need to really talk about this? Do I even need to try to break him down? He has been a solid, consistent force, consistent presence on this offensive line for 8 seasons. The entire time I've been covering this team, that has been your solid offensive lineman. That's your solid presence. And if you're going to build that offensive line, you want to start with him. And with how good he has been, I'm happy he's coming back. It's good to see him maintaining players. The Rattlers had the number 1 offense in the league last year. He's a big part of that, giving Drew Powell some time, helping to open up some lanes. Really good. Welcome back. I'm not going to pretend I can break down an offensive lineman any more than that. He's really good at his job. And there you go. There's a couple more players the Arizona Rattlers are bringing back for the 2024 season. So far the roster is still, it needs to fill itself out a little bit. They got a couple of quarterbacks, a couple of receivers, and a lineman, but every single player they have signed to the team so far is really good. Definitely the players you're going to want to get out of the way first.